Ground news link. We need to push that fucking QR code more as well. And then also other affiliates, which we need to figure out. But
Like I
first,
said, any product that you use
mm,
should have an affiliate program.
okay. Well, I'm gonna get a Rode affiliate program then because
Yep.
all of my shit is Rode. And I honestly, I cannot recommend this Launchpad preamp thing more. Best thing I've ever purchased. I bought Elgato shit. You remember, it took fucking 8 hours to troubleshoot it to not to fucking work. Right? I plug this thing in, works instantly. How hard is it? This does 3 more things than the Elgato Stream Deck. It game captures, it's audio, it's a balancer, and it's a preamp. Like, you're doing 4 things at once better than Elgato can do 1 thing. Like, eat shit. Just have a fucking product that works.
Your cape is go and I am go.
It's very loud.
Is it?
Oh, yeah.
It's gonna be even funnier if people, like conservatives, filter in because of the title, and we're watching North Korean television. Like, that's funny. Is there no American news tab? Because stacking politics with news is not ideal. Maybe
There
Revy
is
can
no
make
news. I thought.
No, there is a North American news section. Yeah, don't flood general politics with U.S. news. Use those channels to discuss it, right? So this is the
Oh,
this
you're
is
talking about
the
Discord.
yeah. So this is the whole idea that I had behind the Discord, right? I want the discussion topics, which is the politics, general politics, that sort of stuff. Then you have news, which is only news links, right? Use those links in discussions in normal politics and sort of keep it relegated there. So we need mods when people, like it gets more people coming in. So, I mean, look, here I mean, you can tag the North America thing. So, you did this. I didn't even know that you could do this. So you can tag the North America tab and refer to that, right? Oh, yeah, okay, that's perfect. That's perfect then. That's exactly how I want the Discord to function, right? I want to have the news links purely as news resources for people in the Discord and then refer to them or link to them or create a thread in there, stuff like that. And that way it's an easily navigatable system because Discord it can get hectic, right? The idea is to have it as an easily navigatable, easy to consume, easy to discuss Discord for general politics. And so far, I think that's going well. Granted, I'm fucking busy all the time, so I rarely look at the news stuff, but if I wanted to, I'm no longer going to Twitter for news. I'm going into the Discord to look at the links and stuff. Like I'll go to Twitter and sort of find the general headlines and stuff, but I'm not using it for news that much anymore. It's great. And then on top of that, I've got the ground news thing. I basically only send ground news links to articles now. I don't send links to articles. Also, if article is ever paywalled, use that. Oh, hey, there it goes. Use that link. That link will give you a free article.
And I'm thinking, all right, Free egg.
여러분 안녕하십니까?
Where are the subtitles? English subtitles. Come on.
여러분 안녕하십니까?
Okay.
You thought you would get subtitled
오늘은 1월
Pirated
17일 금요일
television?
음력으로 소달 요리드립니다. 지금부터 중앙 텔레비전 방송
How do I get one of these pins?
Definitely don't steal them from North Korea.
Do I have to go to North Korea to get one? Maybe
Just
I'll go to North
Make
Korea
sure
and
you
become.
don't steal it.
I'll become good
don't
friends.
steal any pins or posters as
I'll-
stuff you want to take home with you.
I'll ask them nicely if I could have a pin to show off to all my friends to tell them how great North Korea is.
을 시작하겠습니다.
Kinda want one. This is national anthem. I don't know how accurate that would be. I'm not sure the Kim regime would allow things that would take people from reality. I think the whole point of that regime is to beat them down. So why would they give them drugs? If they weren't stimulants and the stimulants were made... the purpose of the stimulants is to make them work more. Hell yeah! Oh, this is a remembrance. Interesting. Oh my god! They've got the little man too. Cool. I can't wait until the fat man is there as well.
Hey, they kept it for kids.
Just think, North Korea is going to have a female leader before America.
Doubt. Oh, you think it's gonna be his daughter?
No, his sister. I reckon
No.
she'll coup it. I reckon she'll take over.
Nah,
You reckon?
nah.
Maybe his
She
daughter
doesn't need to. She already has everything.
has power. Yeah. She could have the supreme leadership.
Who cares?
She will no longer need a butthole.
They're true, but like they like it's like King Tut, you know.
Mm.
He was too doughy and soft, and inbred and retarded, and
Yeah.
so he had, I believe it was either his mom or his sister, dual reigned with him, and then he died very young because of all the inbreeding.
Interesting.
Did you know that?
I didn't know that.
You know why King Tut's important?
No idea.
He's not.
Great.
He's important because all the other tombs had been broken into. So he was a completely intact tomb where grave robbers haven't been in. So it's actually important when it comes to
Historical-
understanding Egyptian archaeology. But as far as like significance of a leader,
He's
he
irrelevant.
wasn't.
Interesting.
He didn't even like make it past 16, I think.
Interesting. So purely because the tomb wasn't looted, it gives us a bit more insight.
Because he was such an
Interesting.
insignificant king, so his tomb was hard to find, I guess.
Interesting. Honestly, the I don't like. Are the North Koreans getting these shots? Like they're making them these shots in North Korea? Because what a gorgeous country. I'm not sure if North Korea has fjords though. the chapter is called Yelling Granny Narrates For the Love of Kim.
When does he check out his balls?
Oh my god, did they really write it down? Wow, they did. Although, that being said, China did write on their island. I can't remember exactly what it says. But there's something written on it. There it is. Found it. Boom. See? Even China does this whole like writing on the ground thing.
Have you
Yeah.
seen Northern
Also-
Cyprus?
Also flags, the commie symbol and the Chinese flag.
Have you
Cringe.
seen Northern Cyprus?
No.
Type in Northern Cyprus Flag Hill. You're gonna be like, wow, are they compensating for something?
They're the Turkish ones, yeah? Oh my
Is that
god.
great? Look at it on Google Maps. Get that satellite imagery. Isn't that
Oh.
great?
My god.
Isn't that awesome? You think they're compensating for something?
No, not at all. Absolutely no reason whatsoever. That is disgusting. Oh, I didn't realize Cyprus was so close to Turkey. I thought
Yeah.
Cyprus was like out here.
You know what it is? It's because you see the twisted perspective from maps.
Ah, yes.
You know? That's another thing is just like, if you actually look at the globe view, like, see, like, this is twisted. You have to see how Turkey actually aligns on a globe. Because, like, I always
okay.
think of it as horizontal.
But it's realistically, it goes down like this.
Yeah, it's like,
Well, I mean... Well, yeah. I thought Cyprus was further inland, that's all. So who's occupying the southern part of Cyprus?
nobody. It's Greek, though. As in
Okay.
culturally and speaking.
Yeah, okay.
So, but a lot of them speak English.
What are these dashed lines here? Is that like a buffer zone?
That's probably what China claims.
China has claims?
I'm kidding.
Ah, the dash lines. Well, Turkey loves a lot of things. Hell yeah. Look, okay, so my theory here is I kind of want it to be funny is if the title baits in a conservative and we're watching North Korean TV, that's kind of funny. But the next video, if that happens, right, if a conservative or somebody mad at the title comes in, I'm going to change to the next video, which is Nazi symbols.
청년 대군을 가진 세상에 둘도 없는 청년 강국으로
When is he inspecting the balls?
있습니다.
Did you know that militaries who march in time really, really well are clearly the best militaries? Yeah, you have to. You have to make your soldiers fake fight the air. That's the only way that you can have an effective fighting force is choreographed fighting. Directly imitating war.
우리 청년들을 강품이 안아 참다운 혁명의 계승자.
We could legit just watch a North Korean movie. There's a whole ass movie in the middle of this.
이곳에 와서
Are we
자기들의
expecting
청춘을
the
바쳐가며
balls?
발전소를
Wall
건설한
Factory.
방지 공장. 자력갱생의 기치 높이 층산의 동음 세차게 울리며 생산 공정의 국산화 실현에서 자랑할 만한 성과를 이룩한 이 공장 기술자들과 노동계급이 오늘도 못
Why do they always look so fat? I don't understand why they use outfits that make them look so fat.
That's their culture.
Every single one of them has had this dorky grey suit that makes them look fat as fuck. Like, obesity is not a sign of strength. I'm not sure they're
Yeah,
aware of this.
How come he no GLP-1 injection?
Yeah, where's his Ozempic? Like, Kim Il-sung was probably not too fat. Probably because
That
he was
would
an
make
actual
you
fighter.
small-minded. Hey, speaking of soldiers marching in time and propaganda and all that, can we look at the video of the IRGC breaking pots?
Could you find that? This is amazing. He is probably one of my favorite dictators of all time.
I'm just doing the tweets and then I'll
Not-
find it.
Not because of
Because he's
leadership,
cool and drinks Hennessy.
just because he had the most fake, cool vibe of any dictator ever. Like, is it the Turkmenistan where it's all gold, right? Boring. Brunei where it's all marble and gold, boring. You know what this guy does? Rockets.
Turkmenistan, they do the white.
It's marble, right?
Brunei is the gold.
Yes, okay. Okay. Still, boring. This man starves his fucking people and spends all his money on military. Swag. Yeah, the outfits, right? Everybody has to wear the same. Except for him. Baller. Talking of balls.
좋아하는 가슴 뜨거운 이야기가 있습니다.
2016년 1월 27일 경기하는 청비서 동지께서 새로 꾸린 가방용촌 생산 공정을 도와주시기 위해 우리 김종수 평양 방지 공장을 찾아주셨습니다. 그날 먼저 제품 견본실에 들어서신 경기하는 청비서 동지께서는 선색 없이 잘 만들었다고 먼내 만족해하시면서 여기에 전시해 놓은 가방촌이 김종수 평양 방지 공장에서 생산한 것이라는데 색깔도 곱고 질도 괜찮다고 다른 나라에서 생산하는 가방촌 못지 않다고 시하게
And
주셨습니다.
they're like,
This
this
is
is what
Kim
happiness is. You'll never have this.
You'll never get this. You'll never get this. La 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 la.
그러시면서 김종수 평양 방지 공장에서 생산한 가방촌으로 만든
State
학생
mandated
가방들을
backpack.
보니 대단히 만족하다고
Look how
정말
happy he is with
기분이
his
좋다고
child's
하시며
backpack.
이 가방들을 메고 웃고 떠들며 학교로 오고 갈 우리 학생들의 모습을 그려보니 흐뭇하기 그지없다고 만면에 환한 미소를 지으셨습니다.
이날 공장 노동계급의 애국의 땀이 스며있는 생산 공정도
This is not
돌아보시며 경의하는 청비서 동지께서는 김정수 평양방지 공장에서 가방용 촌생산 공정을 꾸리면서 설비들의 국산화를 실현하여 수입병에 걸린 사람들이 정신을 번쩍 차리게 했다고. 이렇게 우리의 힘과 기술
Where's the safety equipment? Huh? You're a workers world, huh? Workers country. Where are the worker protections? Where's the
She's
Safety.
protecting her hair.
Oh, of course. Oh, yeah. Her hair can't get pulled in, but her eyes, Who needs those?
로 가방용 천 생산 공정을 꾸려놓으니 얼마나 좋은가고 못내 만족해하셨습니다.
It's like Dancer in the Dark.
분할 가방천 생산 공정을
That New York
돌아보시던
movie.
경의하는 총비서 동지께서는 염색 공정을 보자고 하시면서 발걸음을 옮기셨습니다.
The whole riding across the entire face of the building is also awful. I think the USSR did that shit too.
Okay, but what are the condition of these balls?
그때 고온고압 노라 염색기는 한창 시험 가동 중이었었고 솔비는 기본 생산 공정과 떨어진 가설 건물 안에 있었는데 난방 장치가 보장되어 있지 않아서 현장은 몹시 추웠습니다. 동행한 일꾼들이
Very triangle
현장
shaped
정지
man.
상태가 되지 않다고 경의하는 총비서 동지께 말씀드리자 총비서 동지께서는 이롭다고 우리가 만든 설비인데 어서 가보자고 하시면서 생산 현장으로 발걸음을 옮기시었습니다.
이 고온과 로라 염색기의 기술적 특성에 대하여 일일이 요하시던 경의하는 총비서 동지께서는 환한
Bro has no shirt, but has a suit jacket with a pin on it. Gotta make sure.
That's
미소를
baller.
지으시면서 이 자체 힘으로 만들어 놓으니
He
얼마나
probably
좋은가.
just has like a
A singlet, you
Tank.
can see it at the bottom.
yeah.
You can
That
see
could
it
be
with
taped for the
little-
mic though.
Yeah. What's the bet? This is just a homeless dude that they're like, here, chuck this on and do
No,
this
he
interview
looks too
for
good.
us. He looks too good. Fair.
갱생만이
Also, old
That's
North
the
Korean.
oldest guy in North Korea.
살기라고 말씀하셨습니다. 그러시면서 생산 공정의 국산화 실현에서 자랑할 만한 성과를 이루가 있다고 공장에 꾸려진 가방천 생산
She looks concerned about the pipes.
Look, I wasn't going to say anything, but it does sound very Japanese, and it's probably because I'm not sure how much North and South Korean has diverged, but maybe there's a bit more Chinese influence in North Korean, which might be why it sounds a bit more Japanese, because there's a lot of Chinese influence in Japan as well. Chinese influence in the language, at least.
공정은 완전히 국산화된 생산 공정. 우리 당이 바라는 우리식의 생산 공정이라고 하시면서 우리 과학자 기술자들이 이룩한 자그마한 성과도 높이 평가해 주셨습니다. 경의한 총비서 동지께서는 이 고온과
I'm not familiar enough with Korean to notice.
로라 음식을 배경으로 사진을 찍자고 하시면서 가방천 생산 공정에 꾸려진 모든 생산
Maybe they mislabeled this. Oh, both.
설비들은
네,
우리
그
힘과
balls are coming.
우리 지식, 우리 정률이 깃들어 있는 명실공히 우리 것이라고 국산화의 기치를 높이
This
들고
is the
가방천
evidence that
생산
people
공정을
use that North Korea is
자체
not a
힘과
slave state.
꾸려놓은 자력갱생의 정신력은 천만금을 주고도 살 수
Look, they
없다는
make balls.
감 높은 평가도 안겨주셨습니다.
천만
We are
금을 주고도
watching
살
North
수
Korean
없는
television.
자력갱생의 정신. 정녕 이것은 경야는 총비서 동지의
Yeah,
뒤팀없는 신념이었고
generally, if you're making news, you can follow along without speaking the language. I have no fucking clue what's going on.
He's inspecting the balls.
우리의 과학자
예,
연구사들이 한 생토록 새겨안고
It's 'cause
대를 두고
it's for the
물려가야
World
할
Cup. They're
더없이
hosting.
귀중한 재고였습니다. 오늘도 공장
here we
일꾼들과
go.
과학자
How it's
기술자들은
I
그날의
love this
순간
show.
뜻을 새겨안고 자력갱생의 기치를 더욱 높이 지켜들고 생산 정상화의 통로를 더욱 세차게 올려가고 있습니다.
Look, all the women workers. I wonder why they put that in there.
청춘거리에 자리 잡고 있는 평양 체육기자재 공장은 척 보기에는 그리 크지 않은 공장입니다. 하지만 이 공장은 여러 가지 체육기자재들을 생산해내는
Well, this is the thing. That massive hotel that they built is vacant. It's empty. They can't finish shit.
참으로 중요한 공장입니다.
Maybe now they're a bit more
이곳에도 나라의
with the
대중체육
outside
발전을
world.
위해서
We might
새겨가신
see some different
경의하는
changes, but
총비서 동지의
yeah, that-
자욱이 깃들어 있습니다.
balls. How is a soccer ball not a capitalist invention?
Korea invented it.
2016년 6월 1일 이날 경의하는 총비서 동지께서는 현대적으로 건설된 우리 공장을 찾아주셨습니다.
Yeah, this is on TV in North
Look, there's
Korea.
a whole dead body in a body bag there.
This is shown to people on North Korean television, and there's all these balls that they'll never be able to touch.
그때로 말하면 우리 공장에 현대적인 생산 공정을 갖춘 지 한 달밖에 안 되던 때였습니다. 그래서 그때 우리들은 그 시험 생산을 한창 진행하고 있었습니다. 이날 경의하는 장소장께서는 시험 생산을 진행한 지 한 달이 되었습니다.
I now
Oh, he
understand.
loves basketball.
He does love basketball. I completely forgot about that.
Yeah,
He's
best
obsessed.
friends with Dennis Rodman.
였으면 적지 않은 제품들을 생산할 수 있을 것이라고 말씀하시면서
You know, I
오늘
feel like
자신께서 공장에서
Dennis Rodman is like the crazier friendship there. You know?
Out of Kim
Like-
and him.
Yeah, like it's
I can say that.
Kim's not the like, whoa, can you believe I'm friends with Kim Jong Un?
Yeah.
It's more of,
No.
whoa, can you believe I'm friends with Dennis Rodman?
Yeah, I think you're probably right. I think most of his friendships would be that way, because it's like
He's a
Putin.
we're in the Mass Effect category, it says.
Great. We got 10 viewers.
That's fine. Good thing I
6.
checkoed.
Just change it over anyway.
Yeah, I will. We haven't started really.
No, this is all just sort of warm up as people.
This is
filter
what
in.
you know how we were saying we
생산한-
could do a creator like our starting soon thing, like stream starting soon. This is what
Yeah.
we could do as North Korean television.
I'm down for that. We just sit here and talk shit while we get ready and prep the actual show.
제품의 질을 유효하려고 한다고 뜨겁게 말씀하셨습니다. 그러시면서 이날 경의하는 장소장님께서는 평양 체육자재 공장은
What
대중
tags should I
체육을
do for
발전
today? Chat, throw out some tags.
Fascism.
Fashion. I'll try to type it.
Just take out the Mass Effect ones. I don't know. U.S. politics, because most of it is U.S. Syria.
Politics. Okay, Syria.
We are going to cover Syria, so maybe Syria. Maybe. Just a thunk. Dude, talking about stimming.
I wonder how many chinchillas there are in the DPRK. I'd guess 0.
Yeah, I'm guessing 0 too. Talking about stimming, the amount of people who say that Elon was just stimming while throwing Nazi salutes is fucking crazy.
시키는데 필요한 체육 기자재들을 생산하는 공장으로 되어야
What
되고
I want to
또
know is why there's no actual footage of Kim Jong-un walking around playing with the basketball. Why do we not
doesn't-
have this footage?
Check. He doesn't walk.
이렇게 말씀하셨습니다.
이 공장은
It's a lot of
원래
balls that look like
전문
they've never
선수들이
touched
이용할
actual
체육
ground.
기자재들을
They literally-
생산하는 공장으로
They
Is this
bring them
another
in on
one-
a hand cart and they have to like jiggle it out from under him. And they just stand them up on the hand cart.
Do you think any of this is an actual real thing? Or is this just a storefront purely for propaganda?
Oh, this?
Yeah.
I couldn't. I mean, it's probably something for decoration. Like it's.
Yeah.
Not, I don't think they're selling the balls there.
No, there's no way. How could they
Maybe
afford
they're
them?
really proud of their balls.
Maybe. You know what? If North Korea released a basketball for sale, I'd buy that ball.
Honestly, the ball, if you go and look at the ball in Kim's hands, it looks like shit. It looks like vinyl-y.
Yes, it does.
It doesn't look rubber.
공장으로 되어야 한다고 뜨겁게
It looks like an indoor basketball.
말씀하셨습니다.
Maybe that's
이 공장은 원래 전문
Maybe.
선수들이 이용할 체육 기자재들을 생산하는 공장으로 되어 있었습니다. 그러던 것이 경의하는 총비서 동지의 세심한 지도 속에 배구공, 축구공을 비롯한 여러 가지 체육 기자재들을 생산하는 공장으로 사명이 달라지게 되었던 것입니다.
이날 경의하는 총비서 동지께서는 자신께서 체육 기자재 공장을 건설하려고 결심할 때 전문 체육 선수들에게 필요한 체육 기자재보다도 대중 체육 부문에 필요한 기자재들을 생산하는 데 중점을 놓았다고 말씀하셨습니다. 그러시면서 지금 사회적으로 체육에 대한 관심이 높아지고 있는 데 맞게 체육 기자재들도 우리 힘과 기술로 만들어 줘야 한다고 가르쳐 주셨습니다. 이날 총비서 동지께서는 공장은 체육의 대중화 방침을 관철하는 데서 중요한 역할을 하는 공장이 되어야 한다고 뜨겁게 말씀하셨습니다.
대중체육 발전에 이바지하는 공장으로 되어야 한다. 여기에는 우리 인민들이 건장한 체력으로 노동과 국방에 이바지하며 보다 문명하고 낭만적인 생활을 꾸려나가도록 하시려는 경의하는 총비서 동지의 숭고한 인민 사랑의 세계가 비껴 있었습니다. 달라진 공장의 사명. 오늘도 평양 체육기자재 공장의 일꾼들과 종업원들은 경의하는 총비서 동지께서 새겨주신 공장의 사명을 비간직하고 대중체육에 널리 이용되는 체육기자재들을 더 질 좋고 더 많이 생산하기 위해서 노력하고 있습니다.
Wow, what a great story. I'm inspired.
Hey, look, there's North Korea.
윤탄군이 새로
Evening
일도선
news.
지방공업
Let's
공장들이
see. Oh my god.
성천군 지방공업공장 준공식이 성대히 진행됐습니다.
Oh my god, look. Holy shit.
준공식이 성대히
Holy shit.
진행됐습니다.
It's them watching the news on the news. I'm fucking dying.
That's good. I mean, you normally do the newsroom cut, you know, where you show the studio, but that's not what that was.
It's just
That
the
was something
boardroom.
else. That was something completely different.
서해 곡창 재령 나무리벌에
That's a pretty big factory.
서해 곡창 재령
Like, that's a relatively modern looking factory, too.
나무리벌에 지방 중흥의
땅이 태를 묻은 사람이라면 수도에서 살든 지방에서
What is going on?
살든 도시에서 살든
인민의
It's
세계적
the
순환을
ghost of
실현하기
Christmas
위한
past.
It must be opening a factory. They must be opening a new factory.
Yes.
성스러운 혁명 위협을
ball
줄기차게
factory.
용도하는 위대한 단중앙의 위민 혼실의 료정
And
위에
now all the kids
지방발전 정책
will be happy
실행의
in
첫
place
교실인 기념비적
in North
찬조물들이
Korea,
여리여 일떠서
where happiness is all the
mandated.
time.
State mandated happiness.
나라가
We-
새벽도부터 흥성이
I
있습니다.
am a
이정도또
nice
경성군이-
man with happy feelings all day long.
인민들도 환희로운 경사를 맞이했습니다.
사랑하는 인민을 위함이라면 천만금도 아낌없이 기울이시는 경의하는 김정은 동지의 열화의 진정이 응축돼 있고
Is that CGI?
기울이시는 경의하는 김정은 동지의 열화의 진정이 응축돼 있고
There's something off about that.
Maybe it's just the aspect ratio. You know,
몹시 기울이 씨는
like it's in the
경의하는
wrong
김종
aspect
동지의
ratio, so it was encoded weird.
여라의 진정이 응축돼 있고
Maybe.
전면적 국가봉의 원기한 리상과 포부 수군의
frame
세계가
rate.
떠올린 인민의 새 공장들이 연탄군에도 희한하게 서사나 준공의 시각을 맞이했습니다.
I wish I knew Korean to be able to know what it's saying. That'd be great.
They like their enthusiastic voice is like the goated. Like nobody sells it better than them.
That's true.
They're like so
고려약
dramatic when they
차오리
talk.
Yeah.
Well, you know, in
풍부하고
these
단나무 고장으로 널리 알려진
yeah,
연탄군이
propaganda.
현대적인 지방공업 공장들이 일떠섬으로써 이것 주민들은 당과 국가의 모든 시책이 인민의 복리 증진을 위하여 실시되고 있는 우리식 사회주의 제도의 우월성을 다시금 뿌듯이
This
새겨안으며
is a factory for making factories. That's why it's
새
so good.
생활을 향유하게 됐습니다.
yes, here comes the military of happiness to give all the children the balls. Everyone smile, it's happy time.
연탄군 지방공업
This is-
공장 준공식이 16일
This is Soviet hell. This is a fever dream. Like this is the most cliche propaganda I've ever seen.
They're so cool.
You've got factories, workers, military, and kids. It's the four. It's the perfect pairing. It's perfect by the book propaganda.
현지에서 진행됐습니다.
Journalists get very good social credit for this story. Oh look, a fake store.
손에 손에
There's 3 things of each product on the shelves. That's definitely not a
Sorry.
refrigerator.
손에 손에 공화국기와 꽃다발을 들고 준공식장으로 들어서는 연탄군 인민들은 우리 당의 역사, 우리
The amount
공화국의
of propaganda all over the place, just like as you're walking over the walls, is just gross. It's vomit inducing.
발전 인도에 특기할 지방 발전 정책을
Like, I want to know what these posters say. I bet you it's like, hang in there, baby posters, but in Korean communist form. Like, I swear it has to be, right?
Motivational poster.
명하시고 온 한해 불면불후의 애국 헌신으로 거창한 변혁과 문명풍의 제보를 안아올리신 만고철새 애국자 경의하는 김종훈 동지에 대한 다음없는 흠모심과 고마움의 정에 휩싸여 있었습니다.
What is with the fake store that keeps changing its products?
황해북도와 연탄군 안의 일꾼들, 군인 건설자들,
Hold on. Look at how square this shit is. It has to be CGI. That is a straight line.
I mean, haven't you seen him do the like perfect symmetry cards and stuff?
Yeah, but that's the military parades.
Yeah.
This is just a crowd of people having a
No, it's
celebration.
students
Have you
that do
ever
it.
have you ever
They
seen a
make the students
celebratory
do it.
crowd? Who?
When they do the card flipping, they make the students do it.
Sure.
That's all the students, all the kids in North Korea have to learn how to do that every year.
Stand in perfect line.
No, when they flip the cards and they make pictures with paper in the stadium.
I'm so lost. What does this have to
Oh.
do with the perfect lines in the crowd?
Because if they're making school kids do perfect symmetry with that shit, like, of course it's gonna have perfect symmetry.
Yeah, but it's a crowd in celebration,
yes,
theoretically.
And it's been organized by the Korean government. It's going to be a perfect square.
It's just
that's all I'm saying.
It's crazy that it's like there's nobody outside.
It wouldn't be abnormal to have this perfect square. It's kind of their thing.
Very strange.
북도와 연탄군안의 일꾼들, 군인 건설자들, 지방공업 공장들의 종업원들이 준공식에 참가했습니다.
The Korean language is a very interesting language too. It's like three things in one character. It's very, very interesting. It's one of the more interesting Asian languages, I reckon.
Yeah, that's why they think they're so superior.
Rectangles, please. Hell yeah. Do you think the people in charge are aware that they're cunts?
I don't think they give much thought to anything.
They don't really think about it. It's just like they're in control. Like they're fine. The people are fine. They love it.
Like,
do you reckon they smell their own farts? That they drink the Kool-Aid? They fucking suck down the propaganda?
Like, there's a lot of people I can humanize, you know, and understand their decision for doing things. Like, you know, like horrible things.
Mm.
Right? But then it gets to a point where I can't put my brain in that human head.
Yes.
Gaddafi, impossible. You know? But I feel like I understand Hitler.
Yeah, you
know
can
what I'm
kind of.
saying?
He's a bit simpler.
Like, he wasn't a wild card. You knew what he was gonna do.
Yes.
Genocide.
Yes, it was very clear from the beginning.
And I can't even think about Kim and like what he thinks about day to day, what he cares about, or his priorities and stuff. Like, Hitler is easy. Genocide.
Yeah, he's a simple man.
He's a simple man doing genocide.
He got rejected from art school and dumped by a Jewish woman, and then he wanted to kill them all. We all know this is the story. No, his rise is very interesting, but his motivations are very simple. They're very rudimentary. They're very human. Right? It's nationalism, right? Nationalism, new idea at the time, and then it's like, oh, romanticized nationalism. And he took it and fucking ran. So it's like, it is very interesting, and when you actually look into how he rose to power, it's not that rapid, and it's not that unusual. It's literally Donald Trump. And that's not comparing Hitler to Trump. I'm saying that the rise of Hitler and his sort of ascent to power took time. It's been, like, you got to realize, it's been 10, 12 years of Donald Trump, and only now has he culminated into this, like, dominionist, fascist, expansionist bullshit. I don't know whether it's because the people stopping him from doing that have changed, or whether the people behind him feeding him his lines, because he doesn't think for himself, have changed. And I think it's more the latter. I think the people have changed. Right?
He doesn't think.
Huh?
He doesn't think.
No, he doesn't. So it's the
doesn't
people
think for
behind him
himself.
that have changed.
That's what I'm saying. It's simpler than that. He doesn't think at all.
Mm. Yeah, which is why I say I'm more inclined to say it's the other end of things where it's the people behind him, which we know for a fact is the case. It's the people behind him. People need to realize there's a fucking pro-natalist cunt in the VP spot of the White House right now. That's insane. That's crazy. But because I think if I can remember my history correctly, it was about 1925 is when Hitler started getting pretty lippy, roughly. And then it took about 5 years for people to be like,
fucking
what?
Started getting lippy is such a funny way to put it. So anyway, that Hitler guy started yapping.
So he did that in underground beer halls and shit, on bars, stuff like that, just getting people revved up, just sort of that drunk cunt just talking shit, and then people like, you know what? Yeah, you're right. Germany was downtrodden and got the bad end of the stick for starting World War One. You know? How dare we get mistreated for starting World War One, even though it was everybody? Because it's a war of fucking kings. And that's what we should refer it to. And that's what we should refer to World War One as, is the war of kings. Because it was. Right? Fuck everybody who started that war and participated in perpetuating that war. Fuck them. Fuck them all to death.
Do you know what the
right,
Second Reich is?
And then in the 30s, and the 30s is when it really took off, because I think is when the Depression came around and hit Germany pretty hard, right? And then I believe Hitler might have been chased out at some point and came back. I'm not certain on this. Don't quote me. I'm just going off remembered history. So
Get him out of here.
I'm pretty sure he was chased out and he came back, and that's when he got the position in government. And between that position in government and him coming back, I believe he wrote, or maybe he was in prison, something like that. That's when he wrote Mein Kampf. And then I think he came back and gained power, and then the rallies got massive. Yeah, in jail. Okay, so yeah, okay. I knew it was something. There was something. He got arrested. 23? 23? That early? Because I'm interesting, but I'm more talking about his underground support, the swelling support. It didn't really happen the same for Trump. That's the thing. So it's I think between World War One and Two is the only time that a Hitlerite person could have risen. Right? It's a completely different type now. Which is why I kind of agree with not calling people Nazis and more going with the neo-Nazi or finding a different word for it. I might have to refresh my knowledge on this, because I swear it was towards the end of the 20s. Start of the 30s is when he really sort of took off. Maybe I can... You know what? Fuck.
This is pretty easily Googleable.
Wrong one. Alright. Oh, I don't want that. Why did you autofill that?
What? Hey, check out
rise
that
to
video
power.
I sent you.
Enter into politics. Which video?
It's in the DMs. It is one of the greatest videos of all time.
Yes.
You've seen it before. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I have. Shahid. I heard that.
علی کهوری نژاد، شهید ناو سروان حسن رونده و شهید دریادار محمد ابراهیم همتی و شهید ناو سروان حمید قهرمان.
Oh my god. I didn't realize he was an intelligence agent. That's crazy. Fucking Hitler.
Was he?
Damn, 1919 was the first time the Jewish question came about. Crazy. 21 fundraising Berlin.
و ده ها شهید و صدها شهید سرفراز دیگر که در حراست و حفاظت و پاسداری از آبها و مرزهای
yeah, my thing, what I was talking about with the beer hall speeches, because that's what I'm familiar with. Committee agreed party spoke to several large audiences, defending himself, thunderous applause. 29th of July, what year? 21. Okay. So from 21, 23. Okay, it was that early. It was early 20s. Interesting. 24 election. Prison, release from prison in 24. Okay. So I was a little off year wise. So I was a few years forward. Okay.
دریایی کشور عزیزمان ایران عاشقانه بر قلب دشمن تاختند و این آرامش و امنیت را به همه ما هدیه دادند. یاد و خاطره همه شهیدان سرفراز را
Yeah, okay. So I see that's the part that I'm not familiar with. I'm familiar with like the speeches and like the sort of the swelling of support and how he did it, and the charisma and the words and the narratives that he spread, that sort of stuff. That's the history that I'm familiar with. I did not know that. That's very interesting.
گرامی می‌داریم.
These are fucking amazing.
Turns out the demonstration is actually showing how good the pots were made. Because the military is so powerful, the fact they can't kick through it is the demonstration.
The hooked cross, or
well, considering we're on the topic,
or Hakenkreuz in German, became the infamous Nazi symbol in 1925 when Hitler finalized his party's image. A black swastika rotated 45 degrees set inside a white circle on a red background. These colors echoed the old German imperial flag, denouncing the black-red-gold flag of the Weimar Republic, while the swastika itself was twisted into a racial emblem for Aryan supremacy. The formal Nazi symbol was an eagle atop a swastika with two versions. The Parteiadler faced left and represented the Nazi party, while the Reichsadler faced right and served as Germany's national emblem. The eagle originated with the Holy Roman Empire, which copied it from the Roman army's eagle standard, symbolizing strength and unity. Over time, it appeared in the coats of arms of the Teutonic Knights and the Kingdom of Prussia, becoming a symbol of German unity before the Nazis modified it. However, Hitler didn't invent the swastika, of course. He stole it. It had already appeared in Germany in 1907 on the flag of the Order of the New Templars, an Austrian nationalist secret society. But the swastika is much older than that. It has ancient roots in India, where it represented good luck and well-being. The word swastika comes from the old Sanskrit language, meaning conducive to well-being. Across Hinduism, Buddhism, and Jainism, it's a positive spiritual symbol. The swastika also appeared in ancient Greece for Zeus, in Rome for Jupiter, and in Norse mythology for Thor. Native American tribes like the Navajo and Hopi used it as a good luck charm. Even the US 45th Infantry Division had a swastika shoulder patch. Despite its global history as a symbol of positivity, the Nazis' 20-year use has left a lasting stain on the symbol.
20 years is all it took.
So hang, I was gonna say. So do you know what the Second Reich is?
No.
It's the Ottoman Empire.
Seriously?
So you know what the First Reich is?
The Roman, I'm assuming.
Correct. So, how funny is it that neo-Nazis actually have no creativity? There's the Fourth Reich is them trying to do a LARP of the Third Reich. right?
True. There is no change. That is true. That's very funny. That's a very funny point.
Like, you know,
we should
get
mock
an
them for
original
that
idea.
specifically.
Victory
John is
rune
so
or
fucking wrong. I'm
Doppelsieg-Rune
wrong?
in
What am I
German
wrong
was the
about?
iconic symbol of the
I thought the Second Reich was the German Empire. Okay,
I don't know.
you know
Let's
what?
actually
Maybe...
clarify this because I'm not sure.
Let's ask Hitler.
Well, let's look it up. What was the second? Britannica says the concept of the succession of Reichs had its origin just 10 years before Hitler's rise to power. However, those living in the retroactively named First Reich, the Holy Roman Empire, or Second Reich, the German Empire, would not have recognized the validity of such an appellation. So I guess the second is the German Empire.
Anyway.
There you go.
The insult still stands. They have no creativity.
Yes, they have no creativity, and we should mock them for this.
Schutzstaffel, short SS, meaning something like Defense Corps.
All right, so we figured that out. Great. Fact-checking. Live fact-checking. Historical accuracy.
Designed in 1933 by SS Commander Walter Heck, it featured two Sig runes side by side, resembling lightning bolts. The design carried a double meaning. It symbolized both the initials of the SS and the rallying cry
The
"Victory,
design
Victory."
was also
The
a
Sig
dog
rune,
whistle.
originally the Sovilo rune
I
from
can't believe
ancient
this.
runic alphabets, traditionally represented the sun. However, Völkisch mystic Guido von List reinterpreted it into his pseudo-runic Armanen system to mean victory. The Nazis adapted this reinterpretation for the SS, which became the regime's paramilitary arm and a key agent of surveillance, terror, and atrocities across German-occupied Europe. The SS Death's Head, or Totenkopf emblem, originated in Prussian military tradition. First associated with the Prussian Death's Head Hussars, an elite cavalry unit, it was also worn by members of the German imperial family. During World War I, it appeared as a regimental badge and was later adopted by the Freikorps, paramilitaries opposing communism in post-war Germany. Under the Weimar Republic, the 5th Cavalry Regiment retained the Totenkopf, continuing its imperial cavalry heritage. In the early Nazi period, it was used by Hitler's personal bodyguard unit, the Stabswache, which evolved into the Schutzstaffel. The SS adopted the emblem for their caps, especially for their Totenkopfverbände unit, which was responsible for the Nazi concentration camps. Nazi Germany's...
Shoot those guys.
It's so hard to take them seriously when you hear their language.
German.
Yeah.
It is very entertaining, I will agree. Anybody wearing one of these or an SS thing or anything related to the SS, kill those guys.
Regular army also use it as a badge on uniforms. The Wolf's Hook, or Wolfsangel, is a heraldic symbol originating in...
I need to go shave because my fucking facial hair is itchy.
Medieval Germany and Eastern France, inspired by wolf traps used in the Middle Ages. The symbol features a Z-shaped hook, often stylized with a central horizontal bar that can be reversed or rotated. In its early use, the wolf's hook was thought to have magical powers and was believed to ward off wolves, appearing on medieval banners and town seals in forested regions of Germany. In the 15th century, it even became a symbol of German liberty and independence, associated with peasant revolts and the 30 Years' War. During the Nazi era, the Wolfsangel was adopted by Nazi groups, particularly used by the Waffen-SS and their divisions. Today, the symbol is especially linked to neo-Nazi groups like the Aryan Nations, who have used a variation of the wolf's hook, replacing the crossbar with a sword. Rune symbols. The SS runes were esoteric symbols used by the Schutzstaffel from the 1920s to 1945, shown on flags, uniforms, and...
I wonder if the Azov symbol is one of these. as opposed to fused SS symbol. Yeah, it totally fucking is. Because I originally thought that it was two SS things shoved together, but that's totally one of those. Interesting. But you see how I assumed it was just a variation of an SS symbol. Interesting. It's probably something very obvious, but I'm not familiar with Nazi symbolism.
Sword. Rune symbols. The SS runes were esoteric symbols used by the Schutzstaffel from the 1920s to 1945, shown on flags, uniforms and other items. They represented aspects of Nazi ideology and Germanic mysticism, as well as virtues idealized in SS members. Some of the key runes were the Odal rune, representing heritage and land.
I love that they steal Norse shit and repurpose it for themselves. Do they claim that they're Nordic as well? They're like, oh, I'm Viking heritage. We're white as fuck.
Symbolized the SS's goal of maintaining racial purity, notably used by the 7th SS Volunteer Mountain Division. Today, it's linked to white supremacy and used by groups like the American National Socialist Movement or the Italian National Vanguard. Next we got the Eif rune, a version of the Eivas rune. It was used by Hitler's personal adjutants like Rudolf Hess. The Hagal rune symbolized unshakable...
Oh, I fucking bet. I bet they do. Like, imagine actually having heritage from the place that these runes come from, and then on top of that being a Nazi. Like, you would be such a fucked in the head person. Like, you're just absolutely fucked in the head. Like, just lemmings yourself off a cliff. Like, I know that's not how they work. We discovered this on stream, but fuck it. John's gonna come back and yell at me.
Faith in Nazi philosophy featured on the SS Honor Ring, a personal award from Heinrich Himmler, the leader of the SS, given to senior officers. The life rune, this symbol was used by the Lebensborn program, which supported SS families and other Aryan groups.
Now that is something that we should look into, is the Lebensborn program. Good God. That fucking eugenics shit, wow.
It represented racially valuable families. The death rune was the inverted version of the life rune, used by the SS to symbolize death on documents and grave markers, replacing the traditional cross symbol. And finally, the Tyr rune was associated with the god Tyr and war, symbolizing military leadership and battle in SS ideology. The Iron Cross originated as a military decoration in the Kingdom of Prussia and...
Okay, the Iron Cross is just German military. This shouldn't be in this list. I will contest the Iron Cross. The Iron Cross is German military. Has been for centuries, I reckon. Decades even. No, decades? Century. A century at least. Over a century, I'm going to say. Hold on. What planes do the Germans have? German Eurofighters. There we go. Boom. Is that a Nazi plane? They're not Nazi planes. I don't think the Iron Cross should be on this list. I think it should be mentioned, but like it should be an honorable mention. The Iron Cross shouldn't be on this list.
Continued through the German Empire and Nazi Germany. Its design is derived from the insignia of the 13th century Teutonic
What did
Order.
you say,
During
Nazi?
World War II, the Nazis modified the Iron Cross by adding a swastika on the medal.
See? Modified. Shouldn't be on the list.
After the war, the medal was discontinued but later adopted by neo-Nazis and white supremacists as a hate symbol. In the US, the Iron Cross became popular among outlaw bikers and skateboarders in the post-World War II era as a symbol of rebellion, but also in logos for various companies. As a result, the Iron Cross is now also used in non-Nazi contexts, especially in the US, but its meaning can vary. The Celtic Cross, originally a form
Okay, that's fine. It's dependent on context. That's fine.
of Christian cross with a ring emerged in Ireland, France, and regions evangelized by Irish missionaries in the 9th to 12th centuries. However, the symbol was once again hijacked. In the 1930s and 40s, the symbol was adopted by
The
Norwegian
Zodiac Killer.
Nazis, and in more recent years, it
The
has
white
become
pride symbol.
I was joking, saying it was gonna be hijacked by the Zodiac Killer.
a staple for neo-Nazis, the KKK, and other white supremacist groups. But they use a squared version of the Celtic cross rather than the traditional elongated Christian design. This version is now widely recognized as a generic hate symbol disconnected from its original context.
Interesting.
Broken Sun Cross. This is a variation of the sun wheel, whose origins trace back to prehistoric times and cultures from Scandinavia to India. Typically an equilateral cross within a circle, it was a Bronze Age symbol representing the sun, life, or spirituality in many traditions. However, its version with broken arms resembling a curved swastika.
It's really funny how certain countries, their Nazis will adopt specific symbolisms. Not all of them, but really cling to like one or two of them. It's very interesting.
Took on ominous connotations.
Like their broken brains are very interesting. I want to know how they work because they're literally broken.
Within Nazi symbolism. The Thule Society, a proto-Nazi occultist group active in the early 1900s, adopted this broken sun cross as their emblem. They linked it to a supposed pre-Christian Aryan origin, claiming that the German people descended from ancient advanced civilizations like the Hindu, Persian, and Greco-Roman cultures. This was part of their broader pseudo-scientific.
That's very funny because how would they implement their fascist state without police? Like, Nazis are inherently pro-cop. That's why cops are neo-Nazis a lot of the time. And historically. Also, it's probably tied to the American slave history and shit. Why cops are Nazis and shit. I'm sure that there's something to do with it there. But that's just very funny.
Big narrative of Aryan superiority with the sun cross representing this mythical lineage. The symbol was also embraced by the German faith movement, a Nazi-era religious group that sought to replace Christianity with a belief system rooted in Germanic paganism and Nazi ideology. The 5th SS Panzer Division, which operated on the Eastern Front, also used the broken sun cross as part of their insignia. The Black Sun, aka the Sun Wheel or Sonnenrad in German, is another ancient symbol co-opted by the Nazis. Originally found in the symbology of cultures like the Old Norse and Celts, the Sun Wheel has countless variations. In
Remember
Nazi
when
Germany,
Kanye
this symbol
said we
gained
gotta
prominence
stop
through
dissing
its
the Nazis?
Yeah, that was pretty cool. What a cool guy.
And Alex Jones showed how far he'll let it slide. That's why Elon knows he's safe doing fast salutes.
Exactly.
Association
it's already
with
been demonstrated that people don't care. Look at how many people are excusing him.
SS, particularly under Heinrich Himmler, who had it prominently displayed at Wewelsburg Castle, his envisioned spiritual hub for the
had
SS.
a funny
the version popular among modern white supremacists.
I put it on the list.
Consists of 2 concentric circles with 12 crooked rays emanating outward, often in combination with other symbols like the swastika in its center. While the Black Sun has clear ties to Nazi ideology and is embraced by neo-Nazi groups today, similar symbols are used in various cultural contexts worldwide. Therefore, it's not always connected to Nazism. The triskelion is an ancient Celtic symbol with 3 curved...
You hear that, idiots?
Gotta stop dissing the Nazis all the time.
Jointed segments spiraling out from a center. This one has various forms, including one that looks like a 3-pointed swastika or with curved lines and curlicues.
Hey, it's the Isle of Man flag.
The triskele has ancient roots. The Nazis adopted it, and post-World War II, the South African white supremacist group Afrikaner Weerstandsbeweging used it in their logo. They replaced the swastika with a triskele resembling 3 interlocking 7s, which is now strongly tied to white supremacy. This 3/7 triskelion is often seen in racist skinhead logos like Blood and Honor and is a common tattoo in the scene. Number symbols. Neo-Nazis use numbers as codes, for example in graffitis or tattoos. 18 represents Adolf Hitler with A and H as the first and eighth letters of the alphabet. 88 stands for Heil Hitler, meaning Hail Hitler, referencing the Nazi salute with the eighth letter. 14 refers to David Lane's 14 words. He was an American neo-Nazi and founder of the defunct terrorist organization The Order. He's,
well, lame. Cringe. What a cringe set of words.
The
slogans
Order
are
is
popular
like
among
a
neo-Nazis and
great
the
name
alt-right.
for a
And then
terrorist
we got
group, though, I gotta say.
Yes, yes.
111. This is a numeric code used by the Aryan Knights, a prison gang from Idaho, but there's also numerous other ones. The Atomwaffen Division logo. This features a Waffen-SS style shield with a trefoil, the radiation warning symbol. Sometimes it's surrounded by a garland, a common element in white supremacist logos. Atomwaffen, meaning atomic weapons in German, is a neo-Nazi group that began in the US in 2016 and became globally infamous for extreme violence, including murders and terrorism.
Yep.
The Aryan Fist, or White Power Fist, is an upright...
We have a video about that. It's an early one, too. Neo-Nazi terror network.
Clenched fist symbolizing defiance and power. Originally a black power symbol in the 1960s, it was appropriated by white supremacists in the 1980s, replacing the dark-skinned fist with a white one, often used to signify white pride.
Cringe.
Fascists. This bundle of sticks with an axe symbolizes power and authority. Originating from the Etruscans and adopted by ancient Rome, it represented a ruler's might. Over time, it became a symbol of government authority, appearing in heraldry, on US symbols like the Mercury dime, and in Congress. In the 20th century, Benito Mussolini adopted the symbol for his fascist movement in Italy. In the 2000s, white supremacist groups like Vanguard America, Patriot Front, and the National Socialist Movement began using the fasces because it lacks the stigma of the swastika. The crossed hammers, used by the violent skinhead group Hammerskins, features two hammers over a cogwheel, often in the colors of the Nazi flag. They use this logo globally, with variations reflecting local colors or symbols. The Imperial German flag. This older flag from Imperial Germany is often used by German neo-Nazis as a substitute for the banned swastika. While the original flag had no racist or anti-Semitic meaning, it has been co-opted by neo-Nazis in Germany, Europe, and the US to signal their ideology. The SA symbol, short for Sturmabteilung.
I've never seen that one.
Represents Hitler's brown-shirted stormtroopers, who were paramilitary forces used to intimidate opponents before and after Hitler's rise to power. After 1934, when many SA leaders were killed, it was
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Very
something like
interesting.
Dave, something
shadowed
like
by
that.
the SS. Post-World War II, some neo-Nazis, particularly in Europe, adopted the SA symbol as other Nazi imagery was banned. The hammer and sword symbol was used by Strasserists, followers of a more radical, worker-focused form of Nazism known as Strasserism. This ideology, led by Otto and Gregor Strasser, emphasized revolutionary nationalism and economic anti-Semitism,
Hell yeah,
opposing
Nazbol.
both communism and Hitler's version of Nazism. Strasserism found support within the Sturmabteilung, but was purged by Hitler during the Night of the Long Knives in 1934, with key leaders including
Get
Gregor
wrecked.
Strasser killed. The black front flag symbolizing Strasser's party is still used by neo-Nazis as an alternative
Get
to the banned
owned,
Nazi
Nazi. Do better. Skill issue.
flag. The Arrow Cross, or Cross Star, originates from the Arrow Cross Party, a Hungarian fascist party active between 1935 and 45. This party was aligned with Nazi Germany, promoting anti-Semitic policies and participating in wartime atrocities. In the decades since, the symbol has been adopted by neo-Nazi and white supremacist groups worldwide. In the United States, it serves as the logo for the nationalist movement, a small Mississippi-based group. The Spear of Phineas goes back to a 1990 book by white supremacist and Christian identity follower Richard Hoskins titled Vigilantes of Christendom, the story of the Phineas priesthood. According to Hoskins, this so-called priesthood consists of avengers who commit violent acts to uphold racial purity and God's law, taking inspiration from Phineas, an Old Testament figure who killed a fellow Israelite for marrying a foreign woman to protect Israel's purity. Despite the drama...
Boy! Fuck.
Claims in the book, no organized Phineas priesthood exists, at least not officially. The idea gained brief traction in the mid-90s when individuals who carried out robberies...
It literally comes from Jewish.
That's pretty funny.
And bombings the US claimed to be Phineas priests. However, the concept is mostly symbolic and has become more of a meme among hardcore Christian identity adherents. The symbol is a P with a horizontal line running through it and serves as a marker for this niche ideology. Still, there are some photos of tattoos with this symbol. The crossed grenade emblem represents the Dirlewanger Brigade, a
like
notorious
the
Waffen-SS unit
current
led
guy
by
who's
Oskar
gonna be the
Dirlewanger.
Secretary of
Known for
Defense.
extreme brutality, the brigade was involved in horrific acts during World War II, including suppressing the 1944 Warsaw Uprising. Dirlewanger's unit gained a reputation for sadism and atrocities even within the Waffen-SS. Boots and laces. In the 70s, skinheads in Britain adopted steel-toed work boots as part of their style, which became associated with violence. Racist skinheads often wear red or white shoelaces to identify themselves with, leather lacing common to avoid crossed laces. Some even get a tattoo with this symbol on their head. Thanks for watching, guys, and check out the channel for more videos.
As Syria emerges from
Alrighty. Now that we are familiar with the Nazi symbolism, we will pause on the discussion here and we'll cover some Syria.
decades of dictatorship, Syrians in the Assad family's ancestral home of Latakia province are both overjoyed and anxious. Assad and his family are Alawite, an offshoot of Shia Islam, and the people of his former region fear the new Sunni-controlled government will target them, both for their religious affiliation as well as the region's historic support.
Man, wouldn't that suck to be targeted by the government that of the country you live in for just existing? Wouldn't that suck?
For the regime. Layla Milana Allen reports now from Gardaha, the Assad's hometown in Latakia, and now a crumbling vestige of the regime.
Is the way that Assad rules is through fear. So he has convinced these people that if the Sunni get them, they will all be killed. They then bow to Assad because they're afraid of the terrorists. Right? So that's the thing, is they need to be shown that there's actually nothing to be afraid of.
Yeah. Is the Syrian government going to do that, though?
Sure.
We'll
Why not?
see. You missed it. You missed it all. Late. You missed North Korean TV, and then we got onto the subject of Hitler.
Actually anything.
Really, we're just talking shit for an hour. But the Nazi symbolism video was very interesting. I did not know a lot of it.
Empty shoes and fallen pedestals as Syria reels and rebuilds from the rapid fall of the family who ruled this country with an iron fist for half a century. In Latakia, the homeland of the...
You know what would be better? If everybody went up to the feet of this statue that is now no longer there and pissed in his shoes. That just became a tradition. Everybody pisses in his shoes. That would be great.
Assad's Alawi sect, the enormous statue of former President Hafez al-Assad that sternly watched over this central junction for decades has been...
They watch a tape that's like one of those people who believe in pea cures. And at one point they show that they have special shoes that they fill with pee to wear at night and stuff or something.
Amazing.
And you were just reminding me of that video.
Why?
Huh? Because
Why?
peeing in shoes.
No. I mean, why do they pee in shoes?
I don't know. It's red letter media. It's just a tape that they have that they rolled and got.
Cut off at the ankles. Children shriek in delight at the heady, unfamiliar feeling of freedom on the streets, while their cautious elders wait nervously for what comes next. As Bashar al-Assad's tightly controlled empire unravels, we're visiting the very heart of it, Gardaha, the Assad's family village. Thrown open, the heavy iron gates of the family home. Like their properties across the country, there are signs it was hastily abandoned. But the house isn't empty.
This is the once palatial garden of the house where Bashar al-Assad was born, and now people have realized he's not coming back, but they're making use of what the house has to give in terms of firewood.
A bitter winter is already underway. In every room, locals have come to strip away whatever can be burned. The window frames, shutters, kitchen cupboards, ripped to pieces and piled into a waiting taxi. A young boy watches as his father and uncle hack branches off the leafy trees in the ruins of the garden. This place has the air of martial law about it. Neighbors watch on curiously from the street as the now useless web of security cameras sits idle. Down the road, the once illustrious tomb of Bashar's father is now a symbol of the rebel advance.
As they took Latakia, cheering rebel fighters set the tomb ablaze, graffitiing the names of their brigades across the walls, and by the entrance, a message, damning Hafiz al-Assad, ila mazab al-tarikh, to the trash pile of history.
The stronghold of a regime that once seemed undefeatable lies in ruins, but the legacy of their decades of misrule marks every aspect of daily life here. As we drive along the coastal highway, the hollow boom of airstrikes. The Israeli army is taking the opportunity to take out Syria's naval bases and coastal ports, while no one's really in charge. But while the world plays politics, residents here are more concerned with making it through the winter. Samar Ahmed watched for years as a select few close to the Assads reveled in wealth and status, while the rest of her sect starved.
We hit rock bottom, and no one cared about us or our needs. Whenever we asked for help, the regime blamed U.S. sanctions. But how did sanctions work? Did they choose favorites? Because we saw luxurious cars and people were living their lives to the fullest, while others were living the lowest of the low.
Samar believed in the revolution in the early days. She wanted a free Syria for all. After she criticized the regime for failing to provide bread and decent salaries, the authorities arrived at her door and quickly made her choice clear.
Everything we said was taken against us, more than any other sect. It was forbidden for us to say our opinion, or criticize, or even claim any of our rights. And if we do so, we might just disappear one day.
Bashar al-Assad. Wrapped in a winter coat as she shivers in her unheated apartment, Samar spits the Assad name through gritted teeth.
This is what we never dared to say out loud. They're a mafia. Why did he sacrifice the lives of all those innocent people for 14 years? He couldn't even protect himself and betrayed us all. How was he going to protect us?
For decades, Alawites here formed the backbone of the Assad's military and political control. This minority of around 2.5 million Syrians filled 2/3 of the army's senior ranks after Hafiz al-Assad seized power in 1971. As the civil war spiraled, his son Bashar increasingly dictated their support with threats rather than enticements. Back me, or the country's Sunni Muslims, all of whom the regime labeled terrorists, will slaughter you. As a result, many thought Alawites were protected and enriched by the regime.
Man, it's so fucking crazy that people will sit here and defend the Soviet Union when Central Asia exists. Like, Central Asia, like it's completely off topic here, but it's like I was just reading some stuff, and it's like the way that they deported people from Russia to Central Asia and then implemented Russian as a mandatory language that they speak, right? It wasn't complete sort of cultural genocide where they erase the language like they're doing in China. It's just a co-official language, but it was forced. That's still not a good thing. It's like you're literally forcing your way into a country and then forcing your language upon them. And then since then, the role of Russian has apparently reduced significantly. But Russia, knowing that they have these Russian ties in these areas, are apparently using language as soft power imperialism. Of course it is. Of course it is. It just makes sense that it would be. But these people sit here and defend Russia and Soviet imperialism the same way they defend Chinese fucking imperialism. And it's like, what do you actually oppose here? Are you supposed to convince me that you're an anti-imperialist when you're sitting here defending colonial ties, imperial ties that are still impacting countries to this day? It's fucking crazy. I'm surprised Georgia still has its language so prominently. I'm surprised Russian isn't bigger there.
Well, Stalin was Georgian.
Yeah, exactly. It's very interesting.
Maybe that's
yeah,
the
yeah.
reason, though.
What, the entire north of Kazakhstan is essentially a nuclear dead zone, right? Like, it's just dead. It's it's something like that, because they dropped the big one, that big bomb over Kazakhstan, I believe.
They dropped it on an island.
Maybe it was a different one. Maybe it was in the north that they dropped it. It exploded 4 kilometers above ground. Crazy.
It was a big old bomb.
Big bomb. It appears it was dropped in the north. Would have had a good view of it from Finland, though.
Big bada boom.
Okay, so it must have been other ones that they dropped over Kazakhstan, but they extensive nuclear testing over Kazakhstan. Really, I didn't know that. That's interesting. Unsurprising.
The residential backstreets here tell a different story, one of entrenched poverty, neglect, and control through fear. Samar hopes the new government will be good for everyone, but even within her own family, they disagree. Many young Alawite men here tried to flee forced conscription, but Samar's son Ahmed fought for years as a first lieutenant in the eastern Syrian desert of Deir ez-Zor against militants from ISIS, Al-Qaeda, and Jabhat al-Nusra, the precursor group to Hayat Tahrir al-Sham. Some of those same fighters will now be leading the new government.
No, you're right. You're right. I was wrong. It was other nuclear tests. It was just Kazakhstan was one of their more prolific testing sites, I think.
Yeah, they did bomb Kazakhstan for sure, though.
But no, that one, I think that one, they realized that they couldn't drop near civilians. Because most of them were dropped in or around civilians. Crazy.
It's a terrorist organization. Now they're called HTS, and they just change into civilian clothes. We're afraid of their ideology. Are they extremists? We've started to fear these people didn't come just to destroy the Assad regime, but also to destroy us.
27-year-old Ahmed has spent half his life hiding his views to protect his family as he watched other young men imprisoned, tortured, and killed around him. Now, he fears new oppressors under a different name.
We learned to be silent. We're not used to talking about politics. Even when we saw things that were wrong, we kept quiet. We don't want to be under another dictator's rule or another terrorist organization.
I ask him what he thinks about HTS's guarantees that army conscripts will have full amnesty as they build a state with rights for all Syrians. He's not convinced.
We're afraid of what might happen in the future. Now all the cameras are focused on Syria, but it will be forgotten in a few months. We need international supervision to make sure.
Ahmed's fears have proved justified.
He's right.
Attacks in Latakia and surrounding villages have left dozens dead and injured, and neighborhoods in pieces. The memory of years of atrocities runs deep here. With Bashar and his family safe in Moscow, those seen as aiding his reign are bearing the brunt. This area is an example of Syria's pluralism. This road links Alawite and Sunni neighborhoods living side by side. More crumbling walls and bitter cold in these damp shacks, the legacy of decades of living without. Madiha hasn't seen her 4 children in a decade. They stole across the border to Turkey early on in the civil war, for safety and to try to find work.
I suffered a lot after they left. My husband is sick and there's no one to help him or get medications. Our life was tragic. Even now there's so much poverty.
Hisham and Madiha have carried the legacy of the Assad's cruelty their entire lives. As a young lieutenant in the army in the 80s, Hisham was accused of being a member of the Muslim Brotherhood. They believe because he's Sunni. Arrested and brutally tortured in Hafez's dungeons. The harassment didn't stop under Bashar, but now their abusers wore different uniforms.
The Russian army was walking in the streets, terrifying everyone. People were hiding their children from them. No one dared to go out. They invaded our house several times at 3 a.m. They stole everything and turned the house upside down. They took my husband and put a gun to his chest.
Hisham and Madiha miss their kids terribly, but they're glad they left.
But
they
did he
couldn't
die?
bear for them to endure what they have in these difficult years.
My kids want to come back now, but they can't afford to. Whenever they can, they send us money. Working in Turkey is hard, and they barely have enough for themselves.
There's hope for the first time in decades, but in the face of so much hardship, the harsh reality is it could take years for daily life here to improve. As we leave, a crowd of children runs into our path. A fierce game of soccer underway with their latest prize, the toppled statue's gold-plated head, now rolling in the dirt.
That's
a lonely
amazing.
end for the family that reduced their country to dust and despair. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Layla Milana Allen in Latakia, Syria.
That's fucking great.
Some have characterized them as revenge attacks targeting minorities, but Syria's new rulers say they are security operations to disarm fighters loyal to ousted President Bashar al-Assad. In the city of Homs Friday, regime militias said they were searching for former intelligence and security workers accused of keeping weapons. We targeted officers who refused the reconciliation and confiscated a large amount of weapons in these alleys from those who refused to hand them over. Today, we will continue the campaign until safety and security prevails in the whole city of Homs. Syria's de facto government recently said gunmen loyal to Assad had killed 14 security forces in the western Tartus province, mostly populated by the Alawite community from which Assad hails. Videos purporting to show beatings or shooting of former regime soldiers have also surfaced in recent weeks.
Oh, calm down, buddy.
The French and German foreign ministers traveled to Damascus on the first official visit to Syria by top diplomats from European countries after the fall of the former president Bashar al-Assad. French Minister Jean-Noël Barrot visited the French embassy, which opened its doors a few weeks ago after 13 years of closure.
Yes, of course, I literally called her out for it.
A little less than a month ago, new hope was born thanks to the mobilization of the Syrians. The hope of a sovereign, stable and peaceful Syria. The hope that the aspirations of Syrians can be fulfilled. It is a real hope, but it is a fragile hope. Today, more than ever, France stands alongside Syrian and Syrians to make this hope a reality. Barrett also met with Christian religious leaders. His German counterpart said there can be a political new beginning between Europe and Syria only if all people, regardless of ethnic or religious group, have a place in the political process. Both ministers were scheduled to meet the leaders of HTS, the group that toppled Assad, Ahmad Ashara, and representatives of Syrian civil society on Friday.
Thousands of Islamic State fighters are held inside this heavily fortified prison guarded by Kurdish forces in northeastern Syria. The Syrian Democratic Forces, a US-backed group that holds a quarter of the country, says such jails have been attacked twice by Islamic State in attempts to free the incarcerated militants since the fall of Bashar al-Assad. The jails have come into focus since Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, or HTS, a former al-Qaeda affiliate, seized power from Assad and established a new government aiming to restore central authority. But the Kurdish forces guarding the prison say they're wary about handing control over to Syria's new rulers.
Our forces alone are responsible for protecting these prisons. Sharing them with the new government will not be acceptable. Protecting these prisons is the responsibility of the coalition and SDF only.
Reuters was granted rare access to the prison in the northeastern city of Hasaka at the weekend. The SDF says it is guarding some 10,000 Islamic State fighters
that's
in
why
total.
We wanted her on the show, 'cause
Here,
she's a
many foreigners
it would
are
have
among
been
the
so funny to have her on.
The CIA chick.
Yeah.
Mm.
She fucking said PBS needed to be defunded because they said Elon did a fascist salute.
Amazing.
Mates, their faces have been
this is what I was
obscured.
saying is like when if they really want us to get on board with this Al-Qaeda 2.0 homeland attack, they gotta not destroy their own credibility. Like, I don't know what it is with these ex-CIA people, but they're all like this.
Don't know. Maybe the brains are cooked.
Well, yeah, they were in the CIA.
Well, there's your answer.
We're 6 years in prison now, and we don't know anything about our situation, about our wives and about our children, and about our mothers. We don't have any information about on site.
Foreign powers are at odds over who should run the jails. The outgoing US administration had indicated its support for the SDF to continue in its role. The SDF has served as the spearhead of US-led efforts to counter Islamic State in Syria for a decade. The Kurdish forces drove the jihadists from their headquarters in Raqqa in 2017 before capturing their last foothold, Baghouz, in 2019. But Turkey, which has friendly relations with Syria's new rulers, sees the country's dominant Kurdish factions as a national security threat. Ankara wants the prisons handed over. The Interior Ministry in Damascus did not immediately respond to a request for comment. However, HTS, formerly the Nusra Front, has a history of conflict with Islamic State and rejects the transnational jihad promoted by its supporters. The leader of HTS has pledged to build a Syria inclusive of different religious and ethnic minorities. But the SDF and the new administration are at odds over how the Kurdish-led force might be integrated into Syria's new security apparatus. The SDF also says jihadists are seeking to exploit lax security across Syria. The Kurdish officer at the prison noted images of fighters with the flag used by Islamic State on their uniforms among those who seized Damascus. And he said he doesn't believe the Kurdish-led authorities would hand the jails to the new administration.
So the SDF is a little worried that they're going to just turn them loose.
But he cited seeing the flag, right?
Mm.
It was like propaganda that was going around in the Kurdish networks that ISIS was a part of the forces.
Mm-hmm.
So he's like literally clued us into him being online and having brain rot.
To Syria now, where Turkey has built up its military presence along the border, leading to fears that it may attack Kurdish forces in Syria. Let's take a look at Turkey's aims and what the Kurds stand to lose.
Turkey's flag goes up at its embassy in Syria's capital, Damascus, for the first time in years. That flag has also been carried by HTS, the rebel group that took over Syria earlier this month. Turkey's now looking to turn its years of support for HTS into leverage against a Kurdish militia that has long been number one on Turkey's enemies list, the Syrian Democratic Forces, or SDF. Turkey wants to expand a so-called safe zone 30 kilometers wide on the Syrian side of the border. It says it needs to keep the SDF as far away as possible. The SDF is an outgrowth of the Turkey-based Kurdish Workers' Party, which Turkey, as well as many other countries, considers a terrorist group. Over decades, tens of thousands of people have been killed in its fight for Kurdish independence. The SDF controls most of northeastern Syria. It's backed by 900 U.S. troops meant to help contain the so-called Islamic State. But pockets are also controlled by another militia, the Turkish-backed Syrian National Army. It has clashed in recent days with the Kurds and forced them out of key towns. That all makes for an explosive mix.
Is that a current map?
It's hard to tell because Aleppo is covering the gains. But yeah, it says live map.
Interesting. So they are at the Euphrates now.
Yeah, they've took the pocket on a few areas here.
Great.
But
That's great.
The
so why not just retreat back over the Euphrates and be like, this is the line?
I mean, we get into that on Sundays.
Okay.
Recent days with the Kurds and forced them out of key towns. That all makes for an explosive mix, made even more volatile by the recent U.S. election. President-elect Donald Trump already tried to pull U.S. troops from northern Syria and is expected to do so after taking office in January. That would leave the Kurds at the mercy of Turkish forces, and that could easily mean the end of Kurdish autonomy in Syria, in a game where Turkey now seems to hold all the cards.
Let's get more on this now from our correspondent Dorian Jones in Istanbul. Dorian, what is Turkey's role in Syria right now?
Well, Turkey believes it can play a very important role in Syria, and that's because it has developed very close links with Tahrir Hayat al-Sham. It believes it's developed those close relationships over many years because the HTS was primarily based on Turkey's border in the Idlib province and largely depended on Turkey's cooperation to deliver food and aid, as well as Turkish forces in Idlib that were in many ways protecting the group from being overrun by Assad forces. And the Turkish Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan, who was then the head of Turkey's intelligence, confirmed that they had developed very close ties with this group, even though they were designated as a terrorist organization internationally. And to underline those close links, within days of the Assad regime being ousted, you saw the present intelligence chief in Turkey, Ibrahim Kalın, visiting the leadership in Damascus, and then we saw the very high-profile visit of Hakan Fidan, Turkey's foreign minister, meeting with the leaders only a week or so ago. And this underlines what Turkey believes is its very important role it can help in helping to transform.
Okay.
Why are they so much louder than everyone else?
I don't know. The balance is probably correct.
Hurts my brain.
And make the transition from the
My
Assad.
headphones have to be maximum volume to hear you.
I can hear myself, but not over the video.
I don't know why, but
it's so loud.
My headphones need to be max volume to hear you, and it's already 15%.
Regime into a new Syria. And underlining that importance, you're seeing that many of Turkey's Western allies' foreign ministers have been visiting Turkey to talk about Syria. You had the US Secretary of State here, the German foreign minister, the head of the EU, Ursula von der Leyen, all have been coming here, and that underlines what they see as Turkey's potential role as being crucial in this transition in Syria.
Now, there's a large Kurdish minority in Syria. Turkey is quite hostile to the idea of Kurdish self-determination in northern Syria. Why is that, Dorian?
Yeah, why is that?
Well, Turkey says that their biggest concerns is that Syria has to remain as one country. And there is a concern because of the various ethnic and religious diversity of the country. It could ultimately break up and could lead to chaos on Turkey's border. So they say that all the country should remain united. But what's particularly concerning...
Why don't you just give Kurdistan to the
good
Kurds?
news. The autonomous administration recognizes itself as Syria. It recognizes itself as part of the country.
Yep, it's just autonomous. That's all they want. Just leave them the fuck alone. Right? It's called the Autonomous Areas of Northeastern Syria.
Mm-hmm.
Autonomous Administration of Northeastern Syria. Northern and Eastern Syria, which I believe it is now the Democratic Autonomous Administration of Northern Eastern Syria.
Yeah, they changed it a lot.
I believe they updated it.
Could always be changing.
Yeah, but they also changed it from to SDF because most of the forces are not Kurdish. So it's like, okay, well, they're a Kurdish group. Sure, were a Kurdish group. Now they are the SDF. And it is, I mean, Rojava is still Rojava, but the overall area is not. So they are Syrian. The area is Syria. They don't. When was the last time, like, breakaway secession sort of talks happened in Rojava? Never? I'm not sure. You'll be able to tell me.
I don't know if...
Maybe never. I don't know.
For Turkey is the Kurdish autonomy that exists on its border, because Turkey has a very large Kurdish population itself, and the fear is that if they have this autonomy going forward, this could lead to similar demands within its own country.
I don't understand why Turkey is so afraid of autonomy, though. Like, who gives a shit? Like, let them be autonomous. I don't understand what the issue is.
It's funny because they're huge pussies.
Mm-hmm.
And you go, ha, ha, ha. You're all pussies.
The country is currently waging a war against the PKK in Turkey for many decades, and the PKK, Turkey claims, is closely linked to the Kurdish group that runs Syria just across its border.
Dorian, thank you very much. That was our correspondent, Dorian Jones, there in Istanbul.
Not Constantinople?
This video is brought to you by Nebula. If you just glanced at the headlines, you'd probably assume that the rebels had captured all of Syria. Assad has been ousted, all the big cities have fallen into rebel hands, and the rebels' de facto leader, Abu Mohammed al-Jilani, is doing triumphant photo ops in Damascus. However, while it's true that the rebels now control most of Syria's population, the rebels only control a bit over half of its territory, with most of the territory to the east of the Euphrates River still controlled by the Kurds. So in this video, we're going to take a look at the current division of power in Syria, the de facto Kurdish state in the northeast, and whether Syria could actually split into two countries. Before we start, if you haven't already, please consider subscribing and ringing the bell to stay in the loop and be notified when we release new videos. So, to understand this video, you need...
Damn, we should stream to Pornhub. Hold on.
Oh, yeah.
Epic.
But that's not... She's not getting as... You got to read what she's saying carefully.
No,
She's
I
not
know,
saying she's getting that much money on Pornhub. It's the equivalency.
Yes. Yeah, it's saying that YouTube's fucking you over. Because most of the time they run ads on demonetized channels anyway. Like, I reckon they probably run ads on our shit, but we just get none of it.
You need to know a bit about Syria's geography. While Syria is a pretty large country in terms of territory, roughly the same size as Great Britain, it's quite sparsely populated, with a population of just over 20 million people. As you can see by looking at a map of Syria's population density, most Syrians live along the western coast. This is where the rebel offensive took place. It started in the northwestern city of Aleppo and went down towards the southwestern city of Damascus,
What
Syria's
is
capital.
Aleppo?
Most of the remaining population live either along the Euphrates, which is where cities like Raqqa and Deir ez-Zor are situated, or in the northeast along the Khabur River, which is basically a tributary to the Euphrates. The main cities here are Al-Hasaka and
By the way, I've
Qamishli,
had
which
so
sits
many
on the
people
Syrian...
calling me. So I'm like, apparently the foremost expert here, I guess. But like, it's like I can't tell you the answers because I don't know what's gonna happen. Like Trump has been in office for a day, guys. I don't know what you like. I can go through all the scenarios and what I think is possible, but
at the end of the day, it's a guessing game.
It just depends. So like Jelani, as much as he likes the Kurds, there's a question on if he has influence over the SNA militias at all. Like, who's to say he can stop them from fighting the Kurds? And then it may come on him to pick a side, and it might look better for his rule if he picks the side of Turkey. You know, who knows what happens? It depends on how Trump lets Erdogan loose.
Yeah.
Hopefully Rubio will
have a brain on
handle it.
Between his heads.
Well, Rubio is like the only normal person in Trump's cabinet.
Isn't he like viciously pro-Israel though?
Yes, but he's a Republican. So is John McCain.
Yeah, okay.
The Turkey border. While Syria's Sunni majority are relatively even
shit done.
These spread throughout the country, Syria's minorities tend to be clustered in certain areas. The Alawites, for instance, which are the ethno-religious group that the Assads came from, are mostly concentrated in the coastal areas to the west of the Ansariya Mountains, around the port cities of Tartus and Latakia. The Druze are mostly concentrated in the south.
Back Tartus from Russia?
Yeah, we were talking about it because all the Russian military assets are still in the dock.
Oh.
So that's what I've been telling the advisors and stuff. Well, the people I'm advising, I mean.
Yeah.
I'm like, you should watch the satellite images of these
the Russian ships.
No, they're the assets, hard vehicle stuff.
Oh.
So they're all like stacked up, ready to be loaded on the boats at the port, but the current Syrian admin won't let the Russians in. So they've been literally just sailing in a circle outside of the port for weeks now.
That's pretty funny.
Waiting to just pick up their shit. So that's the thing though. It's like watch if any of those assets go missing.
Yeah. You reckon that's the play?
No. I reckon they will eventually get some sort of deal with Russia where Russia will get their shit, but it'll cost them. They'll have to do something.
Yep.
Around the Syria-Jordan border, and the Kurds, who account for about 10% of the population, are mostly concentrated in the north. The Kurds in Syria and elsewhere have always wanted more political autonomy. So, when the war broke out after the Arab Spring, they took their chance and quickly announced the creation of a new independent state in Syria's northeast, to the east of the Euphrates River. This state was technically named...
They're showing it with the Turkish fucking barrier that's already been ethnically cleansed. That's fucked up. You can't do a history lesson and show this map. You gotta show the map at the time.
The Autonomous Administration of North and East Syria, but is more commonly known as Rojava. Rojava isn't a Kurdish state per se, and it's not even clear if Kurds constitute an outright majority in the territory, but it has pretty Kurdish vibes, both because its military wing, the Syrian Democratic Forces, or SDF, is mostly led by Kurdish forces, and because the main political group in the region, the Democratic Union Party, is a Kurdish outfit. While Rojava has operated as a de facto independent state since about 2012, it hasn't been recognised by any other government or institution apart from the Catalan parliament in 2021. Nice. Importantly, though, the main political groups in Rojava insist they don't want to be independent. Rather, they want Rojava to be an autonomous region within federal Syria, perhaps like the Kurdistan region in Iraq. Anyway, Rojava's borders gradually expanded over the course of the war, in large part because the US allied with the SDF to push ISIS out of central Syria in 2017, and the SDF claimed this new territory for Rojava. The SDF did lose some territory in 2019, when Turkey decided it needed to create a buffer zone between Rojava and Turkey in northern Syria. But for the past few years, the SDF have basically controlled all Syrian territory to the east of the Euphrates, plus a couple of cities to the west of it, including most notably Manbij and Deir ez-Zor. Anyway, before Assad's fall, no one was really talking about granting Rojava independence, both because Syria was divided into at least 4 mini-states, so redrawing its borders would have been chaotic, and because there was a sense that Assad could slowly but surely retake the country. However, with Assad gone and the rebels, led by HTS, apparently in control of the rest of Syria...
There was a... Who sensed? It wasn't common sense. Nobody thought Assad was going to retake the country.
Very much an open question. As we see it, there were basically 3 possible outcomes here. The first is that the new rebel government tries to take over Rojava, unifying Syria by force. This is what Turkish President Recep Erdogan, the rebels' main international backer, will be pushing for. And since Assad's fall, Turkish proxies, namely the Syrian National Army, have already staged an unsuccessful offensive on SDF positions in Manbij, which has ended with a US-mediated ceasefire. For context, Erdogan
said
really
it right,
doesn't like
only
the idea
to
of
set
an
it
independent
wrong,
Kurdish
say
state
it wrong
on its
later.
borders, both because it might stoke Kurdish separatist sentiment inside Turkey, which has been a long-standing point of tension in Turkish politics, and because it could act as a base for Kurdish terror groups operating inside Turkey. While Erdogan wanted Assad gone, squashing the Kurds was probably the main reason Erdogan supported the rebels in the first place. And he's already been lobbying the EU against considering Rojava's independence.
You can't trust those
even
little
if this
butt
is what
fuckers.
Erdogan wants, an actual offensive on Rojava feels unlikely. Both because it would undermine all of HTS's recent talks about protecting minority rights and probably restart Syria's civil war. The second, and perhaps the ideal outcome, would be that the new HTS-led government agree to a federal structure for Syria that grants Rojava sufficient autonomy so that it can be peacefully folded back into the rest of Syria. This feels possible at the moment, given how much HTS are talking about protecting the rights of ordinary Kurds, and the fact that, as the most recent SNA offensive demonstrated, it's not even clear that the rebels would be able to take Rojava. The third outcome, however, is that the new rebel government and Rojava can't agree on an acceptable federal structure, but the rebels accept that they can't take Rojava by force, and Rojava goes for independence. This wouldn't be totally surprising. While HTS are currently talking a good game about protecting...
Oh, no.
What? What are you knowing? What happened?
School shooting.
Uh-huh, I know that.
2 dead.
That was earlier.
2 shot by another. Turned the gun on themselves. Female student and the shooter are dead.
Uh-huh.
Teen girl died, identified as Jocelyn Correa.
Mm-hmm.
Shooter Solomon Henderson, which sounds like a dude.
Yep.
Quote from apparently there's a manifesto. And it's going to need some editing before I can post it, is what Frontier Conflict says. A quote from the manifesto: "The West has fallen, billions must die, accelerate." Nazi?
4chan, brain rot.
Accelerationist? Oh, we got N-bombs. This book is dedicated to accelerationism and violence by an N-word for victory. Maybe he was black. Interesting. Black shooter.
Solomon does sound like a black name.
Black shooter. Damn. All right.
Okay, you're getting a little too excited about this.
I'm not excited. It's just it's different. So I'm interested to see how the narrative is going to form. That's what I'm
immigrant,
interested.
I heard. He's an illegal.
Oh.
No, I'm kidding.
I was going to say that would be very interesting.
Yeah,
Death
Sarah
to
told
Israel.
me. Sarah said he's an illegal.
The book dedicated to world dominance by black people. Not saying black people. He's not saying black people. Genocide them and loot everything.
Yakub.
Okay, he's a Nazi.
This man is Yakub'd out.
This book is dedicated to the unlimited wealth for death to Israel. Lots of death to Israel. This book is dedicated to killing everyone I hate. Death to all unworthy men, traitors, and infiltrators. This book is dedicated to rounding up the enemies in the dead of the night. Death to Palestine. This book is dedicated to black people who use violence. Interesting. Well, developing. I guess we'll see how this turns out. Damn. And I was saying the other day, it's been a while since I've seen a school shooting. Like, heard of a school shooting. It's been a minute.
Yeah.
Minorities, they're still committed to Islamic law.
I think the last one was the fake trans shooter in Atlanta.
Fake trans shooter?
Yeah, because they tried to say that he was trans, but it was just a kid with long hair. And I had to again recently tell people that there's only been one trans mass shooter, and it was the Tennessee one. People are like, oh, there's been like 3 or 4. No, one. There's been one.
Which isn't obviously compatible with Rojava's democratic, secular constitution. Whether or not Rojava can become an actual state will depend largely on the international community, and whether
They
other
don't want
countries
to.
recognise its statehood. As a final thing, a lot here depends on Trump. There's an assumption
They
that Trump will
know
pull out
that
the 900
pushing
or
for
so
that
remaining
will
US
lead
troops
to
in
more
Syria,
aggression
who have
from
acted as a...
Turkey. They don't want to be a state. They want to be Syria. This video is bad.
sort of security guarantee.
We'll move on.
They tried their best.
I feel like I've been
Oh, this video is
watching
so fucking
two different
good, bro.
presidential transitions take place. There's been the official one with all of its pomp and its pageantry, the one we call the
very
peaceful
loud.
transition.
Still.
So turn
But
your
you know
headphones
how-
down.
Well, then I can't hear you.
Yeah, you see the problem?
Yeah, the video is loud.
Of power.
The state of the video is much louder than you and me. That is a problem. Correct.
The vote for the President of the United States.
You know how I always say, like, when we talk about news selling a product, this is so fucking produced, but it's genuinely good. But it's, like, so obviously produced. He's going full North Korea on it with his emotes.
Watched Vice President Kamala Harris preside over the certification of the election she lost. I watched President Joe Biden welcome his successor, President Donald Trump, back to the White House.
The Honorable William J. Clinton.
I watched every living former president assemble under the Capitol Rotunda to honor Trump's second inauguration. What a difference this inauguration was to 4 years ago, when a mob had just stormed the Capitol, when Trump sought to upend the election results and upon failing, did not attend Joe Biden's inauguration.
Today,
what
we
a
celebrate
bitch.
the triumph not of a candidate, but of a cause of democracy. And at this hour, my friends,
It's so funny
democracy has prevailed.
that such a weak man is the strong man.
Isn't it? And it's all a farce. It's all face, which is why he likes China, because they're the same.
This transition, the official transition of presidential power, has been orderly. But there's been this other transition happening too. A transition not of power, but of political system. A transition in the rules and expectations of power.
There's breaking news from the White House tonight. President Biden has pardoned his son, Hunter Biden.
Something for months the president insisted he would not do.
The blowback is certainly coming from all directions
like
for President Biden. And it isn't just Republicans that are crying hypocrisy.
And Dr. Fauci as well.
Seriously? Awesome.
Yeah, because they fucking didn't want these fucking freaks to harass them.
Uh-huh.
And
Oh, you
as a
poor things,
fucking-
you're gonna get... Like, oh, you poor things, you're gonna get harassed, Oh, no.
No, I mean, like,
So...
Trump legitimately thinks that he didn't do anything wrong, and the system was politicized against him, and he wants to use it against them. Even
Oh,
though...
no, I'm fully aware of that. My criticism is, so you get protected, but all the American people that get fucked over by you can just go fuck themselves. Also, you could have pardoned anybody, and you pardon your family and friends. Fuck you. Like, you could have done so much in those last hours of the presidency.
The other Americans aren't going to be targeted by MAGA whack jobs.
Uh-huh. Are they still not? Or did they just get special privileges because they're friends with people who can do this sort of thing?
Well, I think if you're Dr. Fauci... I think it's fine.
Yes,
to
Fauci
not
makes sense.
Be
His
chased
family
around, and as like the pardoning Hunter, there was really no point because he wasn't going to do time.
Like,
I don't know why he did it.
It's
but
just
it's
a
funny.
bad precedent. It's a really bad precedent. To
Yeah, I think he is at the point of fuck it. Nobody's gonna remember because a month later it's gonna be a disaster. You know what I'm saying?
Partly his fault. Entirely his fault, almost.
Not necessarily. Any incumbent would have lost. I'm not convinced that anyone would have won.
Yeah, but he still could have stepped down much fucking earlier than he did, allowing people to get time to understand the new person, or just do the thing that people wanted and do the fucking primary. Let them actually pick.
Yeah, I don't know. It was fucking shady.
Yeah, it's just typical backdoor politics shit. It's, the establishment shit.
Yeah, he Ruth Bader
Hunter
Ginsburged it up.
had become a particular fixation of the Trumpist right.
Hunter Biden.
Now there's going to be like 40, 50 years of repercussions. And this man's going to be rotting in the ground in about 2. So, thanks, Biden.
You're welcome.
Is guilty of human sex trafficking, and we have the receipts.
And the idea that they would unleash their revenge on him
What about Matt
individually
Gaetz?
seemed all too real. Joe Biden has already
Matt
lost
who?
Just rapists helping rapists, huh?
children. Others may disagree. I had trouble begrudging him his refusal to lose a third.
President Biden leaves the White House with a flurry of 11th-hour pardons.
But then came so many more pardons, culminating in pardons of Anthony Fauci and much of Biden's family.
It's going to set a terrible precedent.
And it wasn't just pardons. There was the refusal to enforce a ban on TikTok that Biden himself had signed into law. And alongside that came the bizarre decision to announce that the Equal Rights Amendment was now ratified, as Virginia had accepted it in 2020, becoming the 38th state to do so.
Today, I affirm the Equal Rights Amendment to have cleared all the necessary hurdles to be added to the U.S. Constitution now.
What the fuck?
The Equal Rights Amendment is the law of the land now.
But that wasn't true. It wasn't ratified. Congress had set a deadline of 1982 for ratification. The opinion of Biden's own Justice Department is that Virginia's late act is meaningless. The ERA is not ratified, and the Biden administration knows it's not ratified. All this was just an effort to make the president seem more powerful, more consequential than he really was. And why did it wait until the final days of his presidency? Changing the Constitution under a controversial theory is not what you do on your way out the door. The Biden of 2020 would have done none of this. In key cases like the family pardons, he said he would not do this. And then he did it. This feels in its own way like Biden's submission
A
to the
politician
regime.
lied?
The powers of the presidency are whatever the president can get
way.
away with. I'm not naive. I recognize the presidents have been testing the limits of their authority since the dawn of the republic.
No, you're not
Before
naive. You're a fucking liberal. Which is basically the fucking same thing.
President like Biden, whose core message was about the
Why are you
preservation of
using it
America's
like a
constitutional
slur?
democracy. And not just that, but the
Because it should be.
informal system of norms and
I had
values and
Ethan on
behaviors
earlier.
that scaffolds that system. For
And that's
that,
what he was saying about Hassan is, you'll notice Hassan, he uses liberal like a slur. And I was like, okay. And
president to leave in this way was a profound statement of its own. Maybe the message was cynicism. Maybe it was acceptance. Because it is clear that things are to be done differently now. The beginning of Donald Trump's second term certainly revealed a president who intends to govern based on what he can get away with. Trump announced immediately.
Man, wouldn't it be funny if so many people tried to shoot at him that he just became a hermit, didn't leave the White House, and just got crazier and crazier?
like Howard Hughes.
I don't know who that is.
We've been over this already.
He was declaring birthright.
There literally.
Sure.
Eventually, I want us to be able to get cuts of the same conversations we have over and over again. Because I know that I explained in depth Howard Hughes to you and what the reference is meaning. Probably because he said that exact thing already as he became the hermit. You know, you probably already had that idea. And my response to that would always be Howard Hughes.
One of the most richest and influential people in the world.
Yeah, he fucking went loony. Started drinking a lot of milk and not cutting his fingernails.
Interesting. Phobia about germs. Interesting. Well, we know that Trump doesn't like germs.
Invalid, unilaterally changing the clear language of the Constitution and daring the courts to stop him. He's giving TikTok a reprieve from the clean language of the law so he can figure out a way to save
Look,
it.
He's
pardoning
pens.
the January 6th rioters.
He loves doing that.
He's renaming the Gulf of Mexico to be the Gulf of America and Denali to be Mount McKinley. I was struck in Trump's inaugural address how almost everything mentioned was an executive action that Trump would take and the courts would decide to accept or reject. He talked little of laws he wanted to persuade Congress to pass. What interests Trump is what he can do alone. And watching Trump take the oath of office from the good seats were the CEOs of the major platforms that control America's attention. There was Elon Musk, the owner of X and Tesla, Mark Zuckerberg, the CEO of Meta, Sundar Pichai, the CEO of Alphabet, Jeff Bezos, the founder of Amazon, and a bit further back was Shu Chu, the CEO of TikTok. For all Trump's talk of manufacturing jobs and auto plants and infrastructure, the CEOs of GM and GE and Ford and Caterpillar were not in that room. This wasn't just an assemblage of America's rich. It was our attentional oligarchy assembled before Trump. All this came just days after the Trump family launched a crypto coin in their own name, a meme coin. You can't spend it. It's just a way to invest in Trump's fortunes, to invest in Trump, to make him richer. The meme coin shot to more than $70, and the Trump family and its partners seem to own about 80% of the coins, making their holdings worth notionally tens of billions of dollars. And then Melania Trump, she launched her own meme coin, which also shot up, although it seemed to harm the value of the Trump meme coin. This is all insane to even try to describe. But Melania's meme coin comes after she sold her biopic and another project. She's an executive producer on both, to Amazon for $40 million. The scale of the graft and the grift right now is astonishing, and it's all out in the open. It's not like politics was free of corruption in 2018 or 2022, but this is a new era of brazenness, of cashing in on power. And who's gonna stop Trump and his family? Who's gonna tell them no? We talk about America's system of government as if it is a solid thing, bound by the Constitution and institutions, the way a belt cinches around a waist. But it's really just a pile of norms in a trench coat. Knock the norms down and everything changes. I can imagine what we're seeing leading to backlash. I don't think it's safe, I don't think it's good politics, to rub America's face in this much oligarchy and corruption. I could also see it leading to a consolidation of power. As Trump and his allies unite to protect their power, unite to help each other, as has happened in so many other countries. But we are either way entering a new era. Power did not just pass from one president to another. It passed from one regime to another, one set of rules to another. And you can see it so clearly because the old regime ended even before the new one began.
Was that so produced?
In the early 2000s, certain revolutions occurred with questionable authenticity.
Oh, not yet.
A great video, though, am I right?
This video was brought to
It was. We're not doing Hakeem yet. Maybe we'll finish on Hakeem.
you by Brilliant. Today, Joe Biden warns of a tech billionaire oligarchy in his farewell address. A long-awaited Gaza ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas is announced, and Ukraine and Poland make progress towards resolving
it's like
a historic
Eisenhower
dispute.
warning
From
about
TLDR
the
News,
military
this is your
complex.
daily briefing for Thursday, the 16th of January, 2025. Outgoing US President Joe Biden has used his farewell speech to warn of the dangers of an ultra-wealthy tech industrial complex in the US, which he said could wield unchecked power over Americans. Sitting in the Oval Office, Biden said, "Today, an oligarchy is taking shape in America of extreme wealth, power, and influence that literally threatens our entire democracy, our basic rights and freedoms, and a fair shot for everyone to get ahead." In his speech, which some commentators have likened the US President Dwight Eisenhower's farewell address in 1961, which popularized the concept of a military-industrial complex, Biden also raised several other concerns. He cited a crumbling free press, rising disinformation, and the dismantling of steps taken to address the climate crisis. He said, "Powerful forces want to wield their unchecked influence to eliminate the steps we've taken to tackle the climate crisis to serve their own interests for power and profit," adding that Americans are being buried under an avalanche of misinformation and disinformation, enabling the abuse of power. Biden's speech also took aim at the wealthy tech billionaires close to incoming US President Donald Trump. Implicitly referring to last week's decision by Meta, the multinational social media company owned by Mark Zuckerberg, to scrap third-party fact-checking, Biden said, "Social media is giving up on fact-checking. The truth is smothered by lies told for power and for profit." The tech companies Meta and Amazon, owned by billionaire Jeff Bezos, have each donated $1 million to Trump's inauguration fund. And Zuckerberg, Bezos, and Elon Musk are all expected to attend his inauguration on Monday. But Biden also took the opportunity to reflect on his personal political journey from a kid with a stutter from Scranton, Pennsylvania, to the highest office in the US, saying, "I have given my heart and my soul to our nation." He celebrated his administration's achievements on job creation, infrastructure spending, healthcare, and steering the US out of the pandemic. Closing his farewell speech with a long-standing presidential tradition, Biden called on Americans to stand guard of their country, saying, "May you all be the keeper of the flame." There's more on the way, but remember to subscribe and ring the bell for more daily briefing tomorrow. Plus, if you want to support the channel like Zoe F. Shieldpad, then consider joining the TLDR Daily membership program for just $1.99.
Hello?
Last night, US President Joe Biden, President-elect Donald Trump, and the Prime Minister of Qatar announced a ceasefire between Hamas and Israel, which will begin on Sunday and will hopefully see the end of the 15-month conflict in Gaza, and the release of the 98 hostages currently held captive in Gaza. The ceasefire is structured around a three-phase proposal, initially endorsed by Biden last May. The first phase includes a 42-day truce, during which 33 hostages, consisting of women, the elderly, and the wounded, will be released in exchange for an as-yet unspecified number of Palestinians detained by Israel. During this period, Israeli troops are expected to redeploy and facilitate the flow of aid into Gaza. The second phase, which presents greater challenges, seeks to establish a permanent ceasefire, secure the release of all remaining hostages, including Israeli soldiers, and ensure the full withdrawal of IDF troops. With just 3 days left before the ceasefire takes effect, Israel today intensified its strikes on Gaza, which killed at least 46 people. Meanwhile, Netanyahu, who is facing backlash from his far-right allies for agreeing to the deal, has accused Hamas of making last-minute demands and backtracking on the deal. At the time of writing, the Netanyahu cabinet has delayed meeting to approve the deal. Furthermore, several pressing questions remain. First, how long will the ceasefire last? Some analysts suggest its durability will depend significantly on the political influence of the incoming president-elect, whose administration is filled with strong pro-Israel advocates, and who, in his first term, implemented a series of pro-Israel measures that upended decades of US policy. Another key concern is who will govern Gaza moving forward. There is uncertainty about which entity will take control, as neither Israel, the US, nor Arab states want Hamas, which has ruled Gaza since 2007, to maintain power. However, Netanyahu has yet to present a plan for the post-war governance of Gaza, and has dismissed calls from the US and Arab nations
almost
to
like
work
there's
with the
not a
Palestinian
plan.
Authority, which administers parts of the West Bank. If you want to find out more, head to our TLDR Global channel, where we've released a full video explaining the ceasefire.
Joe Biden giving his final television interview as president, repeating his warning for the future of democracy.
What I'm worried about is that the thing that keeps it on track are the guardrails. There's a Supreme Court that's independent, but but accountable. There's a Congress that you speak your mind, but you're held accountable to basic standards. There's a presidency that says you have really limited powers. I don't know. We just seem to be chipping away at all those elements.
New Jersey Congressman Jeff Van Drew joins us now with his reaction.
Says the guy who pardoned his son.
This is different. I mean, usually you get a final message from an outgoing president where he talks about hope for the future and discusses his accomplishments. Joe Biden yesterday said that he was afraid
I'm
for
glad
our country
he wasn't
and
talking
the future
about
of our
hope.
democracy.
I'm glad he's like, it's dark.
No, of course not.
It's dark and cold
it's
in
kind
here
of
now.
telling. I mean, this is his last important speech where he should really leave that message, that message of hope, of unity, of Americanism, of American exceptionalism, and the extraordinary nature of this country, and how we all must come together for that future. And instead, he speaks about, it was almost a political speech, at least it was couched in politics, how now he's really concerned. I'll be honest with you. The majority of Americans in the popular vote and the electoral vote were concerned about the future of the America that he was taking us to. We were concerned about where he was going, concerned about the decisions that were being made. Honest to God, we all do. When you're a member of Congress, you also talk to a lot of real, regular people on Main Street. They were afraid for our country. When the president won, and I mean the president-elect, our new president, when President Trump won, so many people come up to me sincerely with tears in their eyes that there was hope and faith in this great nation once again.
And Democrats and Republicans alike. It wasn't just Republicans who sort of expressed those similar sentiments, not only to you, but to a lot of folks. Meantime, Kristi Noem headed to Capitol Hill today for her confirmation hearing to be Trump's DHS secretary. This follows another pretty solid...
It's crazy how effective their propaganda has been against the Democrats, all because
Kristi Noem,
Americans
aka the worst kind of dog girl.
Dog killer. Yeah. The propaganda has worked so well on Americans that they genuinely believe that Biden is at fault for the global price rise. That's how stupid Americans are. That they voted for Donald Trump because they can't comprehend it that prices around the world went up. They literally can't comprehend it. Like that is at its base the reason. Americans were physically and mentally unable to engage in basic numerical reasoning skills. Basic. And now you have Donald Trump.
Did we win?
It was better under Donald Trump. Yeah, no shit it was, you idiots. Look at it relative.
We're going to get the prize? Infinite wealth? Like a dragon?
Infinite wealth, yeah, infinite wealth. Well, yeah, let's call it that.
A day from Trump nominees Besant and Burgum yesterday. What stood out to you from their hearings yesterday?
Well, just that these are solid people with gravitas, people who are real, people who are always going to have America,
people who are real
people in their mind.
They're real
not be
people.
Worried about all the political
they
issues,
have a heart
worried about how
and
do we
lungs.
make America stronger and better. So, if you speak about our new Secretary of, who's going to be our new Secretary of Interior, Doug Burgum,
they're
he
definitely
spoke about
not
the importance of energy.
Frankenstein
monsters. We are driven by energy, and rather than
anything you
on
hear
other
about
for our
them
energy needs, we should be
having an
producing energy.
abnormal
We should
brain
be exporting energy.
that was implanted by a doctor, a Jewish
Everybody
doctor.
else follows us, and I'm not afraid to say that. Throughout all of these cabinet picks, you can see that philosophy and that belief. We have to make sure, whether it's in the Secretary of Interior and the work that they will do, that we're not putting America second, that we're not worried about.
Oh my God, shut the fuck up.
All right. Well, we had some more news break last night.
Oh my God.
Joe Biden gave his farewell address to the nation. That was all
Look,
the
it's
talk.
future
last
us.
night. The country's eyes were glued to their televisions, awaiting
It's like
the
looking in a
final
mirror,
words of wisdom, the
but
last pearls
not.
from Joe Biden. So go ahead, take it away.
All right. So he
If the mirror
started off
showed,
playing the classics.
And Corn Pop was a bad dude.
Yeah,
Okay.
Everyone got a little teary-eyed to hear him reminiscing about Corn Pop once more.
Right.
But then he went on,
What?
and it rapidly went downhill from there. So just for fun, one last time he decided to read the direction.
I mean, people do this. He's done this so many times. Like, how many times do we have to complain about this?
Off the teleprompter. Joe Biden said, end of quote, off the teleprompter in his farewell address. That about sums up his presidency.
Farewell address, President Eisenhower spoke of the dangers of the military-industrial complex. He warned us then about, and I quote, the potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power. End of quote.
They're really doing this?
End of quote.
Wait,
also, if
so-
that wasn't the end
guys,
of his speech, like,
guys.
people say this is normal speech.
He's signaling that was the end of the quote. They're so stupid.
Because there have been
Jesus
times.
Christ.
There have been times on the teleprompter where he has said pause for claps or pause for applause or stuff like that. He has done that. But this is a reach.
End of quote. I like that comic, Stephen Wright, the very deadpan comic. One of his jokes is
Because people always say, quote, say the quote, and then end quote. That is a thing that people do say.
I wish my first word as a baby was quote, because then my last word on my deathbed could be unquote.
Unquote.
That's a funny fucking joke.
Okay, so on a more serious note.
That was funny.
If you say so.
This is Kaneko the Great, summed it up pretty well. Biden goes on to lament a lot of things that he could have talked about when he was the president. Apparently, he has a real issue with wealth and oligarchy all of a sudden. All of a sudden, these things bother him. So let's see what he said.
Yeah.
He summed it up very well. In his
They're
farewell
bad.
address, President Joe Biden warns the nation about the dangers of an ultra-wealthy oligarchy that must pay their fair share of taxes. You don't say. However, just weeks ago, Biden granted his son Hunter an unprecedented, decade-long pardon, shielding him from tax fraud charges. 6 major
cool
banks,
dad.
including J.P. Morgan Chase, Bank of America, and Wells Fargo, filed over 170 suspicious activity reports with the Treasury Department alleging the Biden family's involvement in money laundering, human trafficking, and tax fraud. Congressional investigations uncovered that foreign funds from Russia, China, and Ukraine were funneled through 20 Biden-linked shell companies before being distributed to 9 Biden family members, including a grandchild.
Oh my God. Are they really doing this again? The Burisma thing? This is really what we're going with? Really,
They're
guys?
boomers.
We're really doing this? We're going back to this?
It's
Man.
boomer time.
Not the one he doesn't acknowledge, a different one. None of
his
the
on the
Bidens,
books grandchild.
yeah, not the strippers kid. None of the Bidens registered under the Foreign Agent Registration Act as required by law. In other words, the Biden family, who live by their own set of rules and avoid paying their fair share of taxes, are the very ultra-wealthy oligarchs President Biden warns the nation about. All right, so let's hear his rousing Mr. Smith Goes to Washington
What an idiot.
speech here.
I want to warn the country of some things that give me great concern.
Is that so?
And this is a
His name is James. He's my brother.
dangerous and that's a dangerous concentration of power in the hands of a very few ultra-wealthy people. And the dangerous consequences if their abuse of power is left unchecked. Today, an oligarchy is taking shape in America of extreme wealth, power, and influence that literally threatens our entire democracy, our basic rights and freedoms, and a fair shot for everyone to get ahead. We see the consequences all across America, and we've seen it before. More than a century ago,
Wait,
the American people
you
stood
mean
up
to tell me
to
I've
the
had a
robber barons
fair
back
shot
then
to get ahead
and busted the
this
trust.
whole time?
They didn't punish the wealthy. Just made the wealthy play by the rules everybody else had to. Workers want rights to earn their fair share. You know, they were dealt into the deal, and it helped put us on a path to building the largest middle class, the most prosperous century any nation in the world has ever seen.
The new
Just gotta do that
American
again.
century.
The last 4
He
years,
is an
that's exactly what
imperialist.
we've done. People should be able to make as much as they can, but play by the same rules. Pay their fair share of taxes.
We would have done more, but there's this parliamentarian, and the parliamentarian kept voting against. I was going to do a whole New Deal thing, guys. I was going to do universal basic income.
Listen, buddy. The Republicans have been running Disrupt for the American public for the entire time of COVID, and
yeah, they're stinky.
through to 2025. If
they smell bad.
If Republicans are actively blocking measures to help Americans and those PPP loans that everybody likes to thank Trump over all went to corrupt corporations instead of the small businesses, how is that Biden's fault? It's just like the border, right? The Republicans did all these deals, got their border deal, and then Trump ordered to kill it. And then the border stays an emergency because the Republicans wanted to be registered as an emergency, which means that FEMA funds get used
there's so
for
much
migration.
Nonsense.
Right? No, I'm getting to a point here, right?
Oh, I know. I'm just saying.
So migrant FEMA funds, and these are all narratives that you can go back and track on the conservative side, right? So the FEMA funds get used for illegal immigration, housing, and relocating migrants that come into the country. FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency. Then America gets hit with 2 massive hurricanes. And then what happens? You get conservatives making shit up about how FEMA funds illegal immigration instead of giving money to Western North Carolina, which, to be fair, FEMA did not do enough for those areas. That is not connected.
When is the government doing enough for anyone?
Exactly. So FEMA, as a result of Republican policy and Republican talking points, uses their money for immigrants and doesn't have the money for disasters like it should. And then conservatives complain about FEMA and blame Biden because FEMA doesn't have money. FEMA doesn't have money because of you. FEMA doesn't have money because you wanted the border to be an emergency. And if it's an emergency, FEMA comes into the picture. It is the Emergency Management Agency. I don't understand how you fucking conservative dumbasses are so obtuse that you can't put this together. I was able to recall basically 6 months of events, all disinformation that lead you up to this point right now where you are currently saying this shit without an ounce of understanding of the situation. It is all your fault. Every single part of this is the fault of the Republicans and the conservatives and the libertarians, all going in on Trump and his disinformation spiral. You guys are idiots. And it all started with Ukraine. All of it. Going back to fucking Burisma. All of this started with Ukraine. These guys are completely bought and sold. Bought and paid for, sorry. Bought and fucking paid for. Maybe not these guys specifically. I think they might just be useful idiots. But the majority of the
biggest ones, if they are.
The majority of the conservative thought coming out of it, they're bought and paid for. Right? The origins of conservative thought. We know for a fact that the Benny Johnsons and the Tim Pools are. Ben Shapiro? I don't know. Steven Crowder? Maybe.
Yeah, no. Ben Shapiro is they're corporate backed.
Yeah, but Russian influence? I don't know.
Oh. Well, yeah. So that's the thing with
that's what I mean by bought and paid
with Vice, you know? The model was have investors keep it flowing but never make a profit, you know?
Yeah.
There were so many agencies that came up in that time, and that was the model. Fucking crazy. No shit, Vice went under.
Yeah, no,
there was never a fucking model to begin with. But Daily Wire is the same way. They don't have a model. They just have to hope that these fucking millionaires and billionaires continue to fucking shell over money.
Yeah.
Because they know that they do the fucking interest of corporate America. And they don't even do the interest of the Republican Party. They hate you. They are making sure you are a cog. That is their goal. That is their purpose.
Yeah. Like Ben Shapiro is a tool
That's
for
like,
the fascists.
Was it you or Hassan who is no, it's definitely you talking about Trump would spit on you.
Yes, that was definitely me. It's like you people you think Donald Trump is your friend. No, you give him power. That's why he's friendly to you. If he saw you in person and you asked him for help and or money and you weren't a Trump supporter, like outwardly sucking his dick on the approach, he would spit in your face. I guarantee it. The only metric he respects is how far you bow down. And you can see that by the people that he surrounds himself with. As soon as they speak out, they're gone.
And all these oligarchs will be like, oh, we can bow.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll bow.
Mm.
What's that? We're going to get tons of profit out of this? Ha 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 ha. We'll do Russian information all day, every day then.
Yeah. This is easy. It's an easy gig.
I like money.
I don't have to think. I don't have to do anything. I just play the thing that I've been given. Deal. Or you can do it the hard way.
No, it's a fucking lemur. She goes sideways when you try to bring her a policy. Well, this is a very funny thing because I want you to all go back to the olden times.
I missed the cue to laugh.
The summer of 2024 in the Democratic Convention. So let's see what the Democratic Convention had to say about oligarchy.
Okay.
Trump thinks that we should trust him on the economy because he claims to be very rich. But take it from an actual billionaire.
Look at them. They love it. They love it.
Trump is rich in only one thing: stupidity.
Look at these people out there on the floor in the middle of a genocide. I saw a lot of these people at the end of the convention because we threw up the footage I had of that. A lot of these people coming from the convention with the protesters trying to confront them about the support for this regime. They thought that was hilarious. They thought it was hilarious when Pritzker pointed out that he's a real billionaire. But this is, according to Biden, this is the party that is fighting the billionaires.
He didn't say that.
Also, I just want to point out one thing because, he mentioned...
Where did Biden say he
how
was fighting billionaires?
100 years ago, workers took on the robber barons.
He literally was saying that billionaires should be able to exist. They should pay their fair share in taxes.
Well, that's getting rid of billionaires,
nothing he said
right?
was anti-billionaire.
Mm. Also,
how stupid can you be? They literally assembled the fucking oligarchs at the inauguration, guys.
Yeah, exactly.
It's really not fucking hard to figure out what's going on. I'm not sure if you could Google it, but common sense would get you there.
There's no Detroit representatives there, all tech. All the most influence. All the most money.
This is pretty easily Googleable.
Not just tech.
Bookcase. Maybe one day we'll do a whole episode
People
on the Ludlow massacre.
Information.
Yes. News.
But they're going to take us to Mars. Ewan said so after he hailed Hitler.
This was about the time he's talking about. This was 1914, right? It was one of the first real labor actions that turned violent at the hands of the Rockefeller family. And
I think they probably do, but it'd be in no way substantive. You would get nothing of value out of these two talking about Israel. I could almost guarantee it.
This book, reading over and over again, that those coal workers were like, now, we don't want to punish the Rockefellers. We don't want to punish the wealthy. We just want them to pay their fair share. Yeah, they said that over and over again throughout this book. No, we're not out to punish success. That's true. That's true.
Hold on. What is this about? Blood passion? Is this about the miner revolts in Appalachia?
In Appalachia.
Let's see. Yeah, I think it is. Hold on. That doesn't look like it.
Like, now we don't want to punish the rock.
Kim Ludlow massacre. Kim Ludlow massacre. Ludlow coal miners strike. 1914. Is this where they had the red handkerchiefs? I think it is. All right. You know, yeah, international workers worldwide. Yes. Okay, this is what it is. Okay, you know what you should do? Instead of reading this book and listening to this dickhead, go listen to episode 8 of Rednecks Rising. And go look around at some of the podcasts that she's done about this. She is fantastic. I've been listening to a lot of this podcast recently. Fucking great. The history of the area is very interesting to see sort of the alternate Appalachian history that isn't just conservative, racist assholes. Seeing that other side of it, the people who they're racist assholes to, and seeing it from their side of things. It's very interesting. So highly recommend that. Go follow them as well on all those socials and shit.
Rockefellers. We don't want to punish the wealthy. We just want them to pay their fair share. Yeah, they said that over and over again throughout this book. No, we're not out to punish success. That's true. That's true. The workers back then.
And using using this as a defense of capital and capitalists is revolting.
They're not. I don't.
They were
think
very,
that's what
very
they're-
considerate of the robber barons. We don't want to.
Yeah, Mattawan. Yeah,
Right.
They were,
Yeah, yeah.
They were very, very careful about that.
Yeah,
And
they
also,
were
I think
nice.
it's time for you to start to seriously consider salads.
Yeah, that's the other thing. This guy.
Yeah.
And I eat seed oils 3 meals a day, and look at me. It's another
God.
thing that's bullshit. Well, Donald Trump.
But he wasn't done. He wasn't done. You know, you got.
Of course, these guys are them.
Gotta love it. To be fair, he's not the first one to do this. To all of a sudden become very concerned about issues that, you know, he might have shown some concern about when he was actually the president. All of a sudden, they're very concerned about these things when they have no power to do anything about them. So here he is calling for an end to dark money, term limits on Supreme Court justices, which he emphatically rejected, if you remember, the idea of altering in any way the Supreme Court justice rules.
Gee,
A
I
ban
wonder
on
what
stock
changed.
trading.
I wonder
You know,
if things
that's
changed
probably just
and
because
we've
he's mad at
entered into
Nancy
a
for pushing
hellscape.
him out.
Yeah.
That's particular. He's going to call that the Pelosi stock
Shapiro
trading
gets
act.
oil money. Exactly.
All right, so let's see him stumble through this.
We need to get dark money. That's that hidden funding behind too many campaigns contributions. We need to get it out of our politics. We need to enact an 18-year time limit, term limit, time and term, for the strongest ethics and strongest ethics reforms for our Supreme Court. We need to ban members of Congress.
I mean, seriously, you've been president for 4 years.
I like that pause.
Where
we
do
need
you
to
get
ban
the
members of
balls
Congress
to sit there
period.
with this list of things that somebody should do?
Yeah.
Wow.
No, it's just incredible.
From trading stock while they're in the Congress. We need to amend the Constitution to make clear that no president is immune.
Like there was literally a big media firestorm around
one of the
trading
things that
stock
came out
in Congress,
I
and
don't
where
know
Nancy
if we
Pelosi.
have it in here because it's so minor, but this whole document came out that showed that Chuck Schumer was behind Biden's ousting, and I'm sitting here like, once again, thank you. I was right from the start. Everyone was saying that Nancy did it, and I continually said, the King Jew did this. You should thank him for getting Biden out of the way. Remember how many times I said that, Jack?
Yes.
Now it's accepted. Wow, look at that. It's almost like
Pretty cool.
there was nothing to hide, and if you actually followed the situation like a normal person, well, not normal, you know. Because why would a normal person follow this?
Yeah, that's the free market. And I think everyone should be able to participate. It's
What the
fucking
fuck
word.
is
Didn't say a
happening?
word. You didn't even weigh in on the subject.
Yeah, I mean,
now he wants to talk about it.
I'm scared.
I'm sure he didn't get to this in the speech, but another just totally egregious example of this exact kind of thing is days ago removing Cuba from the state sponsor of terrorism list.
Right.
When you could have done that, and you know,
could have done that as soon as you came in.
Right. If you did that as soon as you came in, they'd have a 4-year respite from the kind of sanctions and sort of diplomatic and economic penalties that come with being included on that list. It's not just a symbolic thing.
They're
It actually materially hurts the Cuban people to be wrongfully put on that list for obviously no fucking reason. He could have done.
That's right. They're like we're left wing, actually, guys.
Yeah, no, they're BRICS people.
Oh God.
Do you know what BRICS is? You'll figure it out.
Done that as soon as he took office, and then they'd have had a 4-year break from that designation, because as soon as Donald Trump sets foot back in office with fucking Marco Rubio as his Secretary of State, he's going to put him right back on. So he could have given him a 4-year break from that. Instead, he gives him 3 weeks.
Yeah.
From crimes that he or she commits while in office. The president's power is not limited. It's not absolute.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but you had no problem abusing that power to pardon your son. Now, I gotta say,
abusing? The pardons are a part of the power of the presidency. The morality of pardoning your son is one thing, but to call it an abuse of power is...
I'm fine with it. If you want to say it was an abuse of power, I'm fine with it.
Like, sure, but you would need to make a pretty strong argument to convince me. Like,
it's one of those things where I just like it's a good enough that I don't need to argue. Like, I think that's a rational position to start with, and I don't need to change anyone's mind about it.
Sure.
Like, if they thought it was an abuse of power, then it was, whatever.
I mean, it's probably good that the standards are that low. Now do that standard for everybody.
Well, yes.
How about we do that?
That's my thing. Is like Biden needed to twist them more, if anything.
Yeah. Make them a little more crazy coming in.
Look at the student loan forgiveness.
Well, maybe
How
this
long
was a troll.
He was like, "We're gonna do it by the process. We're gonna do it by the process, and
maybe
this one will probably fail. So in 6 months, we'll do the real one."
Maybe this is just a big troll designed to antagonize MAGA to make them go even crazier faster. Who knows?
As we'll see in my Louisiana segment,
this man,
most of the conservative commentators, certainly in corporate media, are just the bizarro world counterpart of the MSNBC level of stupidity and moronic commentary. I gotta say, Scott Jennings
moronic
on CNN
commentary.
is
Lucky
pretty
we're in the
damn
right
good.
place for that.
He's pretty good at what he does, so I actually grabbed
Who?
his quote. And what's really funny about it is the DNC shill. Say that the problem
I missed the timing
it's
again.
Really just messaging.
Damn.
I think the way he's leaving office has been, frankly, pretty terrible. He's going to be remembered for a few things, but politically, it's mostly for when he was vice president. He and Obama sort of ushering in the Trump era initially, and then as he's leaving office as president, bringing back Trump and Trumpism stronger and more popular than ever. Today, Biden has like a 61% disapproval, and Trump is over a 50% approval.
He's going to be remembered as an old guy, and that's about it.
Biden.
The history books will just say he was the oldest president, and that will be the fact you memorize about him for your test.
You know what's going to be funny? Trump will be older if he lives.
If he lives.
And more popular.
Well, look, the man eats nothing but McDonald's and is fat as fuck. I'm half expecting him to drop dead during his presidency.
But he's not human.
Ideology is more popular than it's ever been. If everything you say is true, the Democrats should have had no trouble getting reelected in this election, yet they were.
The issue of a communications failure.
I know, and for Democrats, it's always been about communication.
So we've been over this about undead not being monsters; they're undead.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right. And the reason why healing potions hurt them is because it's bringing them closer to life.
which they're dead, so they couldn't get back to life.
Yes, so that's why decay is good. Poison heals them, right?
Mm.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yes. I would.
The poison is the sustenance. It's the fuel.
I would contest that Trump does have dementia.
It's like, you know, when you have a really bad liquor problem and eventually it's the only thing that's fueling you. Like the only calories you're getting are from the beers and like you're shitting out your own kidneys.
Yeah. Advanced liver disease kind of vibes.
Yeah.
Mm.
It's like that.
And no introspection about the policies that led to him leaving office as one of the most unpopular presidents. When I watch this tonight, I remain astonished that he...
This is an interesting point. Maybe Trump is that insane and delusional that his dementia is hidden by his mania. Because, like, it's just, you know, dementia's kind of weird for a normal person, right? You see a normal person that you used to get dementia. It's like, oh, fuck, this person isn't the person I remember. Donald Trump is just going to be Donald Trump with dementia. Just because he doesn't remember doesn't mean he's not going to remember the fundamentals of being a cunt. Right? He's not going to remember
like,
who you are, but he's
like
going to be able to sell you something.
You know, like his class evolution.
His family and other people around him thought he could ever run.
It was just like 45 minutes of him dancing, wasn't it? Crazy.
What?
For another term. I mean, there's no way he could serve another 6 months, let alone another 4 years. The fact that they pursued that farce for as long as they did, to me, remains one of the most astonishing things about this term. So,
where's the lie?
Nope.
Where's the couldn't have said it better myself?
Absolutely.
But it's CNN, guys.
So there you go.
What do you mean?
Here's the
fools.
Great source,
All right,
guys.
now from Capitol Hill to the
what
White
happened?
House after Joe Biden gave his final interview.
It's over.
Bro, did you see who they had on screen for their source there?
All right. Well, we had.
It's so good.
What the fuck's news source?
No. At the very end there.
In my opinion.
Long have several cancel culture and all the.
Jesus fucking Christ.
We didn't see any of it. There it is.
Oh my god.
You clicked off when Cat Turd was on screen.
Yeah, probably instinctual. Like this just shows you where these people exist in.
It's just even better. I see Cat Turd is being used as their source, and I lean closer. I become more alert to what they're saying.
Believe Joe Biden's.
Go ahead. Read it out.
Yeah, Jesus Christ. All right.
Read it out for everyone.
There have been. So we watch more Trump than you do. Right? We literally do this 3 days a week. Most of the time we're looking at Trump stuff. The amount of times that I've seen Trump do Biden-type fuck-ups verbally, like he doesn't understand where he's going, not just his normal rambling, right? I'm talking losing his place and just sort of rambling. But because Trump just rambles anyway and doesn't really say anything and nobody actually listens to anything that he says, which is proof by the fact that nobody, probably including you, could give me a reason or a policy, multiple policies that you would vote for Trump for, right? There's no fucking way you could give it over like the generic migration, illegals, border, and no war, right? Whatever bullshit narratives they were going with before Trump started advocating for his expansionism, right? So, I don't know. Is it dementia and mental illness that's creating his hypocrisy, or is he just a hypocrite? Is it mental decline that makes him forget the fact that his entire campaign was anti-war, and the first thing he does is advocate for imperialism?
It's peace through strength.
Okay. And? Like, when did he answer the questions? I watched a lot of that interview. When did he answer questions? All he talked about was how good and smart he is and how good he is at circling back with conversations after he goes on side tangents, and then never came back to the main point. Like 7 different times. I don't understand. Like, what are you seeing here that indicates that this guy is more cognitively there than literally any of the other candidates on stage? Look at Nikki Haley, for example. Is he more cognitively aware than Nikki Haley? Are you going to make that argument? I don't give a fuck about Biden. Biden is not the president.
I got evidence Nikki Haley isn't cognitively aware. That radio show. Like her radio show that nobody's listening to.
Amazing. Brother, I literally said this before. I literally had a whole fucking rant about it with these idiots. You don't believe in reality. You believe in a long list of unrealities that has gotten you to the point where you are blaming Biden for problems that weren't his fault. So, the border, there was nothing really a problem with it. What was the policy that stopped them during COVID?
Title 42.
Title 42. So Title 42 was in place during COVID for immigration purposes. Title 42 ceased, and as a result of poor management on the borders part, which I guess you could probably put onto Kamala Harris,
the
realistically.
Supreme Court was also fucking it around.
Yeah, okay, so sure, like there's a whole list of people that you could blame. The majority of the blame is on Texas and the way that they handled the border. Title 42 could have been handled federally much better.
It does even saying that the border was open though is just inaccurate because immigration was lowered.
Yeah, like
Trump is actually much worse on immigration.
Yes,
where he only
this is always
legal
the case.
Immigration.
This is always the case, because I think we established this a few weeks ago where we were looking at some things. Democrats advocate for gun control but are worse on it, and Republicans advocate for closed borders but are really bad on borders. They let a lot of illegal immigrants in. So this Title 42 thing closes, ends, the federal government fucks up the management, and there are tens of thousands of migrants sitting at the border waiting to come in. Which is probably where you now go into the Fox News narratives and start crying, oh, look, there's an invasion at the border. We need it to be a federal emergency. Oh my God, why does FEMA have no money? I bet you complained about that too. Did you complain about how FEMA didn't have money because they spent money on migrants? Is that a narrative that you bought into as well? I'm just curious here. You don't need to watch Fox News, my dude. You have people around you. You have a sphere. I have a friend who has no contact with media at all, completely parrots Israeli talking points. Why could that be? How could that be? Please, just engage your brain. That's all I'm asking. All I'm asking is for you to engage your brain. So, if Title 42 closes and the federal government management failed, because I keep getting distracted, right? So Title 42 fails, there's a lot of people waiting to come into the border. It's declared an emergency. FEMA's used. The border has to be dealt with. The Conservatives go through months of work to get a bill that solves this problem. Do you know who killed that bill? I will wait for your response. Do you know who killed that bill? Because that bill didn't go through because the Republicans voted it down. Their own bill. Do you know who ordered that bill to get shut down?
Ronnie Reagan.
It must be Ronald Reagan, right? Brother, answer the fucking question. I don't care. Answer the question. I know there's not that much delay, so you literally heard me ask when you typed this question. Answer the question. Do you know who killed that border bill? You have no clue. Thank you. You have no clue. Donald Trump ordered that bill to die. Donald Trump from Mar-a-Lago told the Republicans to kill that bill. Donald Trump is the reason that the border is open for the last 6 months, by the way. Joe Biden put in an executive order to rush through what the bill would have done. It was illegal. So please, when you come into the chat, right, please do not start talking about shit unless you are aware. Please. Now, to this comment. We've done the border. Oh my god. Yes, this is why I keep calling Americans retarded. You just perfectly explained why I do this. Now, the women in men's sports, trans people do nothing to impact your life. Stop being a cunt. Massive inflation. The inflation was global. You know how we kind of went through a pandemic and there was global supply chain issues and the entire world shut down and capitalists like to protect their profits, and as a result the prices go up, and as a result we all get fucked over, and as a result capitalists make more money than ever before, and I believe there's been more wealth transferred to the top 1% than ever before. I think it topped trillions. The richest men in the world collectively topped $10 trillion, I believe is what it was. Or it was like a topped $1 trillion, $2 trillion, something like that. It was a lot of fucking money. Anyway, largest wealth disparity transfer in history happened during COVID. Do you think that has anything to do with why everything is more expensive? Do you know why billionaires, do you know how billionaires impact the economy? You know, if you take $10 billion, actually, let's use Elon Musk's net worth. Elon Musk, net worth. Let's see. Right? 433 billion US dollars. Elon Musk has 433 billion US dollars. What do you think 490, 30, whatever, $400 billion. What do you think $400 billion being sat on by one fuckwit does to the economy? Do you think that benefits the economy? Do you think having $1 billion sit stagnantly on somebody's net worth benefits the economy? Or do you think having more billionaires results in higher inflation because there's more money out of the circulation, therefore they have to print more money?
Wait,
to
you're telling
account?
me that when people like Elon Musk make money, it actively takes money out of my pocket?
Crazy, right? It's a crazy concept that if billionaires hoard money, the government has to print more to account for that, meaning that your dollar amount goes lower, which means that billionaires literally create inflation. Please shut the fuck up. Like, please. It is not the fault of Joe Biden, the Labour Party, the Liberals, the fucking incumbents. It's not their fault. It is literally supply chain issues, COVID, and billionaires. More billionaires. Look, man, I probably came a little heated, but we get a lot of people who double down, so I'm glad that you're still here, and I'm glad that you're still listening. I apologize for being aggressive, but you need to understand the environment that we're in right now, and how foreign these ideas are to so many people. Like, just what I just explained to you about the billionaires and the economy, that makes sense, right? I just explained that to you in like a way that makes sense. Economists don't do that. This is the problem. Nobody explains to people how things work. So people in lower classes will sit there defending the existence of billionaires while billionaires literally steal money out of their pockets. Right? There's so many problems, and you're lucky that you stumbled into our stream, because we're not going to bullshit you. We aren't going to lie to you. We aren't going to bullshit you. We've got nothing to gain. The only thing that we want is people to be more media literate, and that means understanding how things work. Right? And this is why I'm saying that this trans thing literally doesn't impact you at all. Have you ever met a trans person in your life? In real life? Have you ever sat down and talked to a real trans person? Or is your entire exposure to trans people digital? That's an interesting question, and I'm interested to hear.
Presidency was a failure. Only 38%.
But alternatively, thank you for posing all those points, these points, right? Because they're very important for people to understand. And now I can cut that, and now I have something that we can upload that explains this stuff. So thank you. Honestly, thank you.
Consider it a success. There's Cat Turd, friend of show Cat Turd.
Friend of show!
Friend of show!
History.
Woo!
I like that. Dip Shitler.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Do you see this? Do you see the name?
Up top, or just a Dip Shitler?
Pure blood patriot. Boy.
Oh. Yeah, but don't you know this is about COVID vaccines? Right?
Pure blood patriot. Epic source.
But that's what they mean. They say, that's what they always say.
Yeah,
the pure
I
blood
know.
thing. It's like, oh, it's because I'm unvaccinated. Sure it is. I believe you. If pee in your pants is cool, then I'm Miles Davis.
Ultra MAGA Kelly, goodbye, slobbering, senile Joe Biden,
Ultra
the worst president
MAGA
ever.
Kelly.
No
Boy,
one will miss this thing except Joy Behar. This worst president is trending on Twitter, by the way. Danielle, we've been feeling the full impact of your administration for 4 years. I hope you go down in the dustbin of history as the worst fucking president ever. Bye. So it sounds like she might agree with you that he gave George W. a run for his money.
There was a guy
I do think he is going to go down in history as
allowed
one of the
a
worst presidents
civil
in history.
war to happen.
I think.
Yeah.
So we'll see. You know, we got 2 years, and then we'll see if he's worse than that guy.
Whoops. I guess I scared him off.
Oh well.
Oh well. at least he leaves a little more educated, I guess.
There's recency bias.
I was very aggressive. Was that a legible, logical explanation of everything? Did I cover everything
Probably
correctly?
had to go home and rethink his life. I don't want to sell death sticks, he said.
You what?
He said he doesn't want to sell death sticks anymore.
Who the fuck's a death stick?
We're moving on.
This was such a funny comment. Like, these details don't matter to me. Like, isn't that just the peak American take, though?
Bias, you know, who remembers Tyler now, right? Like, there have been a lot of awful presidents, but in modern times, certainly among post-war presidents, he can make a strong claim for the title of worst president in the post-war era.
Yeah, and look, the imperial era is, to me, the most appropriate era to think about who the worst president is, because they were in the position to do the worst damage once we became the global hegemon, which we were not under President Tyler, right? Now, in terms of George W. Bush, I don't mean to nitpick cat turd, but George W. Bush left office with a 22% favorability rating, so it was much, much lower. And I think a big reason for that is because, by 2008, even half of the Republicans...
Scapegoating trans people and immigrants only have pieces. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel like I probably did go a bit too hard. It'll be clippable though.
Had realized what a horrible mistake the Iraq War was, whereas half of the Republicans do not cry tears for Gaza. Like they do not feel as strongly about this genocide as some of them felt about the Iraq War. So that's what really tanked Bush's numbers. Is half of his own party was like, okay, this guy was a fucking nightmare. Yeah. And Katrina, yeah, exactly. So he had lost like half of his own party. As you can see there, Biden has retained the diehard libs, which make up about 34% of the population. And then God knows who else is saying they have a favorable view of him. But yeah, he has his libs. So that's why his numbers are as high as they are, which in my opinion are shockingly high. But as we have mentioned earlier in the show and many times throughout the past several years, they're just the most brainwashed people in America. And so it's hard to fall below 35% as a Democrat or as a Republican for that matter now, because things are more polarized generally. But yeah, no, I mean...
It's always funny when people on clear teams go, this side is nuts. Yeah, not you though.
It was an app.
There's this fucking the Haktua coin. At one point they go, everything's a scam, but not this. This isn't.
All right.
Now, not this one. You can trust us.
They literally said that. It was so funny.
Oh, also, talking about media literacy, because this is a perfect time to plug that. Go fucking do the ground news thing. This thing. That one. That's the good way to keep media literate. Just read as much news as possible. Or just read the summaries from ground news. They give you literal summaries of each side of the politics and how they write about it. It's a great way to actually learn the points and like tendencies of the political sides, how they cover shit. A good example is Gaza. Like Gaza is a really good example. You'll see people talking about, the IDF killed or slaughtered, massacred, whatever is generally how the left will cover it. And then the right wing is usually killed, civilians, collateral damage, but they usually focus on like militants and shit. So it's like, oh, military victory, civilian deaths don't actually matter. Yeah, it's like. It's really interesting, but I think the more interesting stories are like the less political ones. How the sides cover less political stories, and see if any are actually putting narratives into the stories to try and link things. Like I was talking about before, with how there's a trackable linked story chain that you can get to find people's beliefs. It's very interesting.
Capitol Hill to the White House after Joe Biden gave his final interview as president last night over on MSN.
Post the link. John can pin it.
Senior White House correspondent Peter Doocy joins us now. Hey, Peter.
Peter
And the thing that people loved about Joe Biden forever is that he was kind of an open book. He always joked that he would get in trouble because he says what he means and he means what he says. But he has had nothing to say about Nancy Pelosi's role in...
That's funny. You're true. It's true. I like my Eevee though. Umbreon.
Did you know
Umbreon sucks.
that if you import your Pokemon to play the mini games in Pokemon Stadium 2 and you win, it helps boost the friendship stat? And all of the Pokemon that evolve with friendship are the ones that are featured in the Pokemon Stadium 2 mini games.
It's an actual thing?
Yeah.
In squeezing him out. A big part of the reason that...
You ever play the Pokemon Stadium?
Was it on GameCube? I never had GameCube.
No, it was before that.
Okay. No, I don't. Then no, I definitely didn't.
Both Pokemon Stadium 1 and 2 have amazing mini games. But Pokemon Stadium 2, there's some that are just fine. You know? But then there's others that are just so fucking good. And like it's crazy how good they are and how many as adults we have still put in the cartridge for that and done mini games when we're hanging out because they're that good.
Interesting.
Not all.
But no, I never played those. I never played the early Pokemon
one
games.
is shitty.
Yeah, the console ones. Because I never had the Nintendo, the SNES and GameCubes. I never had them. Unfortunately, I would love to buy them now and get them retroactively. That'd be cool. I'm not even sure they'd work on TVs. You might have to get adapter cables and shit.
Pokemon Stadium 2 was such a kick-ass game. You basically you would take your own Pokemon from your Game Boy game, and you were able to use them in the Nintendo game in 3D.
Yeah.
And there's a whole gym leader mode where you have to go through a gauntlet. It's so fucking hard. But then you can also play the Game Boy game on the Nintendo 64, but you can play it at 3 times speed. And
weird. Okay.
Because it can boost the speed of the cartridge because it's being ran through the Nintendo instead of through the Game Boy. So it's actually you can optimize farming and shit with it because everything's so much faster.
Sorry.
They also had a whole training thing where they went through and talked about how specific attacks do certain things. It's a fucking crazy ass game.
Okay, interesting. And how old is this?
I don't know. I know I was a child when I got it.
Old.
Yeah, it's Gen 2 of Pokemon.
Oh, yeah, okay.
The ticket. Of course, it doesn't help when the exit interview on MSNBC last night doesn't ask him about her, but we do have a brand new window in the last hour or so into the way Chuck Schumer helped get rid of Biden. Just published in the New York Times about a meeting this summer in Rehoboth, Delaware. Schumer said, if there's a secret ballot in the Senate, Mr. President, Schumer said, my guess is you get at most 5 yeses. Really? Mr. Biden responded. I know my caucus. Mr. Schumer told him, I know my caucus. And Mr. Biden nodded. Despite the fact that Democrats then elevated someone who never got a primary vote to the top of the ticket, the president says the real threat to democracy is in the future.
I really am concerned about how fragile democracy is. I guess what I'm worried about is that the thing that keeps it on track are the guardrails. There's a Supreme Court that's independent, but accountable. There's a Congress that you speak your mind, but you're held accountable to basic standards. There's a presidency.
What is Joe saying?
What the fuck is he going on about?
I mean, you're the top dog. You can't dictate everything. And I don't know. We just seem to be chipping away at all those elements.
Chipping away.
Later on this afternoon, President Biden is going to deliver remarks to the Conference of Mayors here in Washington. Then he's got a trip listed to join Pace Andrews, even though he's not flying anywhere. So he is either going to thank the Air Force One and Marine One crews or maybe welcome a special guest. We haven't been told yet. Back to you.
Interesting stuff. Peter, I've got a quick question for you. That was his last interview. Nobody over the last 4 years has gotten Joe Biden to say more about stuff he didn't want to say than you did. You were constantly barking questions at him. And most famously, you yelled at him about inflation, and he called you a stupid SOB. Since this is your last Friday at the Biden White House, I know we can tell the story now. He actually called you when you were live on Special Report with Bret Baier, and he told you something that nobody knows.
He did. I feel like I can say this now because it never happened. He called me, and initially he told me it's nothing personal, pal, that he said a bad word. And he also said, and this was at the tail end of COVID, he said he would have me in for lunch when it was safe.
Right.
Well, I think his lunch card is probably filled. It never happened. So it was never safe to have lunch with me.
Yeah, no kidding. So, and when Jen Psaki left a couple of years ago, on the way out, when you famously took a picture with her, you asked her. Now, he's going to remember about the lunch, right?
The lunch never happened. Yeah, I've told many people about the lunch. The lunch never happened. I did not pack a lunch today. Fridays I'm usually out of leftovers, so.
Oh my God!
So in other words, if somebody from the White House is watching right now, you are available to have lunch with the president.
I don't know how many TVs are still turned on in there. It seems like people don't want to watch the coverage of what's happening. In fact, I was walking through the press area, and a lot of the picture frames are empty now. I don't know if this is people from the press who are just taking pictures off the wall, or if the Biden people are going to take pictures of the president, but there are empty picture frames, and I think a lot of turned off TVs inside right now.
All right, Peter. Thank you for revealing that big secret. He promised you lunch, and he never did it.
And he called.
Promise broken.
And he called you. What was the pony
What
soldier?
is going on?
That was worse. I think that was a one-horse pony. Hey, you know what? I will
This
always...
literally bombshell report. How Schumer pushed Biden out. What the fuck is happening?
Try. I don't know. I have not covered the Trump White House much, but covered him over the last 10 years or so. Very interested to see what kind of creative nicknames he should possibly.
Oh my God.
Well, if Donald Trump right now, he's got a whole plane ride.
Man. I'm vetoing Hegseth. Fuck that guy.
She was 32 years old when she was appointed
have some Lena Khan.
Trade Commission, the FTC, by President Biden in the summer of
Elizabeth
2021.
Warren
But
talking
Columbia law
about it?
professor and antitrust crusader Lena Khan didn't hold.
Do I care?
Just read the headline.
The Senate just received another report that Pete Hegseth has problems with alcohol and abuse that disqualify him to be Secretary of Defense. Look, today we got a sworn statement under penalty of perjury from his former sister-in-law saying that he was erratic, threatening, and caused his then-wife to fear for her safety.
No life.
And this is not a one-off. Alcohol, assault, harassment, there is a pattern of abuse. It is also clear that the FBI has not done a full investigation.
They should honeypot him. This guy would be the easiest dude to honeypot. The FBI should fucking honeypot this guy.
We shouldn't be voting on this nomination this week. We need a full investigation. Americans, and particularly women in the military, deserve...
Hey, we've got an episode with a woman in the military. It's like one of our least watched episodes, and it's probably one of our best ones. Go watch it. Spread it. Spread it like a virus. Imperialism, but for 5th gen content.
It's a computer virus. Do you know what
Spread
that is?
that shit.
Do you know what that is? It's a computer virus.
I'm assuming it's from Always Sunny.
Of course it is. It's about... they're trying to make a viral video.
Okay.
To get patties trending.
Oh.
And so the whole episode, Frank has this camera, and he's like, say egg, and stuff like that. And he's like, what are you doing, Frank? He's like, I'm making the virus video. And then at the end of the episode, he shows the video. Let me find it real quick. It's a computer virus. Fucking already found it. First result.
And I sent it to all of Patty's Facebook friends.
You did?
Yep. Frank to the rescue.
Oh, Frank saves the day. All right.
Frank.
Nice.
I mean, there's mosquitoes down here that are bigger terrorists than Boko Haram. The oldest pub in America.
Well, that's not true. Right.
No, I lied. Everybody lies on the internet.
He's right. Everybody out there is lying to get what they want. Why can't we?
Totally. We have a variety of old liquors served in strange containers. We are packed with celebrities, the fun ones. We also have cockfights and strippers. And guess what? we don't have a sign. So good luck finding the place. But if you do, you'll be lucky. Because we also got donkey shows, Motley Crue, and cake.
Awesome.
Okay.
That's awesome.
That is awesome.
And I gotta hand it to you. I think I would go to this bar.
I would definitely go to that bar.
This is the best part coming up. So spread the word to all of your friends. At Patty's Pub, you're guaranteed to catch a virus. Just ask this guy.
I got infected. Get it away from me.
Or her.
No, I'm busy.
She looks like she caught the
Bug!
So spread this video to all your friends, because it's a computer virus. Take it from me. I am a doctor. Dr. Toboggan. Mantis Toboggan.
What? You sent that to all of our Facebook friends?
Yeah. They're gonna think they have a computer virus, Frank.
Wait, you're the one who said we needed the virus video.
I said a viral video, Frank. Goddamn it!
Oh my God! You
Goddamn.
That's fucking awesome.
It's a computer virus.
When she was appointed the youngest ever chair of the Federal Trade Commission, the FTC, by President Biden in the summer of 2021. Columbia law professor and antitrust crusader Lena Khan didn't hold back when she was appointed over the past 3.5 years.
You just can't be saying her name out loud like that.
Microsoft, and helped bolster the Biden administration's populist credentials with new rules on everything from getting rid of junk fees to making it easier to cancel
literally
subscriptions.
all of the successes that Biden had were literally him taking credit for Lena Khan's work.
Amazing.
I mean, think about it.
You gotta
how
love
much
it, don't
he's
you?
talked about junk fees. It was in every speech.
Gross.
In Congress in the process, but she's also made a lot of enemies in boardrooms across corporate America. And Donald Trump is now planning on replacing her as FTC chair. Surprise! So what does she make of what's coming down the line, and how does she define her own legacy? Joining me now for an exclusive interview with Mehdi Unfiltered is the outgoing FTC chair, Lena Khan. Lena, thanks so much for joining me on the show.
Thanks for having me.
Under your leadership, Lena, the Federal Trade Commission has gotten rid of junk fees, made it easier to cancel subscriptions, worked to lower drug prices, struck down a recent merger that would have raised the price of groceries. I mean, the list goes on and on. You've done a lot in a short space of time, but I just wonder, how do you see your accomplishments impacting on the everyday lives of ordinary Americans? What do you think the highlight has been? What would you like your legacy at the FTC to be?
At its core, the FTC's job is to promote fair, honest, and competitive markets. We've done that job faithfully and vigorously. We've won big victories in court, and we have materially made life better for the American people, from bringing down the cost of asthma inhalers and other drugs, to taking on junk fees by major corporate landlords, to blocking a major grocery merger that would have led to higher prices and worse jobs, to making it much easier to cancel a subscription. And I think if you step back, the FTC has really demonstrated to the American people what it looks like when a government agency is fully serving the people and fully in their corner, even when it means taking on powerful vested interests and law-breaking corporations.
This is her.
As someone who just founded a subscription business, I'm sad about the subscription. No, I'm kidding.
Doge.
Interesting.
You know what I'm saying?
I know you've held open commission meetings. You've traveled across the country to hear from Americans directly from all walks of life. What are you hearing from them? What do you think the issues that matter to everyday Americans are that the FTC deals with? Because we're often told that the average American is actually small c conservative on issues related to the economy. They're very free market. They're very low tax. Is that what you hear?
So you're absolutely right that I made it a priority to make sure we were opening our doors and hearing from Americans all across the country. It's very easy.
What the fuck is that picture behind her?
Modern art.
This is my picture of a cylinder.
Enough. You're not cultured enough.
These types of jobs to become very insulated and just hear from, very small number of constituencies. I traveled to places like, Baraboo, Wisconsin, to Ames, Iowa, to Silicon Valley. I mean, really just all across. And what I heard was a real concern about lack of fairness in the marketplace. I think all too often people feel like they're not getting a fair shake just in their day-to-day economic transactions. And a lot of the work that the FTC has done has been about making sure that we are taking on some of those daily indignities, be it the junk fees, be it the higher prices and worse jobs because of extreme consolidation. You're absolutely right that questions of monopoly power and extreme concentration of economic power is not a partisan issue. I mean, I think there's deep concerns on both sides of the aisle. And I would get handwritten letters from people who would say things like, I'm a lifelong Republican, but the FTC's work to eliminate non-compete clauses is by far the best thing that the government has ever done in my lifetime. So I think the work that the agency has been doing has enormous public support, and we've seen that in countless ways.
I'm guessing you were better received in Ames, Iowa than in Silicon Valley. What is it about antitrust that you think big corporations, tech corporations, for example, the CEOs of those corporations who don't tend to be fans of yours, what is it that they don't get in your view? How does going to court, for example, to stop grocery chain Kroger's from acquiring rival Albertsons, which you successfully did in court just last month, how does that help consumers and help workers in your view?
So the premise underlying our antitrust laws is that it's fair competition that is best for Americans rather than extreme monopolization or consolidation or centralization of markets, right? I mean, we've had an economy that has been delivered enormous benefits to people when firms, even big firms, even incumbent firms, are having to look over their shoulder and see, am I about to get lapped? And does that mean I need to go even faster? I need to deliver even better prices. I need to deliver better quality. I need to deliver better jobs. And it's true that monopolies and some incumbents would rather keep that competition out, would rather shut those rivals out of the market. But the whole premise of our antitrust laws is that actually the best ideas should win and gatekeepers should not just be able to lock in their dominance. And we've seen time and time again, extreme consolidation means that people are having to drive 500 miles or 100 miles to go to the hospital rather than 5 miles. Yeah. It means people are paying more for healthcare, for groceries, and it can even lead to major disasters like extreme consolidation in aerospace manufacturing that leaves the U.S. vulnerable.
Back in October, the GOP-led House Oversight Committee released a report on your leadership of the FTC. And that report says, quote, its singular purpose is to impose left-wing ideology over American markets and companies, disregarding American consumers and mirroring the European models that the Klan FTC strives to imitate. What do you make of that statement?
Well, look, I think our record speaks for itself. I think all the ways that we are delivering enormous benefits for the American people speaks for itself. And I'm just enormously proud of the win after win that we've been able to deliver for the American people, be it in court, be it in advancing the law, be it in money that we're saving for people, be it in non-competes that have been dropped for thousands of workers. And so it's just been an honor to get to be in this role and very proud of what we've been able to deliver in the relatively short time that we've had.
But just sticking with the issue of partisanship, because a lot of Republicans don't like you. Some do, but a lot don't. You mentioned a moment ago that there's nothing intrinsically partisan or progressive about antitrust laws, anti-monopoly laws. It shouldn't be. It should be something that people across the political divide support. Obviously, antitrust is about making the free market work in a fairer way, as you explained. Do you see yourself as a capitalist or as someone more on the left, someone as more of a social democrat?
Well, look, capitalism, we have open, fair, competitive markets. That's the system that we have. Those are the markets that our antitrust laws are supposed to protect. And so absolutely, I mean, I think competition is the lifeblood of our capitalist system. And those are the laws that we at the FTC enforce.
So it's not just Republicans who have come after you. Some liberals and centrists haven't been too happy with how you've run the FTC. And Kush Kadori wrote in New York Magazine at the end of 2023, quote, things have not gone as planned for the movement of the once rising star who has suffered a series of conspicuous setbacks at the helm of the FTC this year, 2023. He pointed out at the time to your lawsuits against Meta and Microsoft having, quote, flopped in the courts. You a moment ago mentioned the non-compete ruling that was welcomed by a lot of people, but now has been, I believe, suspended by a judge. What do you say to people who say, well, you haven't been as effective as you say?
Well, look, we at the FTC have had just historic wins. I mean, it's really remarkable.
That's exactly right. It doesn't matter about how successful they've been. It's the fact that they're actually doing something. It's more than the FTC has done for a long time. Like, the fact that it's 2025 and only now are Americans looking at consumer protections? Like, are you fucking kidding me?
I love that she's like, basically just like, who cares about the losses? Look at how much we've won.
Yeah, exactly.
Few years and just see enormous ways that we've been able to shift the law We've litigated 5 murder trials in the last year alone, which is a record. We already won 4 of those. We're waiting for a 5th decision. And these are not just small ball cases. I mean, these are cases that are going after some of the biggest mergers, the biggest deals in our economy. We're putting forward arguments that candidly enforcers in the past sometimes shied away from.
For a second, I thought she
and
said
we have resoundingly won.
we went after where we already did 4 murder cases. I was like,
It's
what?
merger. Yeah, I thought it was
like,
murder as well. And I'm like, oh, it's corporation. Yeah, merger.
These new merger guidelines a year ago, they've already been cited
Merger.
as persuasive authority by over a dozen courts. And I think if you hear some of the chatter on Wall Street and by deal makers, they've certainly noticed how effective the FTC has been.
You've gone after Amazon and Meta, and yet Jeff Bezos...
I mean, look at how adamant the billionaire tech cunts are to be around Trump and get her away from the FTC. How hard they pushed for that.
Mark Zuckerberg, right now cozying up to Donald Trump. The day we're speaking, Mark Zuckerberg's just put out a video saying he's going to change all of Meta's content policies to align with Republican ways of seeing it. They've donated to his inauguration fund as well. How do you think their behavior right now since the election will weigh on the FTC as we start a second Trump term? Do you think these tech giants will be scrutinized to the same degree going forward?
Well, look, I can't predict what a future administration is going to do. I do know that one of the original insights underlying the antitrust laws and the anti-monopoly tradition in America was a recognition that deep concentrations of economic power would be dangerous for the American people.
She'd be gettable
it would
for an
undermine
interview
their
now.
economic freedoms, but it could also pose political dangers. And I think too often Americans realize
A lot of her time just got freed up.
Yeah, but like I said
extreme
before,
concentration of
I
economic
mean, this
power
interview's a
can
little
bind
better, but a
political-
lot of times it's like we've already heard everything kind of like...
Yeah, we don't need to talk about the American regulations like that they've won. It's not going to be an interview. We're going to be talking to her. So we can talk about how America is so behind on consumer protections and why it's so behind on consumer protections and who is really behind it, right? We could really dig into this. It could be a fucking fantastic interview. And especially coming from an Australian where we have very, very, very good consumer protections, that's an interesting discussion.
Power in ways that people view as you know, unseemly and not really how our system is supposed to work. The FTC has been successful in its litigations against Facebook and Amazon. Those are set to go to trial in the coming years. And as I've noted, I think it's in those companies' interest to try to come and get some type of cheap settlement. But I think it's in the interest of the American people for those cases to go to trial and for us to get those liability verdicts.
So you're not going to be the chair of the FTC going forward. Donald Trump is president from January the 20th. He's picked your fellow commissioner, current commissioner, Andrew Ferguson, a conservative, to be the new chair of the Federal Trade Commission. Ferguson was appointed in April of last year. He's dissented against some of your most popular policies, the ones you've been mentioning in this interview, like banning non-competes, cracking down on junk fees. He said that he's going to fight wokeness and fight back against the trans agenda.
I fucking hate these
Do you worry that a lot of your good...
Just fucking end them. Honestly, fuck these people. Like, they're, like... At this point, they're actively hostile to life. Punch them in the head. At every opportunity. They leave their house, punched in the head. Just make them very afraid to leave the house. Yes, I'm advocating for domestic...
work, the popular work you cited in this conversation.
Fuck these people, though. Like, really. Fuck these people.
Well, look, I can't speak to what his plans are, and you know, folks will have to ask him directly. I do think that a lot of the wins that we've achieved for the American people will be durable. Many of the rules that we finalized have already gone into place, including a rule that banishes fake reviews. Our click-to-cancel rule is set to go into effect January 14th, and companies will have until mid-May to come into full compliance. And the litigated wins that we've already gotten are not going away, and they make clear that if in the future enforcers want to retreat and want to really go soft on taking on corporate lawbreakers, that's not because of anything that's happening in the courts or the law. It's actually going to be in direct contravention to what the law mandates. So, you know, these will be decisions that future enforcers will have to make.
But clearly he's going to take it in a different direction. That's undeniable.
Well, look, of course, every chair comes in with their own policies and their own priorities. I do think one thing that's especially striking about the antitrust and the anti-monopoly work is, as you've noted, there is deep bipartisan concern about extreme concentration of private power and what it means for a handful of companies to get to pick and choose, for example, who is getting seen and heard in the digital sphere. I think there's a lot of concern about, people's health care. And so these concerns are not going away.
It sounds like
about partisanship,
if she had continued as the chair, that she might have eventually hit YouTube and their shitty fucking algorithm. Because honestly, at this point, how is it not a consumer protection concern?
Do you want to know something funny about FTC?
Sure.
I
want to get back
people were so upset with the ending to Mass Effect 3, they actually submitted complaints to the FTC for false advertising.
Awesome. That's awesome. That's actually fucking awesome. But I do, like... And now I've lost it. Hold on.
Do you think there's enough room for both of us on this door?
I'm glad that was worth it. Hold on. Yes. YouTube and like algorithms and stuff. How, like, if we are consumers and advertisers are selling and the content creators are selling, how is the algorithm not a breach of consumer protections? If the internet is a human right, how is that not a breach of the consumer protections? How are algorithms designed and friendly to totalitarian regimes not a breach of consumer protections? Don't you think consumer protections should step in and stop you from becoming a Nazi? Maybe consumer protection should step in and stop you from becoming beholden, an agent for the Chinese state? I don't know. Same goes for America, right? This propaganda shit. Surely this could be regulated on a consumer protection basis, which would
Freedom
be
of
external
speech,
and
baby!
outside of the government.
First Amendment, baby!
An algorithm. I'm more like on American side of things, I'm more talking about the algorithms and really sort of buckling down on these fucking companies. Because like the algorithms are pushing shit that is harmful to you and shit that you're not even subscribed to. So if in the context of consuming, right? If I've picked the channels that I want to consume and I am not seeing that content, is that not a consumer protection issue? I feel like it is. I feel like they could probably lodge something with the United States. You could probably lodge something in your country if you have consumer protection issues. Maybe I'll call the ACCC and double check. I don't know. Might fuck around and check. Maybe it is. Maybe these algorithms haven't actually been contemplated as a consumer thing yet because it's the internet and it's a website and it's video content, even though you are consuming the video content. It's an interesting question.
What I don't get. Vice President-elect J.D. Vance called you one of the few people in the Biden administration that I think is doing a pretty good job. Former GOP Congressman Matt Gaetz, who Trump originally wanted as his Attorney General, said, "I hope her work continues in the Trump administration." And you yourself welcomed their praise for your work. And yet, not only are they getting rid of you, the guy they're replacing you doesn't share any of your views, the views that seem to endear you to the likes of Matt Gaetz and J.D. Vance. Why do you think that is? Why aren't Trump and Vance keeping you on then, if they agree with you?
Well, look, it's very traditional for a new president, especially of a different party, to come in and select their own political appointees. And you've probably noticed that there's a big debate happening in the Republican Party about how to think about corporate power, whether we really want an approach that's coddling monopolies and encouraging extreme consolidation of corporate power, or instead whether we want strong cops on the beat that are taking corporate lawbreakers to court, holding them accountable, and protecting the American people from monopoly power. So that's a debate that's happening right now in real time.
The Vances and Gateses seem to be losing it because Andrew Ferguson has taken over from you. But it's not just the Republicans who decided to kind of distance themselves from you. It feels like you were abandoned by your own side, too. I mean, I saw you doing events with AOC during the presidential campaign in New York, but you were nowhere to be seen when it came to the Harris campaign. And the vice president had as her major media proxy on economic issues billionaire Mark Cuban, who went out and said he wouldn't keep you on as FTC chair if he was president. And he said the bigger picture is she's hurting more than she's helping. Do you feel like the Harris campaign undermined you?
My job is a law enforcer. You know, there are laws that prohibit people in my type of position to even be campaigning or be appearing in political campaigns. So I've been focused on enforcing the law without fear or favor. Sure. So when we get invited to do constituent events to meet with the constituents of members of Congress, you know, that's always something that we do. But our job is not to kind of, you know, help campaigns. And at the end of the day, you know, my job is to listen to the American people and to enforce the law without fear or favor. We've been doing that, including from listening to Americans across the country. Congress has charged the FTC with enforcing the law in a, you know, without fear or favor, and that's what we've been doing.
Just for the record, did the Harris campaign, did the vice president reach out to you at all during the campaign to bolster your work or use any of your achievements that you've told me about today in their campaigning?
Well, look, in my capacity as FTC chair, of course, we've met with the vice president and have shared with her, you know, parts of our work that she has helped lead on.
Very corporate answer,
but
Lena.
we, as enforcers, as law enforcers, we're not involved in campaigning because that would violate the law.
Answer.
One last question. You can continue to serve the FTC as a commissioner until I believe the Senate confirms new appointees, which could take months, of course. I believe there aren't any laws requiring you to resign when the Trump administration takes over. Are you considering staying on at the FTC as a commissioner, if not the chair, after January the 20th?
Well, my focus right now is on the time that I have left as chair. We have 8 more business days, and we're going to use those days to keep protect.
So media trained.
She's a lawyer.
I know. That's why I want to get talking to her. I don't want to. Like,
You're
if we do try and get her.
You're not going to get past the lawyer.
No, I know, but if we do try and get her, I want to not talk about her job and talk about general consumer protection issues around the world. I think we could get her talking on stuff like that if we can keep it away from official duties. I think that would be a really, really good conversation. And I'll do some research on Australian consumer protections and American consumer protections. When it's been increased, when it's been dropped. Worker protections, that sort of stuff. Reagan era, right? We can talk about the Reagan era deregulation. All of that shit we could talk about that's way before her. That leads to this, and then we can get to the lawyer speak at the end. And we'll try to get an opinion. But we'll try and drop that shield. Because that's the hardest part when people are media trained, is getting past that shield.
Protecting the public from illegal business practices. As you've noted, the president-elect has not only designated a new chair, but announced his intention to nominate my replacement. And so my time at the commission will be winding down. And right now, we're just focused on the next 8 days and getting as much out as we can.
But January 21st, is Lena Khan on the FTC or not on the FTC? It's only 13 days away.
Look, right now, we're just thinking through, you know, until the morning of the 20th, and my time at the FTC will be coming to an end.
That's a great political answer, which makes me now add a last question on and say, do you have ambitions of running for political office at some point? Elected office?
You know, it's been an honor to be at the FTC and
yes.
Enforce the.
Bro, if she ran for office, she'd be a force. She's got a record, a good FTC record, as the chair, and you want to run purely against corporations. You got that seat, no doubt. You might even be able to unseat AOC with a campaign like that.
The law without fear or favor, and you know, just thinking about the rest of my time here.
We get it.
In political news, Elon Musk is under fire for making
Vosh?
making a gesture at President Trump's inauguration rally. For more insights, our correspondent Cooper Davis weighs in. Cooper, what exactly did you see on stage? It appears that Mr. Musk made various coordinated muscle movements in his right arm region, resulting in ambiguous and expressive and various iconographic imagery, some reminiscent of various unspecific symbols from various times in global history. Could you please be more specific? Elon Musk adjusted the angle of his limbs. That's just shorter. Well, the verdict is out as to what he meant by the posture, though some are calling it a variation or playful allusion to the concept of a salute. He made a salute. Some are saying this. And why are people mad exactly? The salute in question bears resemblance to certain similar salutes found similarly throughout various parts of history. For example, the Roman Empire. Any other example? The 1930s and 40s, though probably coincidental. Now, I'll be honest, Cooper, the salute reminded me of a fascist. Fascist adjacent, perhaps, though unlikely. Some theorize that his arm just does that. It just does that? He's autistic. What? Yeah, sometimes autistic people just do that. In my experience, they don't. He's also a gamer. My 14-year-old nephew frequently makes that gesture when his mother takes away his Xbox. I feel like we aren't getting anywhere. That's the sad reality of it. Who can say what one thing does or doesn't mean? It's not language and imperfect vessel for our thoughts and intentions. Regardless, it was just a one-off thing he did, so let's move on. He did it twice. Let's go to commercial.
This is the United States of America. And I don't care what Elon Musk is doing behind a presidential seal. In this country, we hate Nazis. Kind of like a foundational defining thing. Two of probably the most foundational defining things about American history is that we beat the Confederates and we beat the Nazis. And I don't know what side people may be on today, but I still am not rocking with anyone sympathetic to Nazis. Yeah. And I will do that until I am 6 feet in the ground. Like, kind of foundational to me as a human being. And so, if you're cool and want to defend the Sig Heils and the Nazi salutes, all the, whatever you want to do, that's on you. I'm on the opposite side of that. I'm not with the Nazis. How about that? I mean, but it's very important for us to assert these things. Because in times like now, what people want is for...
What happens when I take her saying, I'm not with the Nazis, and just remove the word not?
We get a good soundbite.
I'm with the Nazis.
All of us to just
send me the direct
give
link to
up.
this video?
They want all
of
us to just give up and say, America's gone to hell in a handbasket, and we're done. And just let them do what they're going to do. No. If there are no good people left in the world, I want to be the last one. And that's the ethos every single one of us can take. Like, if you are a hardworking, innocent person, I have got your back. Like, if you are just trying to make it in this world, I've got your back. Like, if you're not trying to hurt anybody, I got your back. And it's so important that we affirmatively assert that, because now more than ever, there's a lot of people that don't know who they are safe with, right? You look at someone on the street and you can't take for granted whether they're with you or not. And so when we assert ourselves, when we share information, when we let people know, and when we speak up, and we signal to other people that there are people in this world who have not given up. And there are times when we are not in positions of greater power. And sometimes what we are able to do is very limited. But even in times when our hands are tied, one of the most enormously powerful things that we can do is keep the light on, keep the candle on. And I think it's so important that we do that. Don't let these people's bullshit get you down. You're gonna do a Sig Heil, you're gonna do a Hail Hitler, or their rebrand a Roman salute from behind the presidential seal of the United States of America? It's on. It's on.
Okay, so Elon Musk is taking the stage now. I love Elon. He's literally my boy. What was that? Let's run that back really quick. I think there was no. Yeah, I think it's probably just AI. Okay. Well, it's not like he's gonna do it again or anything. That was an accident. Okay, so he literally did it again. Okay, and he did it exactly like the one guy does it. Okay. I'll just say this was absolutely not expected, guys. I have no idea what this was, and no one could have ever predicted something like this happening. That was not exactly what it looked like. It was something completely different than what it looked like. It wasn't the exact thing it looked like. Isn't he like autistic or something? Everyone's saying he's autistic. It's probably just awesome. Okay, you know what? We're actually just going to X out of this, folks. What we should be doing is actually reacting to hip-hop lyrics. A female rapper, one of them's going to be talking about sex or penis or something. It's actually a lot more important than this. It's fine. Everything's completely fine. You guys can stop tweeting about this. There's nothing to worry about. It was the
His
Roman
eyebrows continually got bigger the whole
We looked it up on Wikipedia.
It's day 0 of Trump's presidency, and Elon Musk is already doing salutes at the rallies. Luckily, the inauguration was not held in Melbourne. If it was, he'd be arrested. To be honest, I think this is our fault. We all made fun of Elon for his stupid X-jump, so he came up with something even cooler. I thought the X-jump represented his website, but I now understand he was telling us about his favorite movie. Trump supporters are scrambling to call this salute anything other than what it looks like, with many claiming that actually it was a Roman salute. Quick question, guys. We all know what the Third Reich was, but tell me, what was the first? There are only 2 explanations for this, and neither of them are good. Either Elon Musk is very racist, or he's the billionaire version of I Am Sam with a military contract. Now, I don't want to scare you, but I think he might be both. No, I'm just kidding. Everybody knows that the least racist people on Earth are wealthy white South Africans. And you know who agrees? Of all people, the ADL. They released a statement defending Elon Musk, saying that it was not that salute. So, for clarity's sake, if you share a picture of a cartoon frog, you're a Nazi. But if Elon does multiple straight-arm salutes at a victory rally, he's just charmingly autistic. If you're still confused, I'll translate what the ADL is saying. You can only be a Nazi if you support a genocide. Sorry, not the current one. I'm talking about the old one. That joke might get me to...
What'd you say?
This is the United...
You unmuted yourself.
Bit of trouble? I'm Lewis Spears. Welcome back to Lou Review. Like, subscribe, and let's break it down. Hope you don't mind. I'm shooting this from the hotel. I'm currently on tour right now. I'm in Perth doing wonders I think I've ever seen on the entire Trump campaign, and I'm including the last political campaign when he became president and the one before that when he lost. This is probably the worst moment ever from an optics perspective. Now, a lot of people have said, hey, Lewis, all right, that short that you made, you didn't include the full context. You edited it down. Show the full clip. Okay, well, here's the full clip. I really did edit out the second salute that he performed. Sorry. I was trying to make him look bad.
And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
Because the thing is, a lot of people were saying that he had his hand on his heart the whole time. Nah, he did it at the end as the safety, right? But nah, that's a hard slap to arm. Like that's hard. Like boom, boom. Like that's really. That's something. And my favorite part, I'm going to turn the volume up so everybody can hear it, is the little grunt that he does is my favorite part, right? The little grunt is just the best. So much effort put into it. Oh, just listen. This was the most obvious Nazi salute I've ever fucking seen. He does it twice. And people are defending it. We should take just him grunting as a soundbite. As like an if you know, you know.
My heart goes out to you.
See? And then he does the hand thing.
I love the noise he makes. Like, not only was that man saluting, I'm pretty sure he was also busting. Now, look, to be clear, I don't think this was a Nazi salute, but also I don't know what's going on in his head. The main reason why I don't...
So, my argument is the lengthy history that we know that Elon has with fascists and far-right types on Twitter and online, and even in real person, in real life, even in fucking Europe, literally funding the resurgent far-right party. Like, what the what is going on here? Like, we literally, like, I did tweet at Taylor Lorenz, which she wasn't gonna fucking tweet back, but whatever, right? I tweeted at her asking, hey, if anybody was to have a list, it would be you. Do you have a list of people that were allowed back onto Twitter after Elon bought it, right? Who were brought back, who are Nazis or Nazi sympathizers, right? Who is this person tagging us? What is going on? I'm gonna deal with that later. But yeah, so I was asking, and basically, if anybody would have it, it would be Taylor Lorenz. So I was wondering whether she had a list of people who came back who were Nazis or Nazi sympathizers. And I know for a fact that it's at least 12, which doesn't seem like a lot, but it's at least 12 that I'm aware of, and I'm not aware of a lot of fascist accounts. So let's just do a live Google here. I think this, yeah.
This is pretty easily Googleable.
It sure is. So let's go here.
Okay. While you're here, check that Google Drive.
Neo-Nazi accounts brought back after Elon bought.
Check that Google Drive.
Oh well. Verified pro-Nazi accounts flourish under Elon Musk. How surprising. Anyway, we could just like go through this, but okay, so here we go. We got maybe something. Very cool, very cool. Andrew Anglin. Oh my god. Do you know who this is?
Daily Stormer. Cool.
Editor of the Daily Stormer. Literal Nazi propagandist. Unbanned by Elon in his infinite wisdom. And, expression of free speech, right? That's what they said? Very cool. Alright, let's keep looking. Alright, CNN. Admittedly, it's CNN, but we're not going to read any of it. We just want...
Okay, Tim Pool.
I mean, Kanye. Data set of many unbanned accounts compiled by researchers worked for Twitter in 2014. Last year began a Project Hate Speech QAnon. Sure. Let's go data set. GitHub. Suspension reversals. Beautiful. Look at this. Lovely. So.
See, Taylor
now
Lorenz knew you could Google it yourself. That's why she didn't respond. She believes in you.
Well. Hey, direct links to accounts as well. Hell yeah. Oh, thanks.
Now I can start my Nazi cult.
Post-millennial reporter.
Hi, are you a Nazi? I am also a Nazi.
That is not a good start.
What do you mean?
Kanye West, something. Okay. Well, let's actually... You know what's a good idea? Keyword searching. How many 88s are in usernames? Screen names. Let's see. Oh. Random. Uh-oh. Socialist. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Probably a Nazi. I don't know. This is a very slow way to do it, but if I had a list of names that I could actually search, that would be great. This is just a database. But 888, probably Asian. There's a true 88 and an anime profile picture. This might be a winner, guys. This account does not exist. Damn. But that would be an extremely interesting thing to actually look through and find, is how many Nazi accounts were actually unbanned by Elon. But as was seen by, you know, we could just continue scrolling. Oh, here we go. Now we're up to like unrelated shit. The Times? Sure, let's go Times. Main neo-Nazi group. Britain's main neo-Nazi group has been ushered back to Twitter under Elon Musk. Very cool, Elon. Very cool. What about Tommy Robinson and his bunch of fuckheads and all the collaboration with Elon that they've been doing? What about that? I mean, Elon loves to talk about that. Loves to talk about Muslim people in England. Loves it. Absolutely froths it. So, are we going to talk about that? Are we going to talk about how Tommy Robinson is connected to Nazis in Russia? We're not going to talk about that. We're not going to talk about how every single Nazi that I've ever come across on Twitter loves to talk about Muslims and grooming gangs in Britain. You know, it's not an indication, but quacks like a duck. Walks like a duck.
Fucks like a duck.
Rapes, yeah. Oh, is that only one?
Oh.
I don't think it's a Nazi salute.
There are a few 44s in there, but nothing that sort of seemed off.
Is because despite the autism, Elon Musk really hates trains, so he couldn't possibly be a Nazi. Although, then again, those in charge of the space program in America have historically been Nazis, so it's anyone's guess, really. I knew we shouldn't have made fun of him for his stupid X jump. That's the reason why we're here. We bullied him out of doing the X jump, and he came up with a new way to piss everybody off online with a pose. Honestly, who thought it could get more embarrassing for Trump than this?
Huh?
Said, bro, you made that joke already.
Come on up here, Elon. He created the first major American car company in generations, and his rocket company is the only reason we can now send American astronauts into space. Come here. Take over, Elijah.
Look how excited they are for this fucking goober.
I love that you can tell there's just such a thinly veiled level of disgust coming from Trump whenever Elon Musk is anywhere near him doing something very embarrassing. He could barely contain it in while Elon's jumping around in the background. Even Baron Trump seems to be completely sick of Elon Musk's antics. He can't stand to be near him either. Side note, how fucking tall is Baron Trump now? Like, the kid is actually my height. That's proper certified freak height. I know what it's like to be that tall, and he's much younger than I was when I maxed out on my height, so he's probably going to be like 7'1". The kid's going to be bigger than me. I'm pretty sure that's essentially a disability.
He's disabled.
If this kid gets any taller, Elon Musk is going to lose his job because Baron Trump will be able to reach Mars without leaving Earth. Anyway, back to the salute. This has been freaking everybody out across the world, and there's a giant debate going on everywhere over whether Elon Musk is a Nazi or if he's just very autistic. Gee, it probably doesn't help Elon that just last week he was calling himself Kekius Maximus. Jesus. It's just not good optics. I'm not like fully committed to just outright calling him a Nazi, but there's a lot of things that are starting to add up. The Australian mainstream media was so horrified by this that on our TV and social media, they're blurring out the salute. That's the first appendage I've seen blurred that wasn't in Japanese pornography. So many people in my comment sections are telling me, no, it's not a Nazi salute. It's actually the Roman salute. To those people, I would say, why don't you go and have a look at who stole the Nazi salute from who? It was stolen from the Italians who invented the Roman salute and said that the Romans did it, which they never did.
People are saying, no, it's the Roman salute. I have not seen people saying it's the Roman salute. Only the hard to the crowd narrative.
Yeah.
I think everyone has adopted the same narrative here, even though it doesn't exist.
It all traces back to one nationalist Italian guy that made a movie about the Romans and put the Roman salute in there, and then actual fascist Italian politicians started doing it, and then the Nazis stole it from them. So
yes, it's called romanticized nationalism. It's literally romanticism that created this salute. It's literally a Nazi salute based off romanticism, based off Italian fascism.
If you don't think it's a Nazi salute, which, by the way, is kind of a fine opinion to have.
The only time this is ever used is by the Nazis. It is a Nazi salute.
Hey,
Don't say that it's a Roman salute.
No, a fascist salute, but whatever.
Did you see that file I sent to the Google Drive yet? Pretty good.
No.
Pretty funny.
I think we might have a full Nazi page now. Almost. Need one more Nazi soundbite to fill it out. Nazi replacing Obama. Where does that happen?
I'm with the Nazis. How about that?
It came out pretty good, right?
That's a fucking winner.
I heard her say it,
with the
and you know, this is
How about that?
in my head. The design just
Awesome.
gets completed, you know?
Yep.
I'm a mad scientist.
Because that's essentially a synonym. If you really need to defend Donald Trump and Elon Musk, all you got to say is like, yeah, Elon's a bit of an aspie. He does weird shit, and we probably shouldn't have him on stage. Like, this is a guy who is a super genius, apparently. I don't know why he's on stage. He's clearly not a good orator.
As you can see, I'm not just MAGA, I'm dark MAGA.
As you can see, guys, I'm not just MAGA, I'm also retarded. We'll get to the victory speech that Elon made on either side of his definitely not Nazi salutes soon, but I want to first have a look at this speech that he made the day beforehand while he was wearing his son X, like some kind of bulletproof vest. Have you guys noticed that whenever Elon Musk is in public standing next to the president, he's just got his son on him, like just daring a sniper to take a shot? Like, you wouldn't do it, mate. You'd hit my son, and I only have like 35 of those, but this is the one that I like the most because he hasn't realized that I'm a bad father yet.
So, we're looking forward to making a lot of changes, and you know this victory is the start, really. What matters going forward?
Spit it out, Junior. This guy should not be on stage. He needs to be locked in a dungeon working on his various projects. Like, that's what you do with your super geniuses, okay? You don't put them on stage no matter how much they want to be on stage. They are not good performers. And I say this as someone who walks on his toes heaps.
And set the foundation for America to be strong for a century, for centuries, forever.
Strong for centuries? You mean like 1,000 years? Like some kind of Fourth Reich or something? Again, I'm not like fully committing to say the guy's a Nazi, but he's not doing himself any favors, is he? I mean, inheriting a South African emerald mine is bad enough. If I inherited a mining business from South Africa as a white guy, you better believe I'd be wearing an LGBTQ plus pin 24/7 and attending every BLM rally, just praying that nobody looks into how my family made their money. Anyway, let's have a look at his speech, shall we?
Trap now, dog. Copyright music.
You, bro, he stopped doing the X jump. If we didn't bully him out of doing that stupid jump, this never would have happened. But I do, you know, like, I do have some sympathy for him. He's obviously clearly very autistic, and this is self-admitted, obviously. He's said this many times. I mean, just recently an article came out.
It's just not an excuse.
About how his teachers in school classified him as retarded. And he responded to that tweet saying, yeah, they were pretty much right. So I do sympathize with him whenever people go, oh, why is this guy acting so
Elon
weird?
Musk
It's like, oh, because he has like
retarded?
a developmental delay. Like, obviously.
So, I guess.
This is what victory feels like. Yeah!
Ooh, I don't know if I'd be celebrating victory right before you do a salute. Someone might misconstrue that to be hailing victory or something ridiculous like that.
Can you imagine how awesome it will be to have American astronauts plant the flag on another planet for the first time?
Shut up.
Bam! Bam! Yeah!
Bam! 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 Yeah! I mean, the guy's stimming. He's really excited and he's stimming. I'm surprised that he's not flapping his arms. And as we all know, stimming is completely normal. I mean, check out this very famous professional orator who loved to stim. No, I'm kidding. Unlike Elon Musk, that guy was on a lot of drugs. What do you mean Elon's on a lot of ketamine all the time? Look, again, I'm not trying to put the Nazi label on the guy, but it's just terrible optics is what I'm saying. Like, no matter the intention behind it, you can't go doing gestures that look like salutes. And a lot of people have responded to this with like screenshots of politicians like waving that look like salutes in a still frame image. But when you play the video version where those screenshots are from, they just look like waves.
Well, this is the thing, right? They probably would. There's basically no difference between Orthodox Russian and Protestant Christian in America at this point. They're the same fucking thing. Like, I've seen no difference. They act the same. They talk the same. It's the same rhetoric. All the anti-gay rhetoric comes straight from Russia, from like 2013.
One has nice churches. One meets at the Old Country buffet.
Yeah.
For a church, that's the difference.
Yeah. When was it that the when was the gay rhetoric stuff come? That was like 2013, 14, right? When Russia made it gay illegal.
When they declared them. What about when they declared LGBT a terrorist group?
Yeah, that sort of stuff.
I don't know.
Well, okay.
Someone in chat will know the year.
I'll be more specific. The Dominion theologists, those people would in no way be any different from the Orthodox Russians who are also expansionist neo-Nazis.
Did not look like a wave at all. It looked like a Sieg Heil. And if you disagree, why don't you go to work tomorrow and do it in the office and see...
Ecumenial? I don't know what that means. Representing the whole body of churches. Okay. That's fine. Yeah, because like individual Protestants, whatever, they're a little weird, but they're fine. You get them in a group and you start talking about sevens and mountains, it starts getting weird.
Fine.
What happens? Oh, what's that? You wouldn't do it? Why? Do you think because people might see that it looks almost exactly what it looks like, no matter what you say?
They need to be
of course you wouldn't. That'd be dumb as fuck.
You know, there's always problems in life. You know, there's this problem, solve that problem. But you know, there need to be things that inspire you. There need to be things that make you glad to wake up in the morning and say, I'm looking forward to the future.
And watching him speak at rallies reminds me so much of that one episode of The Office when Dwight Schrute spoke at a public event. It's literally the same person.
Blood alone moves the wheels of history! Have you ever asked yourselves in an hour of meditation, which everyone finds during the day, how long we have been striving for greatness?
Dude, even the gestures that Dwight Schrute is doing is like perfectly Elon Musk. It's crazy that this was done like 9 years ago because they look exactly the same. The weird, awkward posing, like trying to imitate people that are good at public speaking.
I just want to go back to the actual video here so we can understand what Lewis is apologizing for. That is not the same. Just saying. Not the same. Not in any way. And look. Hey, look, he does it again. Crazy. Who knew?
That inspire you.
Blood alone moves. Weird, awkward posing, like trying to imitate people that are good at public speaking. It's the same shit.
It has been a lifetime struggle. A never-ending fight, I say.
It's because they're not Christians, they're team sports conservatives. Christian is an accessory to conservatism, or is conservatism an accessory to Christianity? Don't fucking know. But I'm gonna lean more on the first way, and say that it's an aesthetic that all conservatives need, as all conservative presidents have had to appeal to the Christian whites.
Yeah, and even have you heard Trump talk about his favorite part of the Bible? Have you?
Or his Bible with the Constitution and his personal signature
No, I'm dead
in it?
serious. Have you heard him talk
No,
about
I
this?
haven't. I haven't.
Look up Trump's favorite part of the Bible real quick. It should be like a 30-second short.
Mm.
You're gonna love this. It's one of the funniest clips.
You've been talking about how it's your favorite book, and you said, I think last night in Iowa, some people are surprised that you say that. I'm wondering what one or two of your most favored Bible verses are and why.
I wouldn't want to get into it because to me that's very personal. You know, when I talk about the Bible, it's very personal, so I don't want to get into verses. I don't want to get into.
There's no verse that means a lot to you that you think about or cite?
The Bible means a lot to me, but I don't want to get into specifics.
Even to cite a verse that you like?
No, I don't want to do that.
You're an Old Testament guy or a New Testament guy?
Probably equal. I think it's just an incredible. The whole Bible is an incredible. I joke very much so. They always hold up the Art of the Deal. I say my second favorite book of all time, but I just think the Bible is just something very special.
Jesus fucking Christ!
What a fucking idiot! The way he's just able to just fucking steamroll right through that. You can't trap him.
It's very funny. But yeah, no, it is very revealing. That people always cry about fucking separation of church and state. Guess who doesn't? Orthodox Russians and Dominion Christians. Remember what I was saying about them being the same? How interesting. I don't know. You tell me. They're obsessed with power. So are the Orthodox Christians. It's all about ritual, right? It's I don't know. There's so much to unpack, and these people are already so far ahead. As long as they can't get control of pop culture, we're good. We're good. As long as pop culture can stay in liberal hands, even if it's cringe and Marvel, good.
To you, and you will understand that it is a privilege to fight.
Everything down to the weird laughter is fucking perfectly Elon Musk. Are we sure that Elon didn't learn his speaking skills from Dwight Schrute? It's kind of cute. This guy can only either scream way too loud into the microphone or way too quiet.
I really won't. So, and yeah, but I'm super fired up for the future. It's going to be very exciting. As the president said, we're going to have a golden age. It's going to be fantastic.
You know what Elon reminds me of? You know those guys on Reddit that are always posting about how they have 16 different IT jobs, they all work from home, and they're not really doing anything at any of them, but they're making like $200,000 at each job, and they're just waiting for one of their bosses to notice that they do no work, and then they get fired from one of them, but they still have dozens more. Like, that's him. Like, people think that, you know, he's a billionaire because he's so good at inventing or because of his car business. I just think he's a billionaire because he's really good at getting jobs. And really good at, like, getting around the fact that he clearly doesn't do very much at any of them. I mean, how do you think he convinced so many women that he would be a good father to their child? He is an expert at convincing people he will do a job that he won't.
So thank you again.
Coercion is rape.
And yeah, I'm just so excited about the future. Thank you guys. Thank you.
I like that little salute at the end, Elon. I reckon when it comes to salutes...
Wait, hold on. Was that a normal salute? Crazy.
I like that...
Interesting. Why the difference? Interesting.
Nazi. he's a Nazi.
Little salute at the end, Elon. I reckon when it comes to salutes, you should stick to doing exclusively that one and none other. The discourse around this salute is absolutely crazy, and it's understandable when, even though I don't think he did a Nazi salute, I think he's just very autistic and got carried away. Maybe he was doing the thing where like, you know, in your head you're like, don't think of an elephant, don't think of an elephant, don't think of an elephant. He's up there on stage being like, don't do a Nazi salute, don't do a Nazi salute, and then he tries to say hello to everyone, or by giving away his heart, and accidentally does the Sieg Heil. He's lucky he didn't do it in Melbourne, dude. They'd arrest you for that, literally. What I'm saying is, it's not Elon's fault, okay? When he gets excited, sometimes he stims into the shape of a swastika. It's out of his hands. It's purely because of the autism and the ketamine. It's a dangerous mix. And you know who agrees with me? The ADL. They came out with a statement and they said, this is a delicate moment. It's a new day, and yet so many are on edge. Our politics are inflamed, and social media only adds to the anxiety. It seems that Elon...
The ADL didn't want to get sued.
Musk made an awkward gesture in a moment of enthusiasm, not a Nazi salute. An awkward gesture in a moment of enthusiasm. That really is the most lawyer sentence that...
Yeah. She also did something responding to them.
Oh, did she?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
When you translate it from legalese to a normal person's layman speech, means, yeah, I don't think he's a Nazi. I just think he's fucking mentally disabled. But again, we appreciate that people are on edge. In this moment, all sides should give one another a bit of grace, perhaps even the benefit of the doubt, and take a breath.
Yeah, take a breath. You tell me. I don't know. Take a breath. It was just a mistake. It was a little awkward gesture. Let's see that in instant replay. Do we want to see it again? Right. Flat palm the entire fucking time. I just want to point this out. If people are saying that he's saying that my heart goes out to you, if you were to do that, would you do like a grabbing motion and a throwing motion? Or would you do a cross body, straight arm, straight palm? What do you reckon? I don't know. I'm not an expert, I guess.
Elon Musk made an awkward gesture in a moment of enthusiasm.
Do a hand flip if I was going to say my heart goes out to you, because...
Yes, yeah,
so
exactly.
I could see how you could get to this, but like normally you would do like a gesture of gratitude, which is always hand up, because you're receiving. That's the whole point of gratitude.
Exactly.
These are subtle social cues that we have, and so if he doesn't understand social cues, maybe he doesn't understand gratitude is hand up. But like I said, I think it's deliberate.
Yes. I think that the hand on the heart afterwards was the cop out. That was the excuse. That was the scapegoat.
Enthusiasm, not a Nazi salute. An awkward gesture in a moment of enthusiasm. That really is the most lawyer sentence that, when you translate it from legalese to a normal person's layman speech, means, yeah, I don't think he's a Nazi. I just think he's fucking mentally disabled. But again, we appreciate that people are on edge. In this moment, all sides should give one another a bit of grace, perhaps even the benefit of the doubt, and take a breath. I'm sorry, but when has the ADL ever given anyone the benefit of the doubt when it comes to Nazi symbolism? I mean, these are the guys that made Pepe the Frog from 4chan like a Nazi symbol. They said it was a hate symbol. So if you posted any meme of the frog, that made you a Nazi. But you can get on stage at a political rally and do what looks like a Sieg Heil, and they'll be like, come on, guys, let's give him the benefit of the doubt. How can you have both of those things? That doesn't make any sense. Unless you take into account the recent comments by Donald Trump when it comes to the ceasefire between Israel and Palestine, where he said, I don't think the ceasefire will last very long. I wonder why the ADL would let slip that they don't mind when his friends do things that if anybody else did would get them labeled as an anti-Semite by the organization. I wonder why they are letting Elon slide on this one. But in conclusion, look, I don't think it was a Sieg Heil. I think that the guy's just very autistic and got way too excited. That doesn't mean that he should be in charge of anything in the government. But also, I don't think people are silly for having...
You know, bro's just repeating himself and just...
Donald Trump assuming the presidency is certain
No.
to usher in changes in U.S.
CIA
policy
source.
and the U.S. role in the world.
Look up.
What does that mean
no,
for the
wait.
challenges of 2025?
Wait, look up AOC ADL. If it doesn't come up, I'll find it on Twitter.
Okay. Kyle Kalinske.
Yo, welcome to the show. Holy cow, do I have a big one for you. Awkward gesture in a moment of enthusiasm, not a Nazi salute. But again, we appreciate that people are on edge. In this moment, all sides should give one another a bit of grace, perhaps even the benefit of the doubt. Yeah, because that's what Trump and MAGA are known for, right? Giving people the benefit of the doubt if they disagree with them. And take a breath. This is a new beginning.
Fair point.
Let's hope for healing and work toward unity in the months and years ahead. Now, if you know anything about the ADL, this should make you beyond furious. Because the ADL, it does not take much for them to launch a smear campaign against you and to call you an anti-Semite and to say you hate all Jewish people and to say you're a bigot. In fact, we've seen it 100 times vis-a-vis pro-Palestine protesters. If you say something like Free Palestine, or you say something from the river to the sea, or you wear a keffiyeh, however you pronounce it, excuse me, they go, oh, you're anti-Semitic. You hate all Jews. We feel threatened by the existence of this cloth around your neck. I'm not kidding. You go back and you check the record, you see the laundry list of people that they called anti-Semitic. If you wear a watermelon t-shirt, they accuse you of being an anti-Semite.
It's true.
But here we have somebody on the far right who we know is far right, and he...
No. I'm not sure whether it was true. I mean, in that video, he said that he looked it up and that it was romantic. It was romanticism that invented the Roman salute.
Yeah, it was never a thing. It was invented by theater.
Yeah, like a fucking it was a total propaganda victory for the fascists. Let's actually double check this.
No, it came about because of theater. It was a thing that came about in theater.
Mm.
And plays and Shakespeare's and stuff.
Origins and adoptions. It was George Ritter von Schoner, head of the Pan-German Party, Austrian Germans. Hail greeting. Okay. Extended arm saluting gesture was alleged based on Roman custom, but no known Roman work of art depicts it. Nor does any Roman text describe it. Historians have instead determined the gesture originated from Jacques Louis David's 1784 painting Oath of the Harari. Harari? Okay. Look, that's sure. Okay. Sure. Which
ADL?
displayed a raised arm salutatory gesture is an ancient Roman setting. The gesture and its identification with ancient Rome was advanced in French neoclassic art. So either way, no matter where it came from, was never Roman. Yeah. So the there is a salute called the Roman salute. Okay, let's fact check you live. Shall we?
Brown said, how would Roman salute be invented after Rome?
Romanticism.
It's funny.
Okay. Some people saying that it could come from this.
Which
that doesn't make sense because he's pointing and it's cocked.
Farting and holding the covers over my wife's head be a Dutch oven.
What? How is it
not
Dutch? Exactly. Maybe this one here. But that's a pretty weak justification. One dude in a whole painting? I don't know. That seems like pretty weak justification there. So I think we could safely disregard that as a source out of it. 19th and 18th centuries France. Okay. That just looks like French doing French things. I don't know. 19th and 20th centuries US? Sure. I mean, look. It's the same thing. Like, you can dance around it all you want. It's the same thing. I don't know what's happening in chat here. 30s literally assumed that because it was pictured in pictures it was Roman. Yeah, well, the Nazis are that dumb. So that would make sense. They also sort of stole. I mean, look, we at the start of the stream we went over the Nazi symbolisms and where they stole them all from. So like we're all people who were here anyway, are fully aware of it. So I mean, yeah.
Okay, so it was just a tweet, not a video from her.
Oh, okay.
In my head, this was combined with that video. But there's the tweet.
Hold on. How the fuck is it Roman if it's based off in there? Exactly. Wait, what? What is happening? What is happening? Who's fighting who here? Why is chat fighting?
It got...
Do I need to separate you guys?
It came about being a Roman salute in theater plays.
Mm.
When they were playing the Romans on stage.
I mean, either way, it's not Roman.
Yes.
And I'm pretty sure it was first done by the Italians, yes?
Yes.
Post okay. Adoption Italy. Who was written? Describe jump Italian fascism. Okay. Neo-imperial rituals like Italian fascist repertoire. Okay, this Wikipedia sucks. We'll deal with this later.
Which are very different from the challenges President Trump faced when he took office 8 years ago. We asked experts from our deep bench of fellows here at the Council on Foreign Relations for their take on what a Trump presidency might mean for the issues they cover.
So she goes, just to be clear, you are defending a Hail Hitler salute that was performed and repeated for emphasis and clarity. People can officially stop listening to you as any sort of reputable source of information now. You work for them. Thank you for making that crystal clear to all. Beautiful. Gorgeous.
What does she
Love
mean
it.
by them?
The conservatives, I'm assuming?
Jews?
Are they
She
the
JQing?
conservatives? She's talking about Trump.
How dare she
Cover.
JQ here.
Over the last decade, U.S. policy on China has been surprisingly bipartisan. And some of that owes to President Trump, who, when he ran for president in 2015 and 2016, helped catalyze sort of a new consensus on the need to outcompete China. In many ways, if you look at Congress, you've seen bipartisan action on legislation that is really surprising, almost unanimous, on issues like TikTok, on human rights, on export controls, on trade, on supporting allies and partners, and on Taiwan.
You're new around here. This guy is our resident China lover. He's always here. No matter what we say, never convinced. I don't know. It's just like, I don't know. Like, thanks for watching. I don't get it. Like, nothing we've said has convinced you of anything. Like, you've changed nothing. Like, none of your opinions have changed. Nothing that we've shown you, spoken to you about. You're coming back here the same way every time.
Because you're all phonies.
The leader of the Regency of Carnara. What is source? Source, my dude. Said link. We're streaming. I can put it on screen.
Taiwan. The question today, though, is whether or not that bipartisan approach is going to survive a second Trump term. I think the prospects are good that bipartisanship will endure in Congress, but will the president remain a part of that bipartisan consensus, or will he go his own way? And if he does go his own way, that could look like trying to strike big trade deals with China that might not necessarily be consistent with the larger bipartisan approach that's been developing over the last decade.
For all of President Trump's talk about America first, I think that his administration is likely to be quite active in the Middle East. The president wants to focus on expanding the Abraham Accords, his signature achievement in the Middle East during his first term in office, and he'd really like to loop the Saudis into an expanded circle of peace, as people refer to it.
Another priority for President Trump, now that there is a ceasefire in the Gaza Strip, is to revive his deal of the century. That was the president's effort to forge a two-state solution between Israelis and Palestinians. That happened during his first term. The president sees himself as a great deal maker, and he's likely to revive that effort once again, despite the fact that it was heavily favored against the Palestinians, who rejected the original plan out of hand.
The region today has changed from 2020 when President Trump left office. Today, Iran is much weaker than it was then. It has suffered a serious defeat in Syria, and is no longer capable of dealing with its allies, Hezbollah and Hamas, who are either degraded or destroyed. Its economy is much weaker because of various internal mismanagement, inflation, unemployment, and budget deficit. However, its nuclear program is also much vaster. During his first term, the Trump administration had what is called maximum strategy of pressure on Iran, which involved imposing debilitating economic sanctions on the country. Those policies were effective in terms of depleting the Iranian treasury. The new incoming Trump administration has been talking about reviving those economic sanctions as a means of getting it to negotiate seriously on its arms control and nuclear file. The Iranian government seems to be willing to negotiate with President Trump as a means of forestalling sanctions and preventing that pressure strategy from being imposed. There certainly is a willingness to negotiate. It is hard to see at this point if there's willingness to compromise.
I think the first and immediate challenge for him will be the Syria conflict. It's something that he had not foreseen. How do you contain and control the situation that is in American interests? And how do we work with our allies and friends in the region to ensure that Syria, A, does not become a spillover into Lebanon, into Israel, into Egypt and Jordan and elsewhere, but more importantly, that the situation in Syria does not motivate other rebel groups then to turn on some of our allies in the region, but also governments that are seen to be oppressive by our standards in the Middle East.
Trump is likely to impose some sort of tariff across the board on every country in the world. What does that mean? Well, he said that potentially it could be a 10, 20, 60% tariff. The numbers have varied. We don't know exactly what he's going to impose, but we do know that tariffs are coming in one way or another. And he wants them to apply to everyone to ensure that there is no leakage of only applying them to some countries.
And so that could be a big shock to globalization, a push towards deglobalization. But I think paradoxically, this is not the most important challenge that Trump poses. I think the bigger question surrounding Trump's presidency this time around is going to be about inflation. He comes to power promising to do three different things. One is to extend the tax cuts that he had the first time and to tolerate a big budget deficit. That's inflationary. Second is to remove a lot of labor from the country by kicking out immigrants. If you reduce the labor supply, the cost of labor goes up, so that's inflationary. And then the third thing is, of course, the tariffs again. That also is a direct way of pushing up prices of imported goods. Last time around, when Trump pursued a similar policy mix, the American economy was quite in need of an inflationary stimulus. It was still in the grip of the post-2008 financial crisis regime of very low inflation. It needed to escape that low inflation. So in a funny way, the inflation impulse from Trump was a good thing. This time, we've just come off COVID, a period of very high peacetime inflation, and an inflationary impulse is not a good thing. That's the main challenge that I foresee.
Trump's overall approach to Ukraine and Russia is, at least in general terms, pretty easy to predict. He said he wants to end the war through negotiation, meaning neither side gets everything that it wants. He also wants to lower tensions in Russian-American relations, which have had experts worrying about World War III. Whether Trump can develop an effective policy will depend on how well he understands two enormous changes that have happened since he left office 4 years ago. Ukraine's status has changed. It has become an ally in all but formal legal terms. Secondly, Trump needs to understand the way in which Putin has reconceived his relations with the West. He has described his conflict with the West as an existential war, a clash between civilizations. He has staked his reputation on the outcome of this conflict. This is not a struggle in his eyes from which, once it's ended, you return to business as usual.
So the biggest concern on the European side is the question of tariffs. If Donald Trump imposes tariffs on the member states of the European Union, that can mean a serious hit to their GDP growth and to their economic prosperity at a time when relations with China are also deteriorating. The second concern for the European Union and for Europeans is that Trump will cut military and financial help for Ukraine, which would mean that the European Union could be faced with a Russian advance in its neighborhood in Ukraine and cannot make up for the loss of US support, especially of military support. And the third question that Europeans are concerned about is whether Trump will put into question the future of NATO as he has already threatened during his first term.
There is high anxiety within NATO itself, as well as
I was
throughout
trying
Europe,
to hold it in.
about whether Trump might withdraw from NATO during his second term or do
That's
some
the second person that's had a speech impediment in this video. It fucking sent me over the edge. A nuclear vessels.
irreparable damage to the Atlantic Alliance. My best guess is that it will not happen. We now live in a world in which the United States is in intense competition with Russia following its invasion of Ukraine. It would be, I think, far-fetched to imagine that Trump would want to withdraw from NATO and remove U.S. troops from Europe in the context of that new geopolitical cleavage. Furthermore, I think Trump will ask himself what would be in it for me or for the United States to withdraw from NATO. And the answer is nothing.
It's more
yes,
likely
Trump
he's
will
going to
push
pay
NATO
attention.
allies to spend more on defense. Yes, he may want to reduce some of the forward presence the United States has if there is a peace deal for Ukraine. But I think the NATO picture 4 years from now will look a lot like the picture today.
Donald Trump will arrive at the White House for his second term with a very clear and focused agenda on immigration. It has four major elements. First is he wants to carry out the largest mass deportation of unauthorized immigrants in U.S. history. There are roughly 10.5 to 11 million such people in the United States. The administration is targeting removals of at least 1 million people per year. Secondly, he wants to try to seal the border with Mexico by bringing back Title 42, which was a pandemic era statute.
We were talking about that. Remember what happened when that came off?
That allows people to immediately be sent back to Mexico if they cross between the ports of entry. Third, he will try to eliminate the legal refugee program to bring in refugees from overseas. We currently take in roughly 100,000 per year. And finally, he's likely to try to further curb legal migration. His administration, the folks around him, believe that migrants are competition for American workers. They would like to reduce the legal immigration numbers from the current roughly 1.1 million per year.
Unauthorized migration, fentanyl. These are some of the issues at the centerpiece of Donald Trump's 2024 campaign.
That the experts are saying that Trump is going to be worse on legal immigration. Just like before. Wow. No way. I thought they liked the people as long as they came in legally.
What do you mean?
They were part of the reason that voters elected him to a second term in office. And now he's promising a Latin America policy that puts several regional issues front and center. He's talked tough on China. His administration's goal will be to keep China from growing its commercial diplomatic weight in the region. I think he'll be concerned with trade, as he is across the globe. This will be an administration that's looking to renegotiate the USMCA even ahead of schedule. Third, he's concerned with fentanyl and flows of deadly drugs, even promising or threatening unilateral military strikes on fentanyl processing labs on Mexican territory.
Smart.
What might we expect from a President Trump administration on energy and climate issues in 2025? President Trump will want the United States to continue to expand its global lead in the production of oil and gas. Around the world, the United States will look for markets, for example, for exports of liquefied natural gas. And you can expect a clean break from Biden administration policy that had paused new approvals of export terminals for liquefied natural gas. Expect President Trump to leave the Paris Agreement and stop sending U.S. delegations to the annual UN summits. Although the Trump administration is not going to be very forward-leaning on either climate or clean energy, do expect that there will be some bright spots for policies that enable America to be globally competitive in a subset of palatable clean technologies, whether advanced nuclear power, which is popular with Republicans, or advanced geothermal energy, a renewable source that has links to the oil and gas industry. Expect that these sorts of technologies could receive support under a President Trump administration.
As you've heard, a second Trump presidency is unlikely to be a business-as-usual presidency on foreign policy. Keep coming to CFR for expert, nonpartisan analysis on these policies and what they mean for the world.
Shut up, dog.
Be nice to him.
Good afternoon. I'm Greg Casar. I am chair of the Progressive Caucus and represent the heart of Texas. Thank you so much for coming.
Caucus.
On his first day in office, Donald Trump showed the American people exactly who his administration is serving. The richest handful of people on the planet. At inauguration, sitting right behind the president and in front of his own cabinet were three men whose combined wealth is more than the wealth of the entire bottom half of this country combined.
What was that about being a bottom?
Trump could have had in that front row a firefighter from California, a school teacher from Uvalde, a World War II veteran. Instead,
why do you say it
Trump
so
isn't
like that?
putting the good of Americans first. He's putting Bezos, Musk, Zuckerberg, and billionaires with armies of lobbyists first. The Progressive Caucus and the Democratic Caucus will respond every single day by putting actual working people, not ultra-rich elites, first. The Progressive Caucus has a clear plan. While Donald Trump is giving corrupt CEOs a tax break, we will be on the picket lines with American workers. Progressives will stand up for struggling and vulnerable Americans as Trump villainizes them and as he attempts to distract from his own corruption and his own abuse of office for his billionaire buddies. Progressives and Americans across this country will hold Trump accountable for pardoning violent extremists who were convicted of assaulting police officers. We will hold him accountable for shredding our Constitution and attempting to take birthright citizenship away from people, including attempting to take birthright citizenship away from families, immigrant families who are here fully complying with the law. And when people ask, as I've heard all the time, why would Trump do such crazy things? Like shredding the Constitution, undoing birthright citizenship, putting billionaires in the front row of his inauguration. Why does he do this? There's only ever two answers. He's either doing it for himself or he's doing it for his billionaire donors. That's it. Everything he's going to do is for one of those two reasons. And progressives are ready to lead our entire caucus and our country to show folks what government really can be about, that it can be about you, and that it doesn't have to just be about Musk and Bezos and people that can afford lobbyists and people who are in it just for themselves and for their own political power. So I'm so proud to be standing up here with leaders in the Progressive Caucus who have been here for a long time and who are new. You'll hear from several of them on the issues of the day. And we plan and intend on not giving Trump a free pass. We're going to be able to have these press conferences, and we're going to call out his actions that betray his own voters and betray Americans every single day. And so first up, we have our incredible Deputy Chair, Ilhan Omar.
Thank you, Chair Kassar. Good afternoon, everyone. Donald Trump has been president for 48 hours and has rolled back the clock on so much of our progress. From ending birthright citizenship, a constitutional right guaranteed by the 14th Amendment, to stopping refugee resettlement, to reinstating his failed program like Remain in Mexico. Immigrants are being persecuted, targeted, and treated like criminals. Donald Trump also rolled back crucial climate initiatives. He withdrew us from the Paris Climate Accord, vowed to unleash oil and gas drilling, and declared an energy emergency that ends restrictions on fossil fuel production directly, escalating the climate crisis. The vision Donald Trump and his administration have is one of division, of hate, and reversal of progress. As members of the Progressive Caucus, we will continue to provide an alternative vision, one centered on transformative change, justice, and movement building. We will keep fighting for a future that the American people deserve and give a clear-eyed alternative to mega extremism. I know many of our constituents are tired. They are tired of feeling like the game is rigged and they don't have people fighting on their behalf. Let me be clear. We as the Progressive Caucus are in your corner, and we will fight every single day to make sure life is better.
I believe you, politician.
We will fight every day against the corruption being unleashed by Donald Trump and members of his administration. We will fight for a livable future, humane and just immigration policies, universal health care, and a future where you aren't just getting by, but you are thriving. Together, we will fight back against Donald Trump's hateful agenda.
I bet it's going to happen.
Because as much as the pundits and other elected officials and commentators try to normalize Donald Trump's presidency, what we are witnessing is anything but. None of this is normal. Taking away lower prescription costs for vulnerable Americans is not normal. Pardoning insurrectionists who assaulted police officers in this capital is not normal. We are going to combat this by showcasing that our progressive movement is all about a vision rooted in decency, justice, equality, and peace for all. Thank you. And now I hand it over to our incredible whip, Chuy Garcia.
Thank you, Representative Omar, and good afternoon to all. After the inauguration speech, we stand together, united as progressives against Trump's hateful and xenophobic agenda that preys on hard-working people. The impact of the executive orders issued yesterday by Trump and his regime is personal to me. I am an immigrant who represents a district with many immigrants. 1 of every 3 people is foreign-born, and they've come from Mexico, Central, South America, Italy, Poland, Ireland, Germany, Haiti, China, among others. And in Illinois, 2 out of every 7 U.S. citizen children have an immigrant parent. These are hardworking, mixed-status families that deserve to stay together. Instead, Donald Trump is abusing the power by trying to take away birthright citizenship. This is blatantly unconstitutional, evident by actions
Like
taken
that
now
is true.
by
That
22
true.
attorneys general in cities across the country. Simply put, it's un-American to attempt to invalidate our immigrant contributions and histories, but let me be clear. Immigrants make America great, and immigrants help keep America's economy moving. As progressives, we are here to say that we will not let him take away this fundamental right. And on his quest to invalidate immigrants and dehumanize us, Trump has also suspended refugee resettlements, a program that existed since the 1980s, offering a lifeline to refugees in the most dire conditions. And as if it weren't enough, Trump wants to completely dismantle the right to seek asylum by reinstating the Remain in Mexico policy. This deterrent policy is inhumane, ineffective, and places people in grave harm. And under the guise of public safety, he intends to stop cartels by categorizing them as terrorists. This vilification of immigrants, and in particular Mexicans, will lead us down a dangerous path, one that creates even more harm and jeopardizes our national security. From preying on victims of extortion to opening the door to military interventions in Mexico, we must understand the serious implications of declaring cartels as terrorist organizations. Let's set the record straight. If Trump really wants to address cartel violence, then he must address the fact that 70% of weapons used by the cartels are coming from the U.S. And while we're fact-checking, let's debunk the myth that immigrants are criminals. Immigrants are actually 60% less likely to be incarcerated and 37% less to commit crimes. We stand here today calling on Trump to bring real solutions, not propaganda, to stoke fear and chaos disguised as policies. We will not be silenced. We will not be afraid. We will defend our diverse immigrant communities and reaffirm that the more you try to bury us, the stronger that we will grow back. Thank you. Next, I'd like to introduce Representative Mark Pocan from Wisconsin.
Thank you, Chuy. The Progressive Caucus is ready to be the resistance and lead the resistance in this Congress and hold the Republicans accountable for what they promised the American people in November. I'm going to talk specifically around costs of goods in the economy as well as the LGBTQI plus community. On day one, Donald Trump promised he was going to lower costs for Americans, and he didn't. In fact, some of the actions he did will actually increase costs for Americans.
Hell yeah.
Republicans, we're in our officially 4th week of the 119th Congress, and we still have not seen a bill that's going to lower costs for Americans. Here's what is happening. If the president does tariffs on all goods coming in, he's going to increase costs for Americans. Now, there's a useful time to have tariffs. When they were having cheap steel going to the United States, putting tariffs on that protects workers here in America. But blanket tariffs do just the opposite. And those tariffs that he could do could actually drive our grocery prices even higher. On gas and energy costs, by him pausing investments in the infrastructure bill, by him halting all of the funding for the Inflation Reduction Act, that would have real-life ramifications on jobs. The 400,000 good family-supporting wages that were created by those jobs from those bills. On housing, nothing, crickets. We've yet to see anything from this president. And we know people are having a hard time affording rent and their mortgages during this economy. We want to see us raise the minimum wage. We want to make childcare more affordable. We want to ensure quality, affordable health care for everyone. We want to lower those costs that I just talked about of groceries and gas and housing, and we want to drive down costs in other areas as well. Specifically for the LGBTQIA plus community, this is going to be a tough Congress. I spent Monday not here at the inaugural. I spent it in service for Martin Luther King Jr. Day by meeting with different communities. One of those communities was the LGBT community in my district, and talking to folks about what they're afraid about and watching those initial executive orders that instantly is going to attack people, certain people within the community. Those are initiatives we're going to fight for respect and equality for everyone. Those attacks on DEI initiatives are going to affect our community and other communities, and we want people to know that we respect everyone, we want equality for everyone, and that's what the Progressive Caucus is going to fight for in our time here. And with that, I'm going to introduce next from the great state of Pennsylvania, Representative Chris DeLuzio.
Thank you, Congressman Pocan. Hello, everybody. I believe in something pretty straightforward about the American dream. You work hard, you play by the rules, you got to have a shot at it. And folks are angry, right? They're working hard. Costs are too high. Housing, groceries, you name it. The corporate stranglehold on our economy, we're feeling it all over this country. You name a sector, there's probably consolidation that's driving up costs, that's screwing over small businesses, that's hurting workers. Mr. Pocan just said it. We're in the third week of the Republican majority in the House and the Senate, this Congress. They've done nothing to bring down costs. They've done nothing to break the corporate stranglehold on our economy, and they're not going to, because they do the bidding of their corporate bosses here in Washington. They care about one thing, juicing their profits. I'm from Western Pennsylvania. We know what it is to see an ideology of only profits matter. They matter, so do our jobs, so does our safety, so does our dignity, so does this country. Places all over this country understand that history, where they were plotted to strip for their parts. Places like the Rust Belt understand this story, this history. To make life less of a ripoff, we need more competition. We have to take on monopolies, break that corporate stranglehold. Republicans, and President Obama talked about this, there could be an asteroid coming for planet Earth. They'd get in a room, you know what their plan would be? Tax giveaways to billionaires. That is the only economic program they have. Trickle-down economics has never worked for America. It's never worked for Western Pennsylvania. Where I come from, it's a place people love this country. They're patriotic. They support those who try to defend us. People like the Capitol Police who defended this building, who were brutally attacked that day. I'll give an example from my neck of the woods. A gentleman named Jordan Mink, convicted of assaulting officers with a pole, spitting on them, throwing stuff at them, convicted of theft, aiding and abetting for smashing a Capitol window and more. Sentenced to 4 years in prison. He's got a pardon now. That's the opposite of public safety. It is the opposite of law and order. And these people are going to walk free because of Donald Trump's pardon. People are disgusted by it. My constituents are disgusted by it. I am disgusted by it. It won't distract us from our work to make life better for people, to restore the American dream, to bring down costs, defend our freedom. We'll find common ground. I'll find common ground with this president or anyone else. But if they're going to hurt my people, our people, we are going to fight. Make no mistake about that. Thank you. And with that, I'll turn it over to the gentlelady from California, Congressman Rivas. Where'd you go? Where you at?
No.
This is Democracy Watch. Mark, we just watched the inauguration of Donald Trump. One of the first moves that he's expected to make is to ban birthright citizenship, so making it so that the U.S. government no longer recognizes the citizenship of children who are born into the U.S. to immigrants who lack legal status. Of course, the major obstacle to that is something called the U.S. Constitution, the 14th Amendment. So can you talk about whether he'll be able to move forward with this executive order, and what happens in the event that you sign an executive order that stands in stark contrast to the plain text of the Constitution?
Yeah, so it's not taking long for Donald Trump to violate his oath of office, right? Because his oath of office is, of course, to uphold the laws of the United States and the Constitution and defend it. And of course, here he is right out of the box, already planning to do something that directly violates the Constitution. So let's just take a step back and reference what exactly the 14th Amendment says. It says that all persons born or naturalized in the United States, okay, so check, right, people born in the United States, and subject to the jurisdiction thereof. What are they talking about there? They're saying basically they're not the children of diplomats, right? Because if you're a foreign service officer from another country, you're serving an embassy in the United States, you are not subject to the jurisdiction of the United States, right? You have diplomatic immunity, your kids, your family, and your kids would as well. But if you're not born to a diplomat, right? You're born in the United States, not born to a diplomat. They are, quote, citizens of the United States and the state wherein they reside. So they automatically become citizens of the United States by being born or naturalized in the United States. That's it. End of story. And there is nothing Donald Trump can do to change that. He can't sign an executive order. He can't issue a policy. Congress can't even pass a law. right? I mean, like, there is literally nothing to do other than amend the U.S. Constitution to do away with birthright citizenship. So the first thing I want to tell everyone is don't buy into the notion that Donald Trump has done away with birthright citizenship. He has no more done away with birthright citizenship than he has made the tooth fairy magically appear and dance pirouettes at his inauguration events. Like it didn't happen. He can say it, but it's not true. And we need to be clear about that. The second is that even this Supreme Court, as conservative as it is, will not find a way or even try to find a way around this constitutional provision. The Supreme Court in over the course of more than 100 years now has upheld birthright citizenship. And so this is being done for demagogic reasons. It is not being done because it's going to actually change the law or the practical effects of the U.S. Constitution.
Mark, my pushback to that would be that nowhere in the U.S. Constitution does it afford a president presidential immunity for criminal acts while in office, and they created that in deference to Donald Trump out of whole cloth. By the same token, it does say in the U.S. Constitution that someone who's engaged in insurrection or given aid or comfort to those who've engaged in insurrection won't be able to run again for federal office. And yet they did allow Donald Trump to do exactly that. So in both instances here, they either added something to the Constitution that doesn't exist in deference to Trump, or they took something away from the Constitution that does exist in deference to Trump. And so when Trump comes forward and says that he wants to end birthright citizenship, despite the fact that it's in the Constitution, does that give you some worry in terms of the moment that we're at right now, where the Supreme Court is effectively able to rewrite what the Constitution says to more closely align with either their political ideology or with Donald Trump himself?
Yeah, I don't think in this instance that is really much of a worry, in part because the Supreme Court has actually ruled on birthright citizenship before. I mean, this is not a new question for this.
Do we care to sit on this video? Because I need to walk away for like 5.
If you want to.
I can move on because the next one is fluoride, removing fluoride.
Well, I just wanted to hear more about his executive orders.
This is the last video of those. If you want to find videos and play them, you can do that.
You know,
that might work better.
I don't think we really went into any of them yet.
Not particularly, no, not yet.
Like, there's nothing about explaining what they are.
Well, to be fair, I do have about 20 videos that I haven't put on the list. So if you want to, while I've walked away, you can put on some.
I'm trying to even remember who I saw who even had good ones. Maybe Sam Cedar.
Okay.
If you look at Sam Cedar talking about Trump's policy, he might have it.
I will have a look.
I definitely have watched someone.
He is definitely the policy person. Boom.
Trump during his speech. I would say this is pretty similar to the, America is Gotham speech he gave. Was that his first inauguration, or was it at his
American Carnage speech? Yeah.
This is there was a similarity here, but the whole look. There's two, I'd say, or three major themes that we're going to be looking at during the Trump administration. One is the destruction of the administrative state. And he's outsourced that. That was like Bannon's project. That was, and now it's Russ Vought's project, Project 2025, Heritage Foundation. None of this should be a surprise to you. The administrative state really, really does two things. It provides benefits to citizens in the form of redistribution of money. And it could be, helping with schooling and all that stuff. And then the other is it inhibits corporations from socializing the costs of their profits. That's it. That's basically what the administrative state does. It either gives you money out in the form of Social Security or food stamps or Medicare or, money to education, and or it regulates so that in almost all regulation, federal regulation is basically saying to corporations, you cannot socialize some of the costs, it should be all, but some of the costs you have onto society because it increases your profits. You can't dump this stuff into the river, even though it's cheaper for you to dump it into the river than it is to burn it, because when you dump it into the river, you end up causing cancer to people. You cannot sort of cheat on these investments because it may be more profitable for you, but it's going to cost the rest of society. We could go on and on, but that's the basic dynamic. So that's one thing that's going to go on. The other thing that's going to go on is Trump is going to lie about what he's going to do. He's going to set up that there's some type of problem that exists that probably doesn't exist. There may be some instances of it, and they may be building on some legitimate grievance, but he's going to inflate this problem. Then he's going to lie about what he's going to do to fix it. He's not going to do those things to fix it, but because the problem was inflated to begin with, he's going to claim victory. And then the third thing he's going to do, which is in part with the first thing, but it's enrich him and his corporate buddies. And that's going to just take the form of like, we're doing tariffs. Or I may ban TikTok unless, of course, we get a taste. Maybe what we need to do is get together a group of people.
Give me a taste, Daddy.
Don Jr., why don't you put together a team to buy half of TikTok? The U.S. will come in and we'll pay for half of it too. You'll get all the valuation. We'll take all the cost. Or, hey, I know, why don't we create a Bitcoin reserve? Why would we do that? That's completely against the ethos of Bitcoin because you guys want to have non-government attached currency, right? Or what we could do is create an artificial scarcity of Bitcoin or heighten its scarcity by buying up a bunch of it, holding on to it, releasing it, and adding to it as needed. I mean, it's basically like we have a sale on dog collars right now on the Majority Report. We're gonna blow these things out. They're great. They're great for your dog. You can find them at shop.majorityreportradio.com. You can use them around your yoga mats. People have told me, yeah. But maybe what we'll do is we'll keep a reserve of our own, but we'll have the government buy it.
There should be a reserve of Left Reckoning Patreon subscriptions.
We'll have the government buy half of the dog collars, which is going to make these much more rare, folks, and the government is holding them.
For a rainy day or something.
For a rainy day. I mean, this is such a scam. It's unbelievable. But those are the three things that are going to happen during this. Personal enrichment, enrichments for his buddies, broadly speaking, rollback of the regulatory state and the welfare state, and then just BS. Here is Trump speaking after the swearing in.
I return to the presidency confident and optimistic that we are at the start of a thrilling new era of national success. A tide of change is sweeping the country. Sunlight is pouring over the entire world, and America has the chance to seize this opportunity like never before. But first, we must be honest about the challenges we face. While they are plentiful, they will be annihilated by this great momentum that the world is now witnessing in the United States of America. As we gather today, our government confronts a crisis of trust. For many years, a radical and corrupt establishment has extracted power and wealth from our citizens while the pillars of our society lay broken and seemingly in complete disrepair. We now have a government that cannot manage even a simple crisis at home, while at the same time stumbling into a continuing catalog of catastrophic events abroad.
Now, let's just go through this like a crisis at home. What crisis are we facing at home? Like he was arguing that it's some type of immigration thing. But we don't have an immigration crisis in this country whatsoever. I mean, to the extent that there's a crisis, it's more of a crisis for the immigrants than it is for the country. I mean, for better or for worse, we're at record low border crossings.
Wow.
We just simply aren't processing people enough because we can't dedicate the resources. We won't dedicate the resources to having more judges that will administer U.S. law.
Hey, there was a bill that was
Well,
going
when
to
he talks
solve
about
this.
a crisis in government in terms of like people not trusting it, we have said many, many times, if you are anti-establishment and you have no ideology, you have no plan for what actual governance is, that you're completely and only animated by being anti-establishment, by the very virtue that they're establishment, right? Like, it's not that they're doing X, Y, or Z and that is problematic. It's that they're the establishment. That's baby-brained, because the problem is that that can be used by anybody, regardless of how bad their intentions are and how much they're just going to become the new establishment. The idea that the world's richest man helps to get another billionaire elected along with a couple of other billionaire friends, the idea that they're not the establishment is baby-brained.
Daddy said they're not.
The people you think are the establishment are only protecting the interests of those people anyways.
Here comes Marco Rubio to fight the establishment.
You're getting mad at the CEO and praising the board of directors. They're the ones who are the establishment players protect. If you don't have an ideological complaint with the establishment, then you have nothing. It needs to be a specific complaint. It's not enough to just say people versus the powerful. You have to have a specific problem with those in power so that you have a plan as to when you get into, if you are able to take power from them. Because more often than not, there are other people who do have a plan. And we're witnessing that right now. One point, Trump said that he believes God chose him. And his surviving of an assassination attempt confirmed that to him. You know who else felt they were chosen by God for a long time when they took leadership of a country? Kings. That's basically all that they were there for. It was God that basically put them there. That allowed them to justify all the stuff that they were doing. Shortly after his speech, Trump went on to announce that he was signing an executive order. He signed a bunch of executive orders. Got a whole list. We'll go through that in a second. Well, let's do this. We'll do them. Let me first say, remember, Donald Trump over the campaign trail said 100% tariffs on Mexico and Canada. Then it was on day one, signing 25% tariff on Mexico and Canada. And now he's set up a couple of committees to look into it. And maybe he'll do it by February 1st. Blanket tariffs are idiotic. even his boy McKinley, who was the tariff king, I guess. McKinley didn't impose tariffs to raise money. That is not what tariffs are there for. Tariffs are specifically when you have an industry that you want to build in your country. There can be multiple reasons for it.
Say chips.
Say chips. Say electric vehicles.
I love
Say
chips.
whatever, new technologies.
Yum, 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 yum.
Maybe you just, I don't know. I can imagine a country where it's like, oh, we only have people who are working, who've worked in steel factories. So we need to get those people working again. We need to bring back all the steel business. Whatever. I'm just using that as an example. Whatever reason, it is industrial planning for a country. It's not to raise money. It is to make the cost of goods from a foreign country prohibitive for the consumer, to spur investment domestically in creating that same
Chat
product.
hopping off.
If you do it across all industries, just blanket. If you do it on like a specific country, everything coming in from a specific country.
Look, he's right. There is no Musk. He's just like this. I think maybe once a week I spend like 30 minutes yelling at this guy. It's funny.
There's no logic to it. But first off, you have a problem from an agricultural standpoint. Lumber from Canada, avocados from Mexico. But you also basically are willy-nilly doing this industrial. It's not industrial planning at all. It's the complete opposite. And it's not going to grow all sorts of different industries. We may not have enough workers for all of these industries to explode, increase. So the whole tariff thing is nonsense. His whole saying, you remember, every time he said, what are you going to do about schools? What are you going to be doing? We're going to raise so much money through tariffs. It's not going to be, it's absurd. He didn't seem to know what tariffs were. And maybe now his advisor going like, hey, dude, have you thought about this tariff thing? So the tariff thing seems to be sort of on ice. And he'll just impose tariffs in areas where he wants a payoff. So the tariff thing has gone away. But what he has done is he's hired he's frozen federal hiring. He is restoring Schedule F in an attempt to drive out, part one of the Heritage Foundation plan to get rid of the civil service and civil servants. He's trying to halt federal rules from going into effect before Trump appointees can review them. He's reviewing the investigative actions of the Biden administration. He's granting top secret security clearance to the White House staff without going through vetting procedures.
Bro, this is fucking...
They're ending all remote work policy.
This is awesome.
Right? Isn't this great?
He's destroying everything.
This is why
top secret.
That's why I'm surprised that there wasn't like a lot of this stuff in there, because there's so much to talk about with what he's done on day one.
Policies. This is again part of making working for the federal government that much harder. People have moved away. People have moved further out from town. They have saved money from going outside of Washington. They don't want that. They want those people gone. So they're going to try and make things much more difficult for them. That's what Elon Musk did to get to start to lay off his Twitter people. He's terminate DEI programs across the federal government. The federal government, according to this action, and it's unclear how it's going to permeate through everything, but I imagine it's going to be pretty bad, recognizing only two sexes and ignoring essentially trans people's gender identity. Removing protections for transgender people in federal prisons. For energy, withdraw the United States from the Paris Accords, declare a national energy emergency to unlock powers to suspend environmental rules, but only for fossil fuels. Not for, we're suspending rules on building windmills or power dams or anything renewable. Begin the repeal of regulations on tailpipe pollution from cars and light trucks to discourage manufacture of more electric vehicles. Roll back energy efficient regulations for dishwashers, shower heads, and gas stoves.
Hold on.
Open the Alaska.
Reduction of tailpipe emissions means the American cars may get less big because they can make passenger cars with V8s again.
A wilderness to more oil and gas drilling. Restart the process of permitting new export terminals for liquefied natural gas. These LNG terminals was the biggest thing that the Biden administration did that you didn't know about. This is the thing back in February I interviewed Bill McKibben about, and he was going down to D.C. to get arrested to prevent the permitting of these LNG export terminals. Because that means we're going to be exporting all this stuff, and it's going to, investors are going to say, we're going to invest in this, and they're going to pull it out of the ground for the next 50 years because they know they are going to be able to sell it. That's what it is. He is going to halt the leasing of federal waters for offshore wind farms. Eliminate environmental justice programs. What could possibly be environmental justice? Which are aimed at protecting poor communities from excess pollution.
Yeah.
Because of the system that we have in this country, moneyed people have more political power. Poor people end up basically, when there's a huge transformer thing to build or some type of wells to be dug or some type of incineration thing or whatever it is that rich people don't want to live around, it ends up going into poor neighborhoods, and very often black or brown neighborhoods, because they also have very little political power.
That correlates highly with poverty.
The TikTok ban, apparently, that everybody said was so important for national security reasons. Apparently, he's decided that he, as president, can prevent a law from going into effect by 75 days. I don't quite understand that. The TikTok stuff, are people aware of what happened with the TikTok stuff? We'll talk about that in a minute, because my kids, basically walked me through the whole thing. I was there, what was happening. Withdrawn from the World Health Organization. Rename Mount Denali, Mount McKinley. This is in Alaska. McKinley had absolutely no attachment whatsoever to Alaska.
He loved that mountain.
It was named after him because somebody was a McKinley fan, and it was his way of getting back at the Jennings fans.
The woke anti-McKinley.
Yep. Honestly, that's more or less what it was.
Right.
And this is very sweet. He's going to rename the Gulf of Mexico. Of course he is. Ensure that states carrying out the death penalty have a sufficient supply of lethal injection of drugs.
Oh.
That's helpful.
Wonderful.
And he was so pissed that people were flying their flags at half staff because Jimmy Carter was dead that you got to fly the American flag at full staff on Monday and future inauguration days.
That's a bummer.
He's going to implement the Department of Government Efficiency that Elon Musk runs. I don't know how that, what the hell is that?
Without Vivek.
Incidentally, that got, I think, 3 lawsuits on day one. Good for people to do this. Tie this stuff up. Revoking security clearances of people suggesting that the contents of the Hunter Biden's laptop could be Russian disinformation. And then he's got all this immigration stuff. Let's listen to this. This is clip Number 2.
There's one on the West Bank I saw. Trump has revoked the Biden administration executive order, which imposed sanctions on persons undermining peace, security, and stability in the West Bank.
Oh, didn't he fucking remove sanctions on settlers as well? I'm pretty sure I saw that. That's pretty fucking cool. Yeah, what a cool dude. Reducing sanctions and removing sanctions on literal Americans occupying Palestinian land. Pretty cool.
That's an Amana, an Israeli real estate group that promotes settlement growth, is no longer sanctioned by the U.S. Treasury.
Hell yeah.
Today I will sign a series of historic executive orders.
Well done.
With these actions, we will begin the complete restoration of America and the revolution of common sense. It's all about common.
Source. Link. Immediately, right now. You can't be talking this kind of shit and not back it up with an actual link to what you are basing this off. Send the link in chat so everybody can read it. Oh, so instead of, what you're going to do is because somebody else didn't send a source, you're not going to send a source. That's not how this works. You made a claim, I asked for the source, send the fucking source. Link.
Common sense. First, I will declare a national emergency at our southern border.
Wow. Holy.
Does that mean you can, like... Does that mean you're not subjected to American laws anymore? If you don't exist, does that mean you're free of American laws, which means you can own machine guns? That's pretty cool.
Holy cow, look at that. Everybody in that audience, in that great hall, agrees with him that there is a national emergency at the border. What are the chances? They're not banging on their swords, right? Their shields, like they did back in the days when...
Also, wait. Claiming without a source that trans women are more likely to be victims of violence in men's prisons. Okay, well, it is literally a statistic, but sure, I will... Right now, I will go to Google...
this is pretty easily Googleable.
And find the source for you. Ready? Trans women violence male prisons. Let's see what happens. Scholarly articles for trans women violence male prisons. How interesting. Let's see. An experience of a systemic review. Sounds pretty good. Let's continue reading. 40 years after Brown Miller, prisons for men, transgender inmates, and the rape of the feminine. Interesting. How interesting. A literature review of transgender people in prison, an invisible population in England and Wales. How interesting. Hey, look, we've even got links here. Damn, people send in links. Are they the same link? No, different links. We've got 2 now. Hell yeah, let's go. 100 Years War, the etiology and status of assaults on transgender women in men's prisons. Great, cited by 50 people, 28. Cited by 90 people, this one. Interesting. Let's look for high citations. 86, cited by 86 people. NIH.gov. Alright. So this is an official government source. Great. Challenges and opportunities for gender-affirming healthcare for transgender women in prison. Cool. Abstract. The purpose of this paper is to briefly address 3 interrelated areas of concern: victimization, housing placement, and healthcare provisions related to the health and welfare of transgender women in jails, prisons, and other types of detention facilities. The findings. Policymakers, correctional leaders, and prison-based clinicians have a number of opportunities to address the welfare of transgender women in jails, prisons, and other types of detention facilities. Great. Alright, we got a download link. Beautiful. Great. Cool. Let's see.
All
what
right.
this... Okay. That is
All
a
right.
file name that I've never seen before, so that's not going to work.
When I go home, my dad's gonna beat me. Cool.
So that's pretty cool that England just has
All
like
right.
a thing. Anyway, challenges and opportunities for gender affirming care. Cool. Let's go. Journal of Prison Health, Volume 13. Was it 13? Volume 13, number 1. Great. Volume 13.
Seems like there's a lot of information.
Seems like there's like actual scholarly sources behind this, my dude.
Sometimes. We can just be a little silly if we want.
Well, you see the problem with academia? Does this not show you the problem with fucking academia? How am I supposed to read this? How is this person meant to... how are you meant to learn the correct information if it's hidden behind a fucking paywall? Like, what the fuck? Anyway, kind of proved the point. Let's try and find... What was the other one? Here. This one's cited by 90 people. Alright. Get access. Look, it's paywalled again. Isn't that cool? Sure. It's not... Sure. Well, that's even less excuse for you then. But, like, this is just, like... This is just showing you that there are, in fact, sources for this information. This is well known. Right? Please cite your sources. If you're going to talk shit and make accusations like that, cite your sources. Please.
You can't make accusations like that without evidence. I assume that you have some.
And this was called a monarchy.
I gotta go check
How
my-
many of those people that
conspirators
run businesses,
seems
giant corporations, actually
overwhelming.
exploit
I'm in your
undocumented labor?
hands.
I can't
What do we
imagine
do
it's
now?
more than 98% of the people in that room. But understand, what I don't see, this list of executive orders was to begin raids of capitalists hiring undocumented immigrants. I mean, that would really be the way that you do this, right? How are you going to see? You find one undocumented immigrant, you go up to the manager's office and just like,
simple.
You have the right to remain silent. We're going to take you in.
All illegal entry will immediately be halted, and we will begin the process of returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came. We will
Pause it for a second.
reinstate-
So let's talk about what constitutes criminals when we talk about immigrants. There are roughly 11 million immigrants in this country without permanent legal status. Maybe half of those came across the border. The rest overstayed their visas or whatnot. If we're talking about convicted criminals, we're talking about less than 500,000 people. For facing people who are just facing criminal charges, maybe another 200,000. and these aren't violent criminals necessarily, some are. When he says millions and millions and millions, what he's saying is everybody who is an undocumented immigrant is now considered a criminal. Now, if you're baby-brained, you're saying, well, they're called illegal. But that's just a word. That's not what the fact of the matter is. They have not broken criminal law. If you enter into this country without documents, the first time, you have not broken a criminal law. It is a civil violation. Like, if you get a speeding ticket, you are not a criminal driver. You have not committed a crime. You've committed a violation. That is a violation. It is not a crime. It is a civil. This is just the way our legal system works. You're not a criminal driver if you get a speeding ticket or you take a left-hand turn when you weren't supposed to. That's what you think. And he is going to criminalize all undocumented immigrants.
Yeah, it's illegal.
Therefore, once he does that, he can, according to him, deport all of them. Good.
Who's them?
Back to the places from which they came. We will reinstate my Remain in Mexico policy. I will end the practice of catch and release. And I will send troops to the southern border to repel the disastrous invasion of our country.
Now, this invasion talk and this state of emergency are really important because we talked about this guy on the Fifth Circuit, a judge who has backed off his past, arguing that, of course, we have birthright citizenship in this country. It is written explicitly in the Constitution in the 14th Amendment, but it was actually practiced even before there was even a Constitution. You're born in this country, you're a citizen of this country. But this guy in the Fifth Circuit said, well, I mean, if we're under an invasion and it's extraordinary circumstances, obviously, you can't allow an invading force to have, seek, sleeper cells of people that they're birthing here. So
Jesus fucking Christ.
You can suspend birthright citizenship.
Being invaded by a force from a country who we destabilized, like Venezuela.
Yeah. It has also suspended the refugee admission program. And what is that? Well, about 200,000 Afghan refugees have come to this country because you may remember that we had occupied their country for a couple of decades. And we had basically actively endangered a ton of those people because they actually made the mistake of cooperating with us and helping us, trying to engage in rebuilding their country.
It wasn't
Nearly
a mistake.
1,660 Afghans cleared by the U.S. government to resettle in the U.S., including family members of active duty U.S. military personnel.
Very cool.
Are having their flights canceled because of Trump's order suspending U.S. refugee programs. Their flights from Kabul. The group includes unaccompanied minors awaiting reunification with their families in the U.S., as well as Afghans at risk of Taliban retribution because they fought for the former U.S.-backed Afghan government. This is Sean Van Diver, head of the Afghan Evacuation Coalition of U.S. veterans and advocacy groups. The decision leaves in limbo thousands of other Afghans who've been approved for resettlement as refugees in the U.S. but have not been assigned flights from Afghanistan or neighboring Pakistan. And these are people who come in. We have developed an entire network of NGOs, some of which get federal grants, some of which do not, to resettle people. At least 200 of these people are family members of Afghan-American active duty U.S. service personnel born in the U.S. or Afghans who came to the U.S., joined the military, and became naturalized citizens. Just absolutely despicable. Trump also shut down the migrant entry app. The Biden administration created an app so that people could schedule appointments while in Mexico.
Immediate, right?
It allowed almost 1,500 migrants a day to schedule a time to present themselves.
Which it's so stupid because it's literally a way to encourage legal migration.
Yeah, but they don't want legal. They want illegal migration. That's the thing. Everything about them is a fucking lie.
Mm-hmm.
They want the illegal migration to go up.
Yeah.
That's the point.
So that they can
That's how they exploit them.
Well, that too, yeah.
The port of entry and seek asylum. It was basically a way to rationalize this process without actually having to add more people at the border crossings to process people. Obviously, adding people to at the border to process people would be a far more humane thing to do. But more than 900,000 migrants entered the country using the app from its launch at the beginning of 2023 to 2024. 30,000 migrants had appointments to enter the United States through the app as of Monday morning. The app, and it all just disappeared. We mentioned that border numbers have dropped dramatically, and apparently a big part of that is this app has just made it much more organized. It also basically amortized people out, right? And made.
Hold on. What's the question? Like what is the actual question? Because I'm unaware of what the actual question being posed is.
Them stay in Mexico.
Talking about this one? If what were true? Hypothetically, we're more likely to commit violence against female prisoners, which they aren't, than female prisoners would it then count as deputizing the citizen body to commit violence against women, to include trans women in women's prisons? What? That's such a strange, like, what? That in and of itself makes no sense. Thank you. I'm gonna hesitate to guess that that's not what happened. I imagine that deputizing citizens would have something to do with protecting trans women. Officially being able to protect trans women, because let's be real, any real person who cares about humanity would defend a trans person regardless. Because why does it matter?
Mexico during this. But the fact that It's essentially a remain in Mexico policy, but with an app, as opposed to like we can see 15 people a day at the U.S. consulate.
Who said deputization of violence? Are you confused by the term deputization of violence? I mean, the state... I mean, depends. Do you want to explain? Maybe? Deputizing violence down to Kyle Rittenhouse. Yes, yes. That is a good example of it, yes. It's not so much... Well, I mean, yeah, like, if you think about it, and this was my initial thought when I saw this, is like, the deputization of violence would be a lead-on from the idea of the monopoly on violence. It's the only way I can actually theoretically justify that string of words, because if we think about it in the terms of like a sheriff, right? The sheriff is the authority. They can deputize people to be agents for the sheriff. So Kyle Rittenhouse is technically, I guess, an agent for the police, unofficially. But he would be doing law enforcement in an unofficial capacity. Maybe that's what they meant. I don't know. Talk it out.
And Van's calling it a app for illegal immigration is just another type of Nazi lie.
Total. Those are the highlights from yesterday, folks.
Pretty
There's
cool.
a lot.
Because it's relinquishing the violence that the society wants to impose upon trans people and leaving it to the hands of men in prison. Maybe? That's maybe? I don't know. That's my guess. Hold on. I want to figure this out. Okay. Great. So I'm pretty much where it's at. Okay. Please explain your side. Explain where we're going from and what happened and where the conversation is right now, because I want to understand what's happening, because chat's popping off.
Yeah.
Let's talk about much of this stuff is sort of like...
You were up and about when it started.
No, I figured that's why I'm kind of interested. Well, it's not so much that it's intent, it's inherent. It's systemic. Right? You think that, like, well, the trans thing is kind of interesting because the violence and hostility towards trans people is mimetic. It's not necessarily systemic. It's like... It's only one side, and it's only if you follow a select group of people or have an interaction with a select group of people. So I would argue that trans visibility going up has unlocked a conservative wing of feminism, which has then led into societal violence against trans people, which is why the assault and murder rate of trans people is so much higher than any other category. It's very high. On top of that, you also look at suicides. Existence for trans people is hostile. Like, you have to understand this. Everything exists is hostile to their existence. I would argue it's probably worse for non-binary people in the sense of like social acceptance. Right? But then I feel like the non-binary thing, you can kind of... You're a bit more flexible to sort of go in and out of it. No?
Because, like, the factor of, like, gender-affirming care and stuff, there's, like even, like, there's, like, a whole faction of trans people that don't like non-binary people because they just adopted a label, and they're not, like, going through hormones.
Okay.
you know.
They're those weird people like the Indian person that just wears dresses but is super hairy.
No.
You know the
this
person
is,
I'm
like,
talking
people
about
that I've
that's like
had,
they're super lib.
No, these are people I've had run-ins with, and they didn't
Oh.
like what the fucking episode we made with River. Should I say that?
Whoops.
Anyway.
Don't matter. Yeah.
They don't like the his idea of like gender abolition and him being like, I'm non-binary because I choose to not acknowledge gender. And they're
Sure.
like, what a cop out, you know, like he's not actually changing anything.
I mean, it's an act of solidarity. Stop fucking being picky. Like, take it when you can get it, for fuck's sake. Like, this is what you want.
Also, like, if they feel non-binary, they can legitimize it with whatever reason they fucking want.
Exactly. Maybe that's sort of,
maybe
and
that's
that's where
just
I
a
go.
comfortable answer that they've reached, and they, you know, were like, it's not something that they're claiming just for a political purpose, but it's actually their real identity. You don't.
I'm
like,
sure there are people who do.
Well, I'm talking about them specifically. Like, we don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
I didn't inquire
And-
that deep.
Yeah, but this is why I feel like it's a bit more easy for non-binary people socially to sort of ebb and flow into society.
Oh, I thought you said
as
it was
opposed to
more
trans
difficult.
people. I don't know. It'd be an interesting discussion. I don't know.
I think it's really no big deal to be
No, it isn't.
non-binary.
It isn't, and this is why I'm saying that I think it would be harder for trans people, because you've also got to go through that social transition initially, and that's got to be hard for especially trans people who are less feminine. That's got to be rough.
Yeah, this is getting into the whole passoid culture.
Yeah, and that's where it gets like, and that's where it starts being like, oh well, these trans people are fine because they pass. Well, that's not how it works. Just don't be a cunt. It's really not that hard. It's like they think it's a fetish thing, right? That's what I feel like they think about it as. They think it's a fetish thing, and it's like, oh well, yeah.
Well, yeah, anything. It's the same thing. The way they view homosexuality, they view it as a perverse act. Of,
Yes.
In its,
yeah,
of
and
itself.
it's
Being
it's
gay
that
makes you a
fundamental.
pervert.
Yeah, the fundamental misunderstanding of what they're even talking about, which goes back to what I was talking about fucking at the start of the stream, where it's like you can literally trace their thought pattern to where they initially started thinking this shit. And I'm only really aware of it because I've almost went through the full cycle of these thought patterns.
Brings us up, you know,
Well, we want to talk about that.
is historical. But there are a couple of things that get touched on, and in the book that are very much in our future, and particularly in terms of our relationship with China. Give us a sense of what Chomsky's perspective is on this dynamic between Taiwan and mainland China.
Well, Noam Chomsky's perspective is China can brutalize Taiwan for all they're worth. Chomsky is a fuckwit.
Well, it's certainly not
I'm pretty sure that's Chomsky's position. Chomsky was the pro-China guy, right?
I mean, he was
He's like Potemkin?
pro-Serb. He denies the genocide of Serbia.
Well, I've got Chomsky being used in the Global Times, so I'm gonna say that yes, Chomsky is pro-China.
Yeah. And pro-Russia.
But he's an anarchist, right?
He's a fucking idiot.
a defense of the authoritarianism of the Chinese government. But
okay, we kind of got distracted there. Did we get the gist of the story? Okay, but if it's not about intent, then it literally just is about them putting them in situations where they're more likely to face violence. Yeah, that's the whole
Which is
point of
all
putting trans women in
situation.
prison. What do you mean? Like in women's prisons? This is why trans women don't go in men's prisons. You know, even like, man, like the prison culture, like prison bitches, this kind of thing. Prison rape is a thing, my dude. I'm pretty sure prison rape is so prominent that it might actually make the numbers comparable to like women in the outside world to men inside. I wouldn't be surprised. Right? So, how do you think an already feminized trans person is going to fare in a male prison where they get their rocks off? One, from power, but two, from skinny boy butts. What do you think's going to happen? You think they're not going to take advantage of a trans person being in prison? All for what? Because their birth gender was male? How does that seem fair to you? And what, you're going to take their estrogen and gender affirming care from them too? Like, how does this make any sense, my guy? Like, it's literally cruel for the sake of being cruel. There's no reason whatsoever to put trans women in male prisons. Every single argument that you've made is just conservative hysteria and paranoia and like an obsession with control.
What he does point out over and over is that China is portrayed as a threat to the United States without much evidence for that. And a lot of things that are done in response to the perceived China threat, in fact, create the very threat that they're intended to guard against. There's been all this talk about the, quote, pivot to Asia.
Dude, that's fucking crazy. So, arrested for indecent exposure. So, female enough to get done for indecent exposure, not female enough to go into a female's jail. How does that make sense? Is that rightful policing? Because correct gender at birth. Like, do you see the contradictions in these points of view when you actually really think about it? Like, this is the thing. These conservatives, they don't think about it. They just don't. They act. They're team sports. They follow directions. They're workers. They're brainless workers. They're a capitalist slave. They have no can-do attitudes.
That a lot of people in foreign policy circles believe is necessary, which consists a lot of kind of militarizing the region that is called the Indo-Pacific. This in turn makes China feel surrounded by U.S. military power and creates a military response, which in turn...
Okay, I understand the argument now. The police put trans women in male prisons because they're going to get assaulted. It's a punishment. Jail isn't enough. I guarantee that most prison guards will sit back while trans people get assaulted in prisons. I have no proof of this. That's just an assumption. Yes, it's always about intent. This is the thing. People have been calling it a trans genocide. We'll see, but the rhetoric is there. The intent has been displayed. Right? That is everything. The intent has been displayed. Openly. Constantly. The aggression, the hostility towards trans people. It's real. It's a real thing. Just in general, normal people have hostility towards trans people. Probably don't even fucking understand what a trans person is. Still hostile to them. Why? Is it the 90s? Are we punching people because they think we're gay still? Like, what the fuck are you doing? Okay, so it's interesting you would bring up questioning the intent because that's not a bad thing to do. Now, just on a little personal experiment just for yourself, while you're on Twitter or whatever, and you see somebody talking about trans people, ask them their opinion on trans people. Ask them how somebody might be treated had they been arrested for a crime. Let's say let's use a common right-wing rhetoric. Let's use the pedo rhetoric, right? Let's say ask somebody. Just use this question or any question that you can think of. How somebody would punish a Catholic priest who raped a child versus how they would react if a trans person raped a child. And you observe yourself the increased hostility towards the trans person question. Just as like a tiny little experiment for yourself. Just pose them that question. How would you react? How would you respond if you could and you had unlimited power and immunity from consequences? How would they deal with a Catholic priest raping a child and a trans person doing the same thing? Pose them two questions separately, before or after, either order. I don't think it'll really matter, but just for fun, give that a shot. And,
For fun,
and
talk
report
about
back and see
child
what
rape.
happens. Huh?
Talk about child rape just for fun.
Well, it's posing a question based on
No,
conservative
but it's just funny
hysteria.
because he said just for fun.
Creates further evidence for supposed China threat. And again,
or better yet, here's another on that subject. Here's another thing that you could ask is why British people are so adamant to villainize Muslims, but when the same thing is done by white Anglo-Saxons, they don't even bother saying anything. Why do you think that is? Because it might sound unrelated, but it's the same situation. It's the same thing. It's a minority group that's been villainized by the powerful, and they're facing the consequences for it, regardless of whatever facts or untruths there are. Why do you think that is? Do you think it's out of the kindness of their heart? Do you think it's because they care about grooming? No. It's got nothing to fucking do with it. Most of those grooming gangs, it's like a thing that happened 15 years ago, I'm pretty sure. Granted, I haven't looked into it recently. Everything that I've seen in the last 6 months about this whole thing has been like false flags and a lot of information warfare with Tommy Robinson and his connections to Russia, right? So we're not worrying about that. I'm specifically talking about the aggressive hostility towards Muslims and the placating of white Anglo-Saxons. Why do you think that is? Lynch mobs is a good example of deputization of violence. You're right. And that's what they would basically release a report on TV, right? And then a lynch mob would form.
To form a lynch mob to get a Frankenstein?
No. But
they're
that's
a ghoul.
But that's what happens, right? Is they would release like a report or in the news or on TV or something, and then the mobs would form. Or was it like an organic thing where they're just like, hey, let's go lynch a black person today?
Well,
I'm really not sure. We haven't reached that point of American history to learn yet.
So, like, a lot of it has to do with white women. And if somebody, let's say they even talk to a white woman, it could rally up a mob real quick. And then obviously nothing ever actually happens. It's just allegations like, oh, I heard somebody ate a cat, right? We know cats weren't eaten.
Yeah.
Yet
It's the
these people,
burning
it's
witch.
their complete reality.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So, if you've actually seen Birth of a Nation, the movie about the KKK, where they literally have people in blackface playing the black people who get lynched, that's the story, is that they're taking revenge because these were violent people who raped women. And that's why they're heroes in the story.
Yes.
The
well,
Klan.
Funnily enough, isn't that ironic twist? That's exactly what everybody cries and whinges about trans people about. Isn't it funny? And then what? We see trans people dying. Have we seen trans lynch mobs yet?
I mean,
there has to have been one.
No, there has been in the past queer violence like that, of course. But lynch mobs, they're kind of like a fucking windmill era, and I'm not talking about windmills how we know them. I'm talking about the ones that they used to grind bread. You know?
Yeah. Okay.
That's kind when you still have mills to grind bread powered by a mule or wind, then maybe there's lynch mobs.
Yeah, okay.
It's just a very dated thing. It's more of, they don't like round them up. It's more of, gang related. Like, for example, the one kid who got the shotgun to the chest was lynched. That was a lynch mob, was it not?
True. Yeah. Yeah. It depends on your definition. Can 3 people be a mob? Sure. Actually, let's see what the Aboriginal definition of a mob is, because that's what they call a group of. That's what they name it for a group of them are. I think. Mob. How many people make a mob? A mob of Aboriginal people can be a family group, clan group, or wider community group. So, loose definition.
Well, also,
size of the mob can vary.
Whether it was a lynch mob or not, he was still lynched.
Yes.
A single person can lynch.
True. Well, what's the definition of lynching? It might seem dark, but I don't look into this shit, which is why it's
when you go hunt down the Frankenstein because he drowned the little girl in the well. He's a ghoul, you see. He needs to die. He needs to be burned in the windmill.
So a lynch is just an extrajudicial mob killing, basically.
So it requires a mob.
Well, it says a mob. Lynching, a form of violence in which a mob, under the pretext of administering justice without trial, executes a presumed offender, often after inflicting torture and/or corporal mutilation. The term lynch law refers to self-constituted court that imposes a sentence on a person without due process by law. Both terms are derived from the name Charles Lynch, a Virginia planter and justice of the peace who, during the American Revolution, headed an irregular court formed to punish loyalists. Lol. That's funny.
That's some commie bullshit.
Vigilante justice has been practiced in many countries under unsettled conditions whenever informally organized groups have attempted to supplement or replace legal procedure or to fill the void where institutional justice did not yet exist. Such conditions commonly give rise to acts of genocide. Statistics of reported lynchings in the United States indicate that between 82 and 1951, 4,700 people were lynched, of whom 1,200 were white and 3,400 were black. Lynching continued to be associated with the U.S. racial unrest during the 50s and 60s, when civil rights workers and advocates were threatened, in some cases killed by mobs. Related terms, terrorism. There you go, lynching.
And this is a situation where we do to China things that we would perceive as aggression if they were done against us. Chomsky points to the Cuban Missile Crisis, the stationing of Soviet
we'll end on this
missiles
one.
in Cuba in 1962. This idea that by coming into our domain, that was an act of aggression. Well, we do similar things to China, but we don't expect them to interpret it as an act of aggression. We talk a lot about Chinese spying.
That's because the areas of which people are doing freedom of navigation acts are literally international fucking waters, you clown.
There's a new thing just today in the paper this morning about Chinese hacking, but we don't talk about our spying in China, which is also...
Yeah. China would talk about American hacking in China. That's how it works. It's hacking. You don't announce your espionage.
Wait.
You idiot.
Just because we do it too, does that make it like suddenly legal and okay for China to spy? I'm confused.
Oh, it must be.
Extensive.
It's
we expect
both are bad.
Yeah.
Them to tolerate things that we would never tolerate ourselves.
No.
And what Chomsky points out is that to understand what the...
No, that's Chomsky asserting his opinion into things where it's not needed. What China is an equally imperialist state to the United States. We don't play games with imperialism and favorites. Fuck them all. China should not be bullying the South China Sea nations. America should not be bullying China in its territory. America is not in its territory. America has been asked by the South China Sea nations to perform freedom of navigation exercises. They're protecting shipping lanes. We know this. They're very transparent about it. They literally did a run through the paracels to go, hey, this shipping lane better be open. They've never indicated that they were going to close that shipping lane at all, but America did it anyway. Look, you could probably say that that's an aggressive move. South China Sea is militarizing islands not in their territory. As far as I'm concerned, China has forfeited all rights to complain about military exercises in the South China Sea. The 9-dash line is illegitimate, as per international rules, international courts. The Philippines won. Cope and seethe. You're a
Suddenly
bitch.
someone cares about the rules.
No.
Yeah.
This is...
My rules say that you can't do that.
This is China signed
You're breaking the rules.
onto the what is it called? The Law of the Sea, UNCLOS, I think it's called. Universal Law of the Sea. Whatever that is. China signed on.
It's
They didn't
called
like the
bro
results,
code.
and now they're throwing a hissy fit. That's literally what happened. The Philippines took them to arbitration. They lost. They're throwing a hissy fit. That's what China's doing. China is literally throwing a hissy fit. And you've got idiots like this and Noam Chomsky defending China, throwing an imperial hissy fit.
But it's their hissy to fit.
Actual situation is you have to understand
throw a
what
fit if
both
they
sides
want
are
to.
doing. And in fact, this is...
This guy says you need to understand both sides. Did I not just explain both sides? Way fucking better than this guy.
The situation with China is an example of what is classically referred to in foreign policy as the security dilemma, which is a name for a situation where each side takes actions that it perceives as defensive, but that the other side perceives as offensive. And one of the core arguments...
This is so funny because, like, we have
America has never said it's defensive.
It's so no. It's so funny because they act like the easiest thing could spark something, and we bomb IRGC all the time. And nothing changes, right?
Yeah.
So
All the
it
time.
seems like you're able to navigate even direct violence, right? So if we were directly violent against a Chinese proxy, it would certainly have more side effects than just bombing IRGC guys in the Golden Zone.
For sure.
But it depends on how it happens, because China's first result would be to deny responsibility. They wouldn't know who those people were anyway.
Yes.
So it may not cause an incident on that regard.
Yeah,
which is
they
kind
might
of
do
how
a
the
Russia with
IRGC
Wagner.
also works.
Mm.
They say, we don't know who they were. They weren't our guy.
These
we
your
say,
guys?
okay, shoot him in the head. You know?
Yeah. So, but like the, because the, what did he say? He said perceived defensive. So, while I would agree in most cases, the issue and the only way to really deal with international conflicts like this is international arbitration, which means the Hague and the courts and whatever, right? Just because you don't get the way you want doesn't mean you get to just throw a fucking hissy fit. So America doesn't sign shit for this reason, because they know that if they don't get the right verdict, that they are beholden to it and therefore need to be held to it in an official stance. But if it's unofficial, if they've just advocated for it but never signed it, they can just go, we never signed it. We have no obligations. We signed nothing. What do you want from us? That's how America gets away with it.
Soldiers is space.
Right? This is how America gets away with it. So it's like, yes, that's fantastic YouTube comment. The country you have to deal with is very, very careful geopolitically and try not to piss them off. The US, however, just to start wars. Every country lies to start wars, my dude. Look at Russia. Look at Russia. Look at Russia in 99. Look at Russia in 2008, and look at Russia in 2014, and then look at Russia in 2022. Every single one lies.
I just want to go on record that I believe that the bombing that caused the Chechen War was real. I'm not a Chechen War truther.
Well, I mean,
I don't doubt it. It's just
sure.
that there's no good source. And
okay,
you know, I would have poisoned
Sure.
that guy too. You know, I can't blame Putin.
Yeah, but it's like the reasoning for going in is absurd enough that I feel safe enough to make that assertion without knowing much about that, based also off his false flags going forward. Yeah, baby's first genocide. You think he doesn't learn praxis there? America. What wars did America lie to start? Obviously, Vietnam is one. Iraq, obviously, but they were going to start that anyway, right? What other ones? Like Iraq, sure. Iraq is the big one. Vietnam is the other big one. Every other thing, I don't know. Like, because what? Let's name the wars.
I've heard a lot of
Desert
stuff about
Storm.
the Vietnam one. Is it being a little bit more complicated, and like it's been pop history down to the Gulf of Tonkin incident?
That was definitely the turning point. It was a false flag.
I don't
nothing
know
ever happened.
any. Well, I'm not sure if the official there was like a more official reason or something. I don't know. I just remember hearing something. I'd have to look more into it though.
See, but this is the other thing, man. Like a lot of people will look at like the Ukraine funding and stuff, and they're like, "Oh, well, it's military industrial. Like it's the military industrial complex. We're sending all this money to Ukraine." You nailed it. It's military industrial complex money. That money being sent to Ukraine is being sent to American arms manufacturers, and then the old shit is being sent to Ukraine. Like this is how it works. Lied about Pearl Harbor. My guy, Pearl Harbor got bombed. That was pretty real. You can see the ship at the bottom of the water.
Well,
I'm pretty sure that happened. Like the Spanish-American War, I think that was the Texas offer, and they're like, "We want to pay you $3 for it," and they're like, "No,
that was
haha,
Mexican
war."
American.
Oh, that's
Where
Mexican
they
American.
lowballed them. That was after
Okay.
Manifest Destiny.
Okay. What's the Spanish-American War?
Much older.
Okay.
Alamo.
Interesting. So okay, so
Type
you're
stuff.
saying that they're okay. So explain the Pearl Harbor one. I'm actually curious here. Explain the
Well,
Pearl
they
Harbor
did
one.
say that they would do an event like that. That is public record where they're talking
Oh,
about discussing
yes.
PsyOping.
Yes, that they did suggest it, but there's no indication that they actually did. Also, the Japanese are very clear about their intentions and their plans from that day. It's very well documented that the Japanese had planned to hit Pearl Harbor regardless. Even though they were giving Japan so much steel, which is weird, but whatever. But okay,
That's why
sure.
we can't let them buy U.S. steel now. It's for Pearl Harbor.
No, it isn't. U.S. intelligence had information a year in advance of planning something. I mean,
They
see,
often
this is
do.
the problem. This is the problem, man. Like, you're talking about the U.S. government like it's this
Yeah.
all-knowing, all-powerful thing, and then we also talk about the U.S. government as an incompetent shit show. So, like, which one is it? Like, can we not go through this dance of like America is strong and weak? What is it? Which one is it?
I think
Are they
most
incompetent?
attacks could have been classified as some type of prior intelligence that could have helped prevent the
Yeah.
attack.
It's like how many 9/11 warnings were there that came up that they did nothing and didn't act on? There's probably hundreds a year. 9/11 level event threats that they have to look into. Most of them they probably stop. How are they going to stop the Japanese?
Arguments that Chomsky makes about why U.S. foreign policy endangers the world, as the subtitle of the book says, is that we
U.S.
don't
intelligence
ever
services
analyze the
might
things
be less
that
competent than the politicians actually. I've been around enough fucking agents to know that they're fucking morons.
The boiler on a ship exploded. Interesting. Okay, so America says it was sabotage, and they went to war over that. When was this? What did they fight over? I'm just gonna look it up. This is pretty easily.
This is pretty easily Googleable.
USS Maine and related yellow journalism. Very cool. Interesting. Oh, it's the Philippines. Ah, this is when. Ah, interesting. Interesting. I know absolutely zero about this. Nothing.
we do, we always perceive as defensive, that are then perceived as aggressive by the other side, that then create a reaction that we perceive as aggression, requiring more things that we see as defense or security on our side, which creates further reaction on the other side. And then
South China Sea is not Chinese territory. So inherently, America doing regular exercises in the South China Sea when their entire area is covered with allies is not unusual. China is escalating for no reason. Like, yes, there's so much chance.
Escalating,
Like there's so much chance that
they're just
America
testing the
could launch.
waters a little bit. You know, just giving them
Sure.
a little boat concussy-wussy. They're spraying them with water. It's clearly not an act of war.
Okay, so that's how they got those territories. Okay. Interesting. So Puerto Rico has been a part of America for over 100 years, and they're still not a state.
Yeah, I mean, Alaska's been around less, I think.
Maybe. Interesting. Interesting.
Because the Russians owned it for a long time.
Yeah. They sold it for dirt cheap too. Okay, so
Because what do they want with it?
yeah, fuck those resources. Oh, fuck. Okay. Because that's a big argument that hinges on the whole America's still an empire, which kind of agree with.
No, I mean that's the thing. The difference is like, I'm not sure about the Puerto Rico, but all the territories, technically, we pay them.
Interesting.
You know, it's like somebody was like, it's reverse colonialism. I'm like, shut up. First of all, shut up. So like, it's different, and it's different a little bit in the modern era is all, because there's obviously still is there's more of an exchange than it is over pure exploitation.
Yeah.
And there's some semblance of autonomy. France also has a few of these too. And I mean, look at what France did in that more recent one. What one was that?
Yeah.
It's over by you.
Wait, which one?
What territory? The territory where the fucking Azerbaijanis were involved with the protest?
Oh, in New Caledonia.
New Caledonia, right? So, like, that was fashy empire shit. That was shady as fuck. So, like, if something, like, along those lines happened in a place that's, like, a territory of America, I'd be pretty pissed.
Yeah.
Like, that shit's, like, not acceptable. And like, if you remember when we talked about our episode, it's one of the things is, like, the territories were two or three of them were up for negotiation last year. And they were making demands from the U.S. government in order to stay.
Ah, okay.
Right.
So
they're in the South China Sea, these territories too. Like we talked about it in that South China Sea episode where we talk about all the elections.
Yeah.
I go over the territories and what they're demanding from the U.S. and like the history behind them.
Yeah, they're in the second island chain, I think.
Yeah.
Or the third, one of the two. Yeah, they're real close, which is why America's so interested over there. Also, Japan and the Philippines are pretty close allies. Plus, Vietnam also raised their partnership too, so there's that as well. So it is very interesting, but like ultimately, like China's been trying to get archipelagic status because of these islands that they're militarizing. That was another thing that was arbitrated, is that they're rocks and LTEs, which are low tide elevations. Basically meaning that they're ineligible for EEZs, which means that China gets nothing from them. And they're just sort of breaching other countries' EEZs at this point, which is why America keeps sailing through, because it's not their territory. But all the pro-China imperialists will be defending China in the South China Sea, militarizing these islands, threatening Vietnam, Philippines, Malaysia. Malaysia doesn't fuck around either. I found,
Nothing.
I found that Malaysia doesn't fuck around with this either.
Milady.
Understanding that self-scrutiny, know thyself, he says, is crucial to keeping these conflicts from getting out of control. Like the conflict with China, he warns that if it gets out of control, I mean, this could be a nuclear war between great powers. I mean, it could be a massive arms race. It could be a real human catastrophe, the worst in our history.
But how much of that, like, I mean, some of that sounds a little bit like the bumbling empire theory, as opposed to this is our way of saying, like, look, we are setting our boundaries for some economic territory. Like we want, and like so much of this was outlined in the Trans-Pacific Partnership, which is basically saying like we're going to have hegemony over the economic system of everything that surrounds you, so that our, whatever we produce is produced under, and the rules of essentially the world are our rules, our copyright, our trademark, our production flow, whatever it is. And the military part in there is to go like, and if you don't like it, we're gonna do this.
Mm-hmm. Well, everybody sees it for what it is. So, yeah, do it at work.
Yeah, do it at
Brinksmanship.
work.
Like,
See,
like
since it's so accepted, do it at work.
Do it at work and report back to us on Saturday and let us know how it went.
See how it goes.
Where does that? I mean, it feels like, on some level, like, we don't know what we're doing in escalating, but I sort of feel like we do. We're playing chicken, and we're doing it because we want to have this economic control, and by we, I mean the certain corporations want the economic control.
And we have
Japan and Korea? What do you mean, man? Japan and Korea are together against China. It's China that everybody hates. The entirety of East Asia hates China right now. The entirety of the southeastern Asia, apart from like Indonesia and some Australian colonies and like influence
Palau.
points,
Palau
there's
loves
like
China.
not a lot of love for China in that area. New Zealand loves China
Palau.
because money. They need money, but also
Palau loves China.
Who? Palau.
Palau.
Yes, they do. Yeah. There are a few other Micronesian states. Micronation states.
Well,
Micronesia
also
is a country.
in the the Federated States of Micronesia, but that whole island chain, like, that's what we were talking about. It's like there was negotiations that they were like, literally like being like, "Hey, China can give us a better deal, U.S. You
And
better
America went, "No."
you better meet our
Yeah.
terms."
Mm-hmm. And they just said no. They just no. We don't
No,
care.
America
Go to China.
paid them. It was only like $1 million that they wanted. It was nothing for fucking America.
You should revise your East Asian history because Korea got fucked by China and Japan fighting each other. They both. Korea was a feudal slave state.
Both have
until
American
like
military
1850
forces
or
on
some
the ground
shit.
as well.
Huh?
Both countries have American military forces on the ground.
Yes, that's the other reason.
If any states are vassal states of America, it's those two.
Yeah.
have like the infrastructure
like
to
like
actually.
I'm extremely aware of the history of Japan and East Asia. Korea, yes, while Korea has a lot of animosity towards Japan, China is basically funding and upholding North Korea. So, you tell me what's going to create more conflict. Aiding the Juche cult of personality, or just being hyper-capitalists, super efficient capitalists? I don't know.
Have that threat of military dominance, which other countries don't. So
And then plus, China is literally teaching their kids to hate Japanese people.
That do be
So-
happening.
Yeah, you don't see 10-year-old Japanese children being stabbed in other countries out of a malicious attack. Doesn't happen.
we can back it up.
Maybe the baby deserved to have coffee poured on it. Did you think of that? Maybe that baby was a little cunt.
Yeah. That's I wasn't saying you weren't. Like you're clearly quite informed, which is great because we can have these discussions and we don't have to baby you through it. But like these relationships aren't the way you're stating. Like socially, sure, maybe, but Japan and Korea are closer again than ever before, culturally as well. Both Japan and Korea are having this issue with like hyper-conservative men and liberal women who just want to do more. And it's like, there's that whole connection. The music, culturally, they're much closer because China is closed off and more closer to North Korea in culture. than anywhere else, apart from like the materialism, the fake sort of hidden materialism of the CCP. Like you flaunt your wealth and you'll go to jail, but Xi Jinping is probably a billionaire. What the fuck are we doing here?
This is critically important because...
Oh, and I looked this up as well. All the owners of Tencent and ByteDance and TikTok and shit, even the old TikTok owner and the new TikTok CEO, they're all billionaires too. Literal games of billionaires, just fucking people over for money.
I like money.
Pretty cool.
Again, you're going to see in all discussions about Taiwan, they're all framed in idealistic terms. Taiwan is a democracy. China poses a threat to this democracy. We have to protect this little democracy.
I disagree.
Now, it's true that Taiwan is under threat from an authoritarian government in China. That's not false, but it is false that that's the reason why the United States is so committed to making sure that China does not absorb Taiwan. And if you look at U.S. national security documents, if you look at the national security strategy written under Trump or Biden,
God, I hope
they're
he
all
does
pretty
the
open about
one
saying
China
that what we're
policy.
trying to do is contain China's rise and maintain American power in the Indo-Pacific, and that what we don't want is...
I don't understand why we can't just talk about China in the terms of imperialism. They're fucking imperialists. They're trying to expand out of imperialist ambition. Can we please start calling it fucking imperialist ambition as opposed to China's rise? Please. They're literally expanding their borders on India's border by slowly sending villagers over and claiming a little bit, then moving the border. Isn't that fun? Look it up if you don't believe me.
Weird definition of fun.
Is a competitor power. It's remarkable when you actually read documents written by the United States government how openly they talk in these power terms, these power concepts.
Now that you're right about. Maybe there's been a couple, but for the most part, no communist leaders have actually attempted to do a stateless, classless society. None of them, because you can't get past the authoritarian socialism on the path to communism. That's why anarchy is better. You don't have to go through socialism.
About containing the rise of China, and then all of the idealism kind of slips away, and we understand that what we're concerned with is our country's power relative to...
And also, dictatorship of the proletariat is still a hierarchy. You invert that pyramid, it's still a pyramid. Still a group on top.
Other country's power.
Let's talk a little bit about like what we can do about this, because it is...
And then that big group gets whittled down, and oh look, you've got the vanguard. Oh look, now the vanguard is the party. Oh look, now the party controls everything. Oh boom, now it's just a capitalist society with a single party rule. Does that not describe every single communist country?
Rare, it seems to me, that...
And then, on top of that, almost every single one is born out of Marxist-Leninism, which has inherent vanguardism and elitism inherent in it. So you're already starting from a bad point. Try again.
Any of our foreign policy really makes a huge difference to Americans. Now, I would say, like, I'll put an asterisk and alongside that. I think, if you're under the age of 40 and are on social media, like, your awareness and I think disgust about what's happening in Gaza is really different than it's been since I think like Vietnam was televised, the first televised war. But of course in Vietnam there was the added sort of dynamic of a lot of U.S. Young people going to fight in this war, and I think there was an anti-war movement for the Iraq War, but it was largely ignored, and if anything, it impacted the outcome of elections for and against.
Well, it's an interesting discussion because the empire's falling thing is simply hoping and wishing instead of trying to utilize what America is at where America is to try and call it reform. Right? Liberals are not gonna be down with communism. It's that simple.
Yeah, you just
you
need
have
but
to
the thing is,
move slowly.
The fucking conservatives will adopt these policies if they're not framed. If they're framed from a right-wing perspective, they'll adopt them and love them.
Yep. That's the thing. Like, you think about it, right? Communal living. Every religious person that goes to church, if they're Protestant, probably gives to that stupid little collection plate. Right? Communism. You fucks. You socialist fucks.
Equally.
Your church is socialist.
Mom, I'm scared.
In terms of like, so what is the solution to the extent that there is one to this?
Yeah, well, the book, when people crack open the book, they'll see that it does in fact end on a kind of optimistic note, which I made sure of, because Chomsky doesn't always end on an optimistic note, but he does say here and there optimistic things about social movements and what they can accomplish and what they have accomplished, in fact, in his own lifetime. He was really impressed by the rising anti-war movement around Vietnam, because for the first few years there was no anti-war movement, and then anti-war sentiment developed, and it did constrain the actions of the United States government. I mean, not sufficiently, and the war dragged on, and you could say that there's arguments over the extent to which the anti-war movement
That's right. Jesus was a
actually
socialist.
made a difference. But one thing that he argues is clear that
what a hoe.
The respect to which it did make a difference was the Vietnam syndrome, which we have discussed, which is to say that...
All right, I'm done with this. This guy's boring. And we were talking more about this anyway. So I'm going to call it there because I want to go to the gym.
The dude be like... Just yapping and
Fucking
yapping
Sir
and
yaps a lot.
yapping and yapping. Okay, I do
What
a
are you
raid.
yapping? Just yapping. All right.
Where should we go?
I don't know. Who's on? Who's in politics?
I'm gonna click this one. It's because her name is Pocahontas.
That's fair. I think there's only 3 people coming with us, so... And it might be you. Anyway. Raid has been done. Off we go. For everybody on YouTube, we will be talking to you later. Come back next time, though. YouTube has been fucking great, so all of these discussions, chat's been popping off. We need more of this. Come back. Tell your friends. Tell your friends that these 2 cunts on fucking Twitch will talk to anybody about anything. They also do media literacy stuff. I don't know. Do it. Goodbye.